Even at 55 years old, he was still forcing his exhausted body onto the battlefield, a worn-out man clutching a heavy rusted sword. Towering before him stood a colossal beast, its dark scales radiating an oppressive, suffocating heat that warped the very air around it. But he didn't back down. Gripping his blade tighter, he steeled his nerves and prepared to face the impossible odds. The monster unleashed an earth-shattering roar, a sound so deafening it felt like it could shatter the bones of any normal man. Blinding light erupted from the creature's gaping maw as a terrifying torrent of pure destruction blasted forward. Barely diving out of the way of the lethal strike, he let out a heavy sigh. This was just another miserable day in his pathetic life. Debris rained down like shrapnel as the beast's massive claws pulverized the very ground he had just been standing on. Before he could even catch his breath, another terrifying dragon swooped down from the dust, its jaws wide open and ready to feast. He braced his sword, his aging muscles screaming in agony. While the other players of his generation were hailed as legends and sword gods, he was just the forgotten veteran, a washed-up old man who never quite made it, written off as a swordsman with dementia. But it wasn't always this way. Years ago, the world had changed forever when the skies tore open and hell spilled out. Back then, he was just a helpless, traumatized child sitting in the blood-soaked rubble of his shattered reality. Just as death approached, a radiant figure descended from the heavens, turning to the boy with a warm, reassuring smile. Tears streamed uncontrollably down the boy's face as he realized he wasn't going to die in the ruins today. It was nothing short of a miracle, a fleeting, beautiful moment of hope in a world that had just been plunged into a nightmare. But that hope was a fragile thing. The true horror of the apocalypse had only just begun. A horrifying scream ripped through the air as monstrous, jagged claws claimed yet another innocent life right before his eyes. The day the collapse happened, the skies bled red, and an endless horde of nightmarish entities rained down upon humanity. Colossal aberrations tore through the city streets, effortlessly reducing skyscrapers to dust and turning humanity into prey. Grotesque, tentacled horrors roamed the wreckage, snatching up anyone who couldn't run fast enough. Driven by pure adrenaline and terror, he thrust his blade deep into an orc's flesh, desperate to survive the senseless slaughter. Black blood sprayed across the ruins as he fought with everything he had, tearing through the monsters in a frantic frenzy. But the reality of war was cruel. No matter how hard he fought, the sheer trauma of the slaughter etched itself deep into his soul. He eventually fell to his knees, utterly broken by the crushing weight of his own powerlessness. All around him lay the lifeless bodies of those he had sworn to protect, their armor shattered and their lives extinguished. Desperate screams echoed in the background, a haunting symphony of mankind's slow, agonizing extinction. Snapping back to the present battle, the old man panted heavily, his weary body pushed far beyond its absolute limits. He wiped the sweat from his brow, quietly cursing his own aging bones. What was he even doing fighting on the front lines at his age? But the dungeon wasn't done with him yet. From the pitch-black shadows of the cave, glowing red eyes locked onto their exhausted prey. 3 massive, shadow-drenched hounds emerged. With a bitter laugh, he raised his heavy sword once more. The monsters simply wouldn't let him catch his breath. The agonizing screams of his past still echoed relentlessly in his ears, haunting his every waking moment on the battlefield. He remembered dragging his battered body through the wasteland, surrounded by the rotting corpses of people he wasn't strong enough to save. Now, facing down a grotesque monstrosity in the present, he could feel his meager stamina draining by the second. His hands trembled violently around the hilt of his weapon. His body was finally giving out, betraying his will to live. A hollow, defeated smile crept across his bruised face. This time he might actually be doomed. The apocalypse had taken absolutely everything from him, stripping away his home, his family, and his future in an instant. He was left as nothing but a crying orphan standing completely alone in the freezing rain of a broken world. And yet, despite the crushing, suffocating despair staring him right in the face, he refused to give up. The memory of that blue-armored hero cutting through the darkness burned brightly in his mind, fueling his dying embers of resolve. That awe-inspiring strength, that unyielding presence, it was the single beacon of light that kept him moving forward all these years. When he had been at death's door as a fragile child, when the grotesque abyss had reached out to consume him whole, he had sworn to become a savior, throwing himself at the monsters with reckless abandon just to emulate his idol. He poured every ounce of his pathetic strength into his blade, shattering the dragon's defenses with nothing but raw willpower. He had dedicated his entire life to that one goal. He just wanted to be a hero like the one who saved him. Slashing through a goblin's throat, he fought with the feral desperation of a man who had nothing left to lose. The sickening crunch of bone and the warm spray of blood were constant reminders of the brutal, unforgiving path he had walked. But in his darkest moments, his mind always wandered back to the day he lost his orphanage teacher, the only mother figure he ever knew. He remembered watching helplessly, his feet glued to the ground in terror as a towering fiend hoisted her into the air. Even while bleeding out, she tried to smile, desperately attempting to comfort the terrified children below. "Run," she mouthed silently, sacrificing her final agonizing moments to give him a chance at survival. The image of her blood-stained face and her tear-filled, desperate eyes was a nightmare he could never ever wake up from. And as the monster's grotesque jaws clamped down, a deafening scream tore from his throat, cementing the absolute failure of his tragic life. Despite spending decades as a third-rate swordsman, he finally managed to form a contract with a powerful constellation. But his excitement was immediately crushed when he read the insane conditions of his new ability. To even begin using his constellation's power, he needed to reach an impossible level of 850. He stared at the glowing blue system window, sweat dripping down his face as the sheer absurdity of the requirement set in. Desperate to unlock his artifact-devouring skill, he sat down with a rare skill book in hand, trying to figure out how to consume it. He tried everything he could think of, foolishly attempting to physically eat the magical items. He spent countless hours tossing priceless artifacts into boiling pots of water, hoping they would soften up. When that failed, he even tried throwing them into a frying pan, but the metal just burned against the heat. By the time he finally realized how completely useless his bizarre cooking experiments were, 30 entire years had passed. It wasn't until his twilight years that he finally discovered the missing piece of the puzzle, mana synchronization. The moment he activated the spell, the heavy, rusted artifact in his hand completely transformed. To his absolute shock, the weapon morphed into a mouth-watering, perfectly roasted chicken leg. Taking a hesitant bite, a system notification instantly chimed, confirming he had successfully acquired the hidden skill, Demon Bash. The physical dagger crumbled into glowing blue dust, its power now permanently absorbed into his very soul. He collapsed onto his bed, utterly overwhelmed by the magnitude of what he had just accomplished. He slowly stood up, looking at his hands as the incredible surge of new energy pulsed through his aging veins. But his moment of triumph was immediately eclipsed by a crushing wave of bitter regret. He had figured it out far too late. The system window slowly faded away, leaving him alone with the heavy realization of his wasted life. Deep within the dungeon, his contracted constellation nervously floated beside him, visibly panicking at the old man's despair. The celestial being awkwardly bowed its head, sincerely apologizing for not providing a proper instruction manual from the start. The constellation frantically typed out a message, assuring him that there was still plenty of time left to grow stronger. But the old swordsman completely snapped, screaming at the top of his lungs that he was already turning 60. He clutched his weapon, tears of frustration welling in his eyes as he looked at the glowing skill book hovering before him. The magical tome radiated a brilliant aura, mocking him with the power he could have wielded decades ago. Suddenly, the cave shook violently, and his eyes widened in absolute shock at the blinding energy erupting from the system. The late bloomer model student constellation had bypassed the rules and physically entered the dungeon. The radiant being floated down from the heavens, its immense power pushing back the encroaching darkness. With a warm smile, the constellation praised the old man's relentless perseverance and his impeccable final strike against the boss. Using the accumulated essence of the swordsman's 30 years of failed experiments, the entity initiated a forbidden miracle. A swirling vortex of dark, dense mana enveloped the old man as the constellation officially triggered the regression sequence. Bold blue letters flashed across his fading vision, confirming that the impossible was actually happening. The system loudly announced the beginning of his regression, sending shockwaves through the fabric of time itself. He turned his back to the present, feeling his exhausted, battered body dissolving into pure cosmic energy. A blinding flash of pure white light consumed the entire dungeon, erasing his tragic timeline from existence. When the light finally faded, the oppressive atmosphere of the old dungeon was replaced by the chaotic sounds of a modern raid. Standing tall with a calm, unbothered expression, the young regressor surveyed his new surroundings. Towering, bloodthirsty orcs roared in the distance, their massive weapons cleaving through the air with lethal force. The heavily armored team leader, Giin, barely blocked a devastating strike, his muscles straining under the pressure. But rather than focus on the monsters, Giin threw a sinister smirk toward the back of the group, targeting the new recruit. The corrupt leader gritted his teeth, furiously muttering about how he was going to teach the arrogant kid a deadly lesson. Yoon barked aggressive orders at his men, commanding the porters to stay back while the main fighters took the vanguard. A massive, swirling blue portal pulsed violently in the center of the street, radiating an ominous freezing aura. The heavily armed strike team marched toward the gate, fully prepared to face the nightmare waiting inside. Yoon confidently led the charge, completely unaware that the quiet newbie walking behind him possessed 30 years of combat experience. The young regressor simply watched the team leader's back, his eyes cold and analytical as he assessed the situation. Yoon glanced over his shoulder, his eyes narrowing as he finalized his twisted plan to use the kid as monster bait. The portal had opened right in the middle of a bustling intersection, turning the ordinary city block into a militarized zone. Heavily armored vehicles and barricades surrounded the anomaly, struggling to contain the bleeding dimensional energy. Standing by the entrance, Yoon checked his clipboard, officially logging his team into the highly dangerous Orc dungeon. The nervous leader of the porter group approached Yoon, his face pale with deep concern over the raid's lineup. The porter desperately argued that bringing a complete amateur into a C-rank dungeon was an absolute suicide mission. But Yoon aggressively shut him down, screaming that his final decisions were not to be questioned by a lowly bag carrier. Unseen by the arguing men, the young regressor's constellation quietly floated in the air, frantically taking notes on the drama. The young man tuned out their bickering, his mind briefly flashing back to the miserable end of his previous life. His constellation watched him carefully, surprised by the chillingly calm demeanor of the usually frantic swordsman. In his past, he had spent decades chasing the shadow of the great hero who had saved him, constantly pushing beyond his limits. He remembered looking up at that majestic figure as a helpless child, swearing to one day reach that impossible level of strength. But reality had been cruel. He had ended up as a battered, worn-out old man, completely exhausted by the endless slaughter. He recalled staring up at the blood-red sky, wondering why he was still fighting death matches in his late 50s. Before his regression, his final triumph had been standing over the freshly slain corpse of the ancient dragon boss. It was a brutal, agonizing battle that had pushed his aging body to the absolute brink of total collapse. He had leaned heavily on his cracked sword, his lungs burning as he desperately gasped for air. Furious at his own pathetic weakness, he had screamed into the empty cavern, cursing his terribly delayed potential. It was during that exact raid, surrounded by dragon scales and rubble, that he had originally found the bronze-tier dagger. The Venomoth's dagger was a low-rank weapon, but he knew from his past life that it harbored a uniquely overpowered hidden skill. Snapping back to the present, the young regressor held that very same dagger, its blade glowing with raw potential. A system window popped up, calculating the perfect absorption rate based on his previous life's retrospective usage. A confident, predatory smile spread across his young face as the mana synchronized perfectly with his soul. The system announced the official start of the artifact absorption process, enveloping his body in a brilliant, blinding aura. Raw, unbridled energy surged through the air as the young man activated his unique devouring ability without a single moment of hesitation. To completely consume the weapon, his consciousness was violently pulled into the mysterious otherworldly void known as the Gap. Waiting for him in the darkness was his contracted constellation, hovering quietly with a massive magical tome in hand. The celestial being adjusted its glowing glasses, carefully monitoring the dangerous spiritual transition. In his previous life, this process had nearly destroyed him, his old body slowly fading into the chaotic abyss of the void. But the constellation had intervened, casting a powerful stabilization spell that anchored his soul to the mortal realm. The old swordsman had floated helplessly in the dark expanse, completely overwhelmed by the crushing pressure of the Gap. He had panicked, desperately looking around the void as his mind struggled to comprehend the sheer scale of the magic. He had called out to his constellation, terrified that his soul was going to be permanently erased from existence. But now, standing in that exact same void as a 25-year-old regressor, he simply smiled with absolute confidence. Instead of terror, he was greeted by the glorious, mouth-watering sight of a perfectly cooked floating dish. A golden system box confirmed that the dangerous preparations to absorb the Venomoth's dagger were finally complete. The magical weapon had fully manifested as a sizzling, golden-brown rotisserie chicken drizzled perfectly with olive oil. The young man let out a massive sigh of relief, incredibly thankful that the system hadn't generated a disgusting monster meat dish. Meanwhile, on a nearby television screen, a sharply dressed reporter was delivering the morning dungeon broadcast. He was interviewing CEO Han, a prominent figure in the hunter industry, discussing the escalating threat of the dimensional gates. As the two experts sat on the broadcast bench, they explained how the dungeons were essentially stepping stones for humanity's survival. The young regressor casually watched the screen, absorbing the current timeline's politics while getting ready for his first raid. He expertly twirled the dagger in his hand, his eyes sharp and focused as he prepared to step onto the battlefield. Arriving at the staging area, he was immediately greeted by Yoon, who threw on a perfectly fake, welcoming smile. The team leader stepped uncomfortably close, his eyes gleaming with a malicious, hidden agenda as he looked down at the newbie. Playing along with the act, the young man politely nodded, keeping his overwhelming aura completely suppressed. Yoon forcefully patted his shoulder, the heavy armor clanking as he pretended to hype up the new recruit. The corrupt leader threw his head back and laughed loudly, a booming, obnoxious sound that echoed across the staging ground. But behind that laugh, Yoon was already visualizing the kid getting brutally ripped apart by the dungeon's monsters. Turning his back, Yoon signaled for his elite squad to move out, leaving the supposedly helpless newbie with the porters. The young regressor simply rested his heavy longsword on his shoulder, his expression completely unfazed by the obvious trap. The veteran porters glared at him with open hostility, furious that a rookie was going to drag down their survival rate. Yoon glanced back one last time, a dark, sinister smirk pulling at his lips as they approached the portal's event horizon. The young man's eyes went deadpan. He could read the corrupt leader's pathetic intentions like an open book. Without a single ounce of fear, the regressor stepped forward, following the doomed strike team straight into the swirling blue abyss. The floor of the dungeon was absolutely painted with the black blood of slaughtered orcs. Their severed heads and brutally crushed bodies littered the stone ground in a horrifying display of absolute carnage. Standing calmly in the center of the massacre was the new kid, effortlessly towering over the massive headless corpse of the orc boss. Yoon and the porter leader could only stare in absolute trembling disbelief at the impossible scene unfolding before them. The arrogant team leader stumbled backward, the color completely draining from his terrified, sweat-drenched face. The porter leader stammered uncontrollably, trying to process how a level 1 newbie had just cleared a notoriously brutal dungeon single-handedly. Panic completely took over Yoon's mind as he desperately yelled, trying to make sense of his completely shattered raid strategy. The rest of the team looked on in stunned silence, a chilling realization washing over them that they had completely underestimated the quiet newcomer. Staring at his own flawless hands, the young regressor was still trying to fully grasp the reality of his overwhelming power. It had only been 4 days since he woke up in his old, run-down studio apartment from 30 years ago. He remembered the sheer shock of looking in the mirror and realizing he wasn't trapped in his broken 55-year-old body anymore. Somehow, the miraculous power of his constellation had pulled his very soul straight through the dark abyss of time. The mysterious celestial entity had bent the very fabric of reality just to give her chosen player a second chance at life. But rather than dwell on the confusing mechanics of his regression, he just smiled and gave his newly acquired dagger a satisfying swing. With all the combat experience of his past life and the overpowered stats of his absorbed artifacts, he was finally ready to completely break the system. A heavy blade swings down with deadly intent, aimed straight for a monster's neck. But the massive green beast blocks the strike effortlessly, a loud clang echoing across the battlefield. Dust and debris scatter violently from the sheer force of the impact. Sanghyun watches the useless exchange in total silence, his expression unreadable. Despite being a level 50 veteran, the frontline fighter can barely leave a scratch on the beast. The veteran is violently pushed back, completely outmatched by the raw physical strength of his opponent. The creature looms over him, a terrifying mountain of muscle and pure rage. In this world, most hunters severely underestimate these green monsters, viewing them as nothing more than basic fantasy mobs. They stroll into battlefields adorned with skulls and war banners, completely unaware of the true danger. They fall for the fatal misconception that orcs are just weak, mindless fodder. But the severed, bloodied hand lying in the dirt is a grim reminder of their true lethality. Shadowy, toxic energy radiates from the beast, intimidating anyone foolish enough to approach. Yet, Sanghyun remains perfectly calm, analyzing the terrifying situation without a hint of fear. The rest of the team trembles in the shadows, realizing how completely outclassed they truly are. A guttural roar shakes the dungeon walls as another monstrous orc enters the fray. Panic sets in instantly, the seasoned team members completely losing their composure. Stepping forward, the rookie casually volunteers to take the massive monster on by himself. Before he can even move, a teammate violently grabs his shoulder, terrified by his suicidal confidence. The beast unleashes a deafening battle cry, ready to crush them all into paste. The team's shield bearer desperately braces himself, taking the full agonizing brunt of the monster's charge. Green energy explodes on impact as the heavy shield groans under the immense pressure. The orc pulls back its massive fist, preparing to deliver a fatal, crushing blow. But before the devastating strike can land, a blur of motion violently intercepts it. The team stares in absolute disbelief as the monstrous threat is suddenly neutralized. The veteran fighter breaks into a cold sweat, trying to process what he just witnessed. Relief washes over the squad, showering their sudden savior with praise for the timely rescue. But the veteran aggressively grabs Sanghyun's collar, demanding to know how a level 1 rookie pulled that off. He violently accuses the boy of hiding a high-ranking diamond-tier artifact to cheat his way through. Without a second of hesitation, Sanghyun calmly offers his weapon for inspection. It is nothing but a standard, worn-out greatsword, proving his terrifying power comes purely from skill. The veteran grips the hilt, utterly bewildered that such an ordinary blade caused so much destruction. Suddenly, the conversation is cut short as the dungeon walls begin to violently tremble. A horde of elite, crimson-skinned armored orcs floods the hallway, roaring for human blood. The sheer number of towering, red-muscled beasts is enough to break any seasoned hunter's spirit. Their grotesque, bloodthirsty faces promise nothing but absolute slaughter. Spiked iron axes gleam in the dim light, heavy enough to cleave a man in two with a single swing. The team completely loses their minds, terrified by the sudden arrival of the elite reinforcements. But Sanghyun doesn't flinch. He moves like a phantom, slicing gracefully into the crimson tide. A massive arc of blood splatters across the stone walls as his blade effortlessly tears through thick armor. He follows through with deadly precision, moving with the cold grace of a seasoned killer. A translucent system screen hovers in his vision, prompting him to allocate his newly acquired stat points. Without hesitating, his finger hovers confidently over the glowing digital interface. He dumps everything into his luck stat, knowing the hidden overpowered benefits it brings to his abilities. The veteran watches him, completely unnerved by how perfectly the rookie is manipulating his own growth. The team demands answers, wondering if he is actually a famous named player in disguise. Sanghyun just gives them a cheeky, innocent smile, effortlessly playing off his monstrous talent. But the facade drops instantly as he lunges right back into the brutal, bloody melee. He plunges his greatsword straight into a green orc's chest, aiming flawlessly for its heart. His party members gasp in horror, stunned by the sheer ruthlessness of his strikes. But the beast refuses to fall, a horrifying gargling growl escaping its blood-filled throat. Enraged by the mortal wound, the monster prepares to retaliate with everything it has left. Sanghyun quickly repositions, driving his blade even deeper into the monster's tearing flesh. With a violent twist, he rips the heavy sword upwards in a devastating bloody arc. Blood sprays like a gruesome fountain as the massive orc is completely torn apart. The veteran screams in terror, warning the boy of the massive danger rapidly approaching his blind spot. A massive spiked axe violently swings down, aiming to instantly cleave Sanghyun's head off his shoulders. The heavy weapon crashes down with enough force to completely shatter the stone floor beneath them. But Sanghyun vanishes into thin air, effortlessly sidestepping the fatal blow. He reappears right beside the massive beast, a chilling, absolute confident smirk on his face. The armored orc's eyes widen in sheer panic, instantly realizing it just missed its prey. Sanghyun's fist begins to violently glow with a sinister, deep purple aura. He slams his glowing hand directly into the beast, flawlessly activating his hidden skill. The system confirms the activation of Demon Bash, instantly plunging the target into an abnormal status. The monster freezes entirely, its massive body completely locked down by the overpowering hindrance effect. The orc can do nothing but scream internally as it becomes entirely defenseless against the blade. Watching the impossible happen, the team wonders if the rookie learned these insane moves from internet tutorials. The veteran's jaw drops, realizing the duration of the stun is far beyond what normal high rankers can achieve. Completely unbothered by their shock, Sanghyun casually admires his own brutal handiwork. A golden system message chimes in the air, congratulating him on yet another rapid level up. He also unlocks a brand new, incredibly humiliating title, Fearless Immature Puppy. Reading the description, he silently notes the rare evasion boost it provides, despite the embarrassing name. But there's no time to celebrate as the dark battlefield suddenly erupts into scorching flames. Sanghyun dashes forward without an ounce of hesitation, a fearless grin plastered across his face. He moves so fast he becomes nothing but a blur to his struggling, exhausted teammates. Meanwhile, a massive orc violently lifts one of the party members completely off the ground by his throat. The suffocating hunter kicks desperately, entirely helpless against the monster's overwhelming strength. A sudden, terrifying crimson explosion of blood rips through the stale dungeon air. The shockwave violently rattles the walls as pure raw power collides in the hallway. The orc that was choking the hunter is violently thrown back, smashing heavily into the hard stone. The veteran screams for his squad to fall back, realizing they are nothing but dead weight in this fight. The team quickly retreats, apologizing loudly for their sheer uselessness in the face of true danger. The shield bearer trembles violently, barely managing to block an incoming strike before getting pushed back. Another massive orc leaps high into the air, bringing its entire weight down for a crushing blow. It roars furiously, fully expecting to turn the weak human below into a bloody stain. A heavy echoing clang rings out as the monster's weapon meets solid, unyielding steel. Standing amidst the total chaos, Sang-hyun violently grips his massive blade, entirely unfazed. His stat window boldly proves he is only level 1, yet he fights with the aura of a god of war. The dungeon's middle boss finally steps forward, an absolutely massive scar-covered titan of muscle. It lets out a commanding, earth-shaking roar, ordering its minions to shred the humans to pieces. The absolute horde of red-armored orcs violently charges forward, their heavy axes raised for the kill. Sang-hyun simply leaps high into the air, pulling his oversized sword back for a devastating sweeping strike. He murmurs to himself, acknowledging his low level but relying entirely on the brutal experience of his past life. A massive, horrifying spray of thick blood completely paints the screen red. The enormous beast is effortlessly cleaved entirely in half, its legendary durability meaning absolutely nothing. Sang-hyun follows through the brutal slash perfectly, his dark coat fluttering as he lands with deadly grace. The team can only scream in sheer, unadulterated disbelief at the completely one-sided massacre. With a swift, practiced motion, he sharply shakes the thick blood off his faded, chipped weapon. He tightens his grip, locking his cold, killer eyes onto the final trembling monster. Another brutal, blinding slash cuts violently through the dark dungeon corridor. The hallway falls completely silent, now completely littered with the severed, bloody bodies of elite monsters. The veteran drops his heavy weapon, entirely unable to comprehend what his eyes just witnessed. The corridor is painted completely red, a terrifying, gruesome testament to a level 1 rookie's rampage. A severed orc head rolls slowly across the cold floor, completely lifeless. Sang-hyun stands tall among the mountain of corpses, looking more like the dungeon's true boss than a human. The team leader screams at the top of his lungs, completely losing his cool at the sheer absurdity of the situation. The rest of the broken party desperately struggles to fend off the few remaining stragglers. A massive axe violently swings wildly through the air, almost taking off a terrified hunter's head. The vanguard barely manages to hold the collapsing line with his violently cracking shield. The veteran jumps into the fray, desperate to contribute at least something to the terrifying fight. The system openly displays the stats of Sang-hyun's weapon, confirming it has absolutely zero special abilities. Sang-hyun calmly tells the veteran to step back, his voice completely steady and commanding. The older hunter grits his teeth hard, incredibly frustrated by his own pathetic weakness. A massive, spiked behemoth steps violently out from the shadows, towering terrifyingly over everyone. The veteran shakily readies his blade, fully expecting this brutal encounter to be his final stand. The demonic orc lets out a terrifying, soul-crushing war cry, radiating sheer, unadulterated, murderous intent. Sang-hyun effortlessly charges forward, dragging his massive bloody sword across the grinding stone floor. He violently swings with all his might, forcefully tearing a massive chunk of flesh off the beast. The monster roars in absolute blinding agony, entirely unprepared for the sheer raw power behind the strike. A massive shockwave erupts violently as the heavy blade meets thick, unyielding demonic armor. The explosive impact forces everyone to cover their eyes from the blinding, burning sparks. The demonic beast angrily raises its heavy hammer, preparing to retaliate with a completely crushing blow. The veteran screams in absolute terror, realizing the incoming strike is going to obliterate them all. The rest of the squad watches in absolute horror, completely paralyzed by the looming shadow of death. Sang-hyun suddenly leaps backward out of the way, moving with completely supernatural fluid agility. The veteran violently yells out, fully convinced the cocky rookie has finally lost his mind. Sang-hyun lands gracefully on his feet, entirely unbothered by the absolute chaos destroying the room around him. The demonic beast violently slams its massive weapon into the ground, completely shattering the stone floor. A massive, terrifying crater forms instantly as the sheer force of the blow destroys the entire hallway. But Sungyun is already miles away from the brutal impact zone, completely unharmed and totally relaxed. A new chapter in the rookie's legendary, blood-soaked rise officially begins. The terrified team slowly regroups, walking down the gloomy, ruined hallway while frantically catching their breath. The veteran aggressively scolds the rookie, warning him not to get a big head just because he awakened. The exhausted team members whisper among themselves, still violently struggling to process his insane strength. A teammate cautiously pats his shoulder, extremely grateful but entirely intimidated by his dark presence. Sanghyun simply flashes a bright, innocent smile, playing the part of a naive, harmless rookie perfectly. The party leader turns around abruptly, sternly reminding him not to overstep his boundaries in this dungeon. The boy stands completely alone in the corridor, casually resting his massive sword into the cracked ground. The veteran violently glares at him, making it crystal clear that the upcoming demon orc is completely out of his league. But Songhyun just grins brightly, confidently asking if he can keep the rare artifact if he solos the boss. The intense, suffocating atmosphere in the dungeon refuses to settle down for even a second. The team leader violently scoffs, fully thinking the boy's endless arrogance is finally going to get him killed. The squad heavily begins to walk away, fully expecting the overpowered rookie to fall in line and follow orders. But Songhyun remains completely rooted to the spot, his cold eyes locked deeply onto the darkness ahead. A sudden, chilling realization hits him, remembering exactly why he joined this specific party in his past life. The confused teammates quickly glance back, wondering why the boy isn't following them into the next room. With a fearless, absolutely terrifying smirk, he prepares to leave them behind and violently hunt the dungeon's true boss entirely alone. A heavy groan escapes the wounded man as he barely regains consciousness on the cold floor. The seasoned tank leader collapses against the stone wall, completely bewildered by the sudden party wipeout. Watching the pathetic display, he simply clicks his tongue in sheer disappointment. Towering over the broken squad is a massive, bloodthirsty beast wielding a colossal axe. Despair rapidly sets in as the veterans realize they are all going to die in this room. The monster flashes a wicked, jagged grin, completely savoring the heavy scent of blood. Sweat aggressively drips down the leader's face as absolute terror paralyzes his entire body. Dark, suffocating energy radiates from the hulking brute, violently crushing any remaining hope. But while the veterans cower in fear, the young rookie calmly steps forward without a hint of hesitation. His sharp eyes are locked perfectly onto the glowing crimson stone embedded deep in the beast's chest. A confident, almost arrogant smirk boldly crosses his face as he analyzes the enemy. He mentally calculates the exact timing, recalling how he effortlessly stunned the weaker grunts earlier. If he can perfectly chain his stuns together, the monster's overwhelming raw stats won't even matter. Drawing his heavy blade, he aggressively taunts the towering giant to make the first move. Provoked by the sheer disrespect, the brute lets out an ear-piercing, demonic roar. The fallen tank leader watches in absolute shock, unable to comprehend the rookie's blatant death wish. He knows for an absolute fact that basic crowd control skills shouldn't work against a boss-level threat. The monster lunges forward, bringing its devastating weapon down to instantly crush the boy. Yet he fluidly dodges the fatal blow, a completely relaxed smile never leaving his face. He moves with a cold, calculated precision that can only be forged from years of brutal past life experience. Sparks violently fly as his sword seamlessly deflects a heavy strike that should have cleaved him in half. The crimson stone heavily pulses with a mesmerizing light amidst the chaotic clash of metal. It's a notoriously rare drop, an artifact that most veteran players can spend lifetimes actively hunting for. In his previous life, his entire high-level squad had completely failed to conquer this very dungeon. He was forced to painfully watch another incredibly lucky team claim the ultimate prize. The bitter memory of their arrogant boasting still actively fuels his current dark obsession. They had paraded the artifact around, treating it like nothing more than a fast ticket to early retirement. But this time, his determined eyes tracked the prize, absolutely refusing to let history repeat itself. Knowing his current stats are way too low to overpower the beast, he completely shifts his combat style. Instead of blocking directly, he uses the monster's own massive momentum to line up a fatal, piercing counter. A sharp, predatory grin flashes across his face as the trap springs perfectly into place. He casually turns his back to the raging monster, walking away as if the deadly fight completely bores him. The veteran tank just stares, utterly dumbfounded by the sheer suicidal disrespect on display. The rookie lets out a soft mocking chuckle, highly amused by the veteran party's sheer panic. The teammates exchange terrified glances, absolutely convinced the kid has finally lost his mind. He easily parries a stray heavy attack without even bothering to fully turn around. The leader stammers in disbelief, realizing the cocky kid actually managed to heavily damage the creature. Infuriated by the total humiliation, the massive beast erupts into a violent, earth-shaking frenzy. It aggressively swings its heavy weapon down, desperate to turn the arrogant human into a bloody stain. But with a minimal, perfect shift in his footing, he effortlessly sidesteps the catastrophic impact. His intense gaze perfectly tracks every single micro-movement of the hulking boss. The deadly weapon violently tears through the air, missing his body by mere fractions of an inch. He slips flawlessly into the monster's blind spot, heavily exploiting a fatal weakness in its wide swings. The colossal axe buries itself deep into the stone floor, completely halting the beast's aggressive momentum. The tank leader watches the masterclass in evasion, his previous superiority complex entirely shattered. He completely refuses to accept that a raw amateur is single-handedly outplaying a monster that nearly wiped them. Deep down, bitter envy aggressively gnaws at the veteran, wishing he possessed such a broken crowd control skill. Suddenly, the crimson stone glows brilliantly, violently resonating with intense magical energy. The system window firmly confirms the rare artifact's incredible stat-boosting properties. He heavily stares at the notification, knowing this single item will completely accelerate his entire build. Blind panic heavily surges through the party as they desperately look to their battered leader for orders. The veteran glares intensely, his deeply wounded pride making him desperate to quickly reclaim control. Completely unbothered by the heavy tension, the rookie maintains his infuriatingly relaxed, easygoing posture. The leader violently storms forward, demanding that the scattered party immediately fall back into strict formation. He aggressively points a warning finger, determined to firmly put the cocky newcomer back in his place. The bruised and heavily battered teammates cautiously rally behind their fiercely struggling commander. The veteran sternly warns that a few lucky dodges won't save him from real, grueling battlefield danger. But instead of quietly backing down, the rookie's grip heavily tightens around his sword hilt. He fully draws his massive blade, completely ignoring the useless, desperate advice of a failing commander. He knows for a fact that rapidly securing his core skill takes absolute priority over a fragile ego. The party cautiously pushes open the heavy iron doors, slowly revealing the true nightmare waiting ahead. Standing ominously in the dead center of the gloomy chamber is the towering middle boss. The tank leader swallows heavily, feeling the overwhelming, suffocating pressure instantly crush his lungs. The dark, eerie dungeon lighting casts terrifying shadows across the giant beast's heavily scarred body. A cold system notification officially announces their entry into the deadly middle boss room. The massive creature tightly locks its glowing red eyes onto the fragile intruders entering its domain. Despite the sheer, terrifying danger, one of the arrogant party members immediately starts running his mouth. He furiously questions if the kid really thinks he can solo the entire high-level dungeon. The leader scowls, quickly realizing that group cohesion has completely fallen apart at the worst possible time. He mentally curses himself heavily for ever listening to the reckless advice of a cocky newbie. The hulking demon heavily exhales a hot breath, the foul stench of death instantly filling the room. Completely paralyzed by fear, the leader instantly abandons the mission and screams for a full retreat. While the seasoned veterans entirely lose their nerve, the rookie simply smiles with genuine excitement. He happily watches in heavy amusement as the experienced players practically trample each other to escape. The party completely shatters, desperately running for the exit to save their own pathetic lives. He focuses entirely on the glowing prize, coldly calculating his exact path to total victory. He happily confirms that this is the only artifact in existence that passively grants the crucial delay skill. The title of his incredibly unique class softly resonates, proving he is walking a path meant for one. From a safe distance, he casually observes the chaotic, embarrassing scramble of his former teammates. A deeply satisfied grin widely spreads across his face. He finally has the deadly boss entirely to himself. With the annoying dead weight completely gone, he no longer needs to heavily hold back his true strength. He violently lowers his stance, fully prepared to slaughter the beast through sheer attrition if his stuns fail. Furious that a single puny human is challenging it, the monster unleashes a deafening, echoing roar. It recklessly charges forward, bringing its massive weapon down with terrifying, blinding speed. He meets the catastrophic strike head-on, the incredibly violent clash sending shockwaves through the chamber. The sheer, crushing force shatters the ground, instantly throwing up a thick, blinding cloud of dust. The bloodthirsty demon fiercely stands tall, aggressively radiating an aura of pure, unadulterated carnage. Just moments ago, the cowardly leader had barked out utterly useless textbook tactical formations. Now, those same veterans are heavily cowering near the exit, completely useless in a real life-or-death fight. They can only watch in absolute awe as the rookie completely commands the massive battlefield. The heavy blade violently swings dangerously close, completely missing his vitals by a sheer fraction of an inch. Seizing the perfect split-second opening, he forcefully activates his signature skill, Demon Bash. The golden system text brightly confirms that the impossible 2-second stun has successfully landed. The tank leader's jaw violently hits the floor. Low-level crowd control absolutely never works on a middle boss. He desperately mutters that the kid's skill is entirely broken, completely mind-blown by the reality unfolding. The rookie simply smirks, knowing perfectly how to manipulate the game's deeply hidden mechanics. Infuriated by the sudden paralysis, the massive beast forcefully snaps out of it, roaring in absolute rage. It thrashes wildly, violently bringing its weapon down, in a desperate, frenzied attempt to crush him entirely. He effortlessly flows through the chaotic strikes, perfectly reading every desperate, heavy movement. Dark, violent energy aggressively wraps around his blade as he completely lines up the ultimate counterattack. He viciously pushes his advantage, completely unleashing a blinding flurry of rapid, calculated strikes. Every single hit perfectly lands in the incredibly narrow gaps of the monster's heavy, hardened defense. The beast aggressively swings wildly, its devastating attacks completely missing the incredibly agile fighter. The veteran leader watches in heavy silence, his previous raging superiority complex completely shattered. He proudly stands tall in the chaos, proving that real combat intelligence easily outclasses raw stats. The remaining party members finally realize just how incredibly foolish they were to blindly doubt him. A triumphant system chime sharply cuts through the silence, officially declaring the mighty boss defeated. He slowly exhales, incredibly satisfied that his highly risky solo strategy worked absolutely perfectly. The monster's giant weapon violently shatters into jagged pieces, signifying its absolute total destruction. A golden notification proudly congratulates him for clearing an entirely impossible hurdle completely alone. He fluidly sheathes his heavy weapon as the massive, lifeless corpse completely collapses into the dirt. The system enthusiastically alerts him to the sudden acquisition of a highly coveted, incredibly rare title. The beast violently hits the ground with a heavy thud, echoing loudly through the now silent dungeon chamber. He quickly pulls up his status window to carefully read the powerful effects of his new Demon Hunter rank. A massive 5-fold health regeneration boost against bosses instantly turns him into an absolute juggernaut. A cascading wave of bright level-up notifications floods his vision, heavily rewarding his insane solo victory. He casually swipes through his rapidly climbing stats, highly pleased with the utterly insane progression rate. But suddenly an ominous, suffocating aura begins to violently pulse from the fallen beast's dark chains. A sinister, unnatural purple light violently erupts from the corpse, proving the horrific nightmare isn't over yet. He immediately drops into a tight defensive stance, heavily anticipating a deadly, unforeseen second phase. Cold sweat violently beads on his forehead as he tightly grips his sword, his previously relaxed demeanor completely vanishing. A harsh red system warning suddenly flashes, revealing that the beast's unnatural regeneration had actually cancelled his stun early. Rising fiercely from the dead, the monster tightly grips its weapon once more, its glowing demonic eyes promising absolute carnage. Examining the newly acquired bronze artifact, Sang-hyun quickly realized why other hunters dismissed it as useless junk. A knowing smirk crept across his face as he analyzed its heavy toll, knowing any normal player would completely drain their mana reserves before even swinging their sword once. But he wasn't a normal player. In his past life, it took him 50 grueling years to discover the true nature of his unique ability, spending decades obsessively studying its secrets. He remembered the sheer shock of his older self when he finally uncovered the truth behind mana-draining relics. The hidden rule was simple but game-changing. If an artifact required a constant supply of mana, it would incur a massive penalty but completely lose its activation cost. Having devoured a similarly demanding artifact in his previous life, he already knew exactly how to manipulate the system's absolute limits to his advantage. Without a single second of hesitation, he initiated the mana synchronization process, binding the Berserker Ring directly to his soul. A manic, unhinged grin flashed across his face, fully embracing the danger, knowing penalties were nothing but stepping stones to absolute power. Far away from the hunter's quiet room, deep inside an exclusive private club in Gangnam, a bloody interrogation was unfolding in the shadows. A terrified informant begged for his life, swearing to his ruthless boss that the rumors were entirely true. A low-level hunter really possessed an impossible 4-second stun. Back in the brutal depths of the dungeon, the veteran tank leader wasn't about to let a golden opportunity slip away, recognizing true talent the moment he saw it. Extending a blood-stained hand, the commander practically begged Song-hyun to officially join their formation for the final push. Meeting the leader's intense gaze, Sang-hyun accepted the firm handshake, though he quickly reminded the veteran that his steep conditions hadn't changed. With their new powerhouse locked in, the party leader rallied his battered troops, his booming voice echoing through the dark cavern. He commanded everyone to raise their shields and prepare for the absolute worst as they marched toward the final chamber. From the corner of his eye, Sang-hyun noticed the party's original porter glaring daggers at his back, burning with a bitter, unspoken jealousy. Oblivious to the brewing tension, the leader cheered loudly, promising the exhausted crew a massive feast and heavy drinking once they cleared the final hurdle. The massive stone doors of the boss room slowly grinded open, revealing a suffocating pitch-black darkness. A deafening, blood-curdling roar shattered the silence, echoing from the terrifying beast lurking within the shadows. The final boss, a colossal orc berserker, stomped into the dim light, radiating pure, unadulterated killing intent. As the raid party charged into the massive chamber, the ground violently trembled beneath their desperate footsteps. The heavily armored tank rushed to the front line, bracing his reinforced shield against the overwhelming impact of the monster's first strike. Watching the chaotic clash unfold, Sang-hyun tightened his grip on his weapon, realizing this was his ultimate chance to completely rewrite his pathetic history. The monstrous orc towered over the vanguard, its eyes glowing with a demonic, bloodthirsty rage that paralyzed ordinary men. Stepping directly into the fray, Sang-hyun's eyes locked onto his massive target, entirely ready to carve out a brand new destiny. To completely reshape his future, he needed to make a profound statement right here, right now, in front of the entire party. The veteran tank leader could only watch in stunned silence as the young hunter blurred past the defensive line with impossible speed. A cold chill ran down the commander's spine as he realized he wasn't just fighting alongside a skilled player, he was witnessing the terrifying birth of a true monster. Channeling his latent power, Sang-hyun prepared to plunge the berserking beast into a suffocating gap of total unconsciousness. A fierce, unhinged thrill washed over his entire body as his devastating energy flared to life, ready to completely break the dungeon's rules. In the blink of an eye, the intense battlefield shifted in his mind to a mouth-watering bowl of cold noodles, an unstoppable craving taking over his senses. It was a bizarre mental metaphor, but to Sang-hyun, absorbing a powerful artifact felt exactly like devouring a master chef's absolute perfect dish. The golden system chimed perfectly on cue, declaring that his body was completely primed to absorb the raw essence of the crimson stone. In his mind's eye, he picked up a succulent piece of meat jelly, savoring the absolute perfection of the impending combination of abilities. He metaphorically swallowed the power whole, feeling the raw, unfiltered stats flood directly into his veins, supercharging his muscles. Far from the dungeon's chaos, the ruthless club boss finally lost his patience, violently driving a sharp blade directly into his underling's shoulder. An agonizing, throat-tearing scream erupted from the wounded man as the boss demanded absolute, unquestioning obedience. Blood sprayed aggressively across the pristine floor, serving as a grim reminder of exactly what happens when someone crosses the underground elites. Back in the perilous boss room, the tank leader tried to assert control, bravely offering to take the vanguard position to protect his new asset. But Sang-hyun was already drawing his dark blade, completely ignoring the commander's frantic warnings to stay back. Exhaling a calm, steady breath, Sang-hyun mentally calculated the creature's exact weaknesses, knowing full well that berserkers possessed notoriously low skill resistance. Slipping seamlessly through the chaotic front line, he ruthlessly exploited that fatal flaw, closing the massive distance in an instant. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as a massive bank deposit lit up his memory. The pathetic $200 daily wage of a common porter was finally a thing of the past. He vividly remembered the moment he first held the glowing berserker ring, feeling the dormant, ancient power radiating from its cold metal. The system interface had proudly displayed its incredible stat boosts, proving that even a lowly bronze rank item could be an absolute game-changer in the right hand. He had admired the ring's flawless craftsmanship on his desk, fully realizing the absolute steal he had managed to pull off. Snapping back to the brutal reality of the fight, the colossal orc unleashed another deafening, earth-shattering roar, swinging its massive club wildly through the air. The heavy weapon violently smashed into the stone floor, completely pulverizing the exact spot where Sang-hyun had been standing just a fraction of a second before. Effortlessly dodging the lethal blow, Sang-hyun scoffed at the beast's clumsy movements, recalling the leader's earlier plea for him to stick safely behind the shield. A bitter, painful memory flashed through his mind, a vision of his past self, a terrified old man cowering behind stronger players, completely paralyzed by overwhelming fear. He vividly remembered the utter humiliation of begging for scraps, desperately trying to secure a pity spot in a raid just to survive another miserable day. Gripping his hilt until his knuckles turned white, he swore to the heavens that he would never, ever return to that pathetic, crawling existence. The tank leader watched in absolute awe as the young man's aura completely shifted, radiating an intense, suffocating pressure that dominated the room. Drawing upon the devoured power of the Berserker Ring, Sang-hyun prepared to unleash a devastating, unstoppable counterattack. He was finally ready to show the entire world the true terror of his overwhelming rule-breaking abilities. The monstrous orc lunged forward, throwing its entire massive weight into one final desperate, crushing strike aimed directly at his head. But Sang-hyun didn't flinch or retreat, meeting the monster's furious charge head-on, his glowing eyes locked onto the beast's incoming weapon. With a fierce, echoing battle cry, he activated his signature skill, bringing his weapon down with earth-shattering force as the system counted his 4-second window. The entire party gasped in pure, unfiltered shock, their eyes widening as they witnessed the impossible feat unfolding right before them. The devastating impact connected flawlessly, instantly locking the gigantic boss into a helpless, totally paralyzed state. The massive orc froze entirely in place, its eyes rolling back as the powerful stun completely hijacked its central nervous system. The tank leader burst into booming laughter, throwing a heavy, appreciative arm over Sang-hyun's shoulder as the deadly battle abruptly ended. A wide, genuine smile stretched across the veteran's scarred face, deeply thankful for the absolute effortless carry job. He practically sang Sang-hyun's praises, completely amazed at how the young hunter had turned a deadly boss into a total joke. Feigning modesty, Sang-hyun casually admired the glowing artifact in his palm, brushing off the incredible feat as nothing more than the power of a cheap bronze ring. But hidden in the dark shadows of the cavern, the party's original porter clenched his fists, his face twisting into an ugly mask of pure resentment. Consumed by toxic, burning envy, the bitter porter slowly turned away, dark, treacherous thoughts brewing heavily in his mind. Behind them, the paralyzed boss finally succumbed to its massive wounds, its colossal body violently tearing apart under the delayed internal damage. The giant corpse crashed heavily to the dungeon floor in a pool of dark blood, signaling the ultimate conclusion of the perilous raid. A golden system window illuminated the dark room, officially declaring the dungeon cleared, while the other members marveled at how ridiculously easy the run had been. As the team packed up their gear, the other porters began whispering excitedly, wondering out loud if the new rising star needed a personal, highly paid assistant. Catching their hushed tones, Sang-hyun let out a quiet, knowing chuckle, deeply amused by how quickly people changed their tune when absolute power was involved. Far from the dungeon's exit, back in the neon-lit Gangnam Club, the ruthless crime boss carelessly swirled a glass of expensive whiskey, entertaining his dangerous guests. His lackeys eagerly discussed the mysterious hunter, absolutely convinced that the kid holding a 4-second stun artifact had to be loaded with endless cash. A sinister, predatory grin spread across the boss's scarred face as he stared down at his informant, openly mocking the young hunter's seemingly weak appearance. Deep in the dungeon, Sang-hyun was greeted by a dazzling golden light as the system heavily rewarded his flawless performance with a brand new, high-ranking title. He swiped open his glowing status screen, his eyes widening in pleasant surprise as a shower of glorious level-up notifications flooded his vision. A brilliant pillar of leveling energy washed over his exhausted body, completely restoring his stamina and permanently amplifying his base strength. Reading the fine print of his new title, he realized it permanently extended the duration of all his status effects by a massive 10%. The math instantly clicked in his head, making his eyes widen. His already broken 4-second stun had just evolved into a completely game-shattering 4.4 seconds. His thoughts immediately drifted to the legendary high rankers of his past life, specifically the infamous powerhouse known as Ghostblade. Ghostblade was a total monster who dominated the Korean hunting scene, known far and wide as the ultimate title collector and the absolute peak of swordsmanship. Resting on a quiet curb just outside the dungeon portal, Sang-hyun silently reviewed his rapidly growing arsenal of skills, completely lost in deep thought. He carefully analyzed the system data glowing in the air, realizing that with the right combinations, he could soon rival even the greatest legends of his previous timeline. His quiet reflection was abruptly interrupted by the jealous porter, who nervously approached, demanding a private conversation away from the rest of the guild. Sung-hyun recalled how the tank leader had practically begged him to join their permanent roster just moments before leaving the gate. He had smoothly and politely deflected the offer, knowing perfectly well that tying himself down to a low-level guild would only slow his explosive growth. Deep in the gritty underworld, the scarred mob boss slammed his drink onto the table, aggressively asking his terrified informant if he wanted bloody revenge. At that exact moment, Sang-hyun's system finalized the absorption of the Crimson Stone, permanently increasing his raw strength and health stats by 2 points. But the absolute real prize was the brand new, incredibly rare special effect that materialized on his screen, the glowing blue hourglass icon of delay. Golden text flashed triumphantly across his vision, officially confirming that he had successfully gained the highly coveted and mysterious delay ability. It was a monumental milestone in his journey to becoming the absolute strongest and artifact-devouring player who completely defied all known logic and rules. A strange, overwhelming sense of nervous anticipation bubbled in his chest as he stared at the glowing skill interface, fully realizing the terrifying potential resting in his hands. Without a single moment of hesitation, he initiated the fusion process, permanently binding the newly acquired delay effect directly to his signature Demon Bash skill. The system chimed in perfect harmony as the two disparate powers smoothly merged together, creating an entirely new, deeply broken combat mechanic. Reading the wildly updated skill description, a wicked smile formed on his lips. He could now perfectly guarantee a second consecutive stun before the first one even ended. Miles away, the jealous porter aggressively ground his teeth, furiously typing on his phone as he bitterly cursed the profound unfairness of the hunter world. Standing safely in the shadows of the street, the traitorous porter officially crossed the line, selling out Song-hyun's exact location to the violent underground thugs. Completely unaware of the deadly bounty placed on his head, the bright morning sun shone over Sang-hyun's quiet apartment building in the Songpa district. Safe inside his home, Sang-hyun let out a joyous, carefree cheer, absolutely thrilled with his massive haul and completely ready to conquer the hunter world. The weight of the past hangs heavy on his shoulders, whispering that death is the only inevitable conclusion. Terror grips him as he realizes he might actually die here, trapped in a cycle he thought he had escaped. There is no room for hesitation when survival is the only currency that matters in this hellish dungeon. He remembers the faces of those who promised to stand by his side, only to become nothing more than memories of a failed attempt. The innocence in their eyes only makes the betrayal sting deeper. He had truly believed they could make it out together. But the chilling reality of his situation leaves him screaming into the void, wondering why everything had to fall apart. He has spent a lifetime being the one who delivers the final blow, becoming intimately familiar with the cold steel of execution. It is a brutal, unforgiving way to exist, but in a world governed by blood and steel, it is the only way to remain standing. The lesson is clear. To survive, one must be willing to extinguish the life of another without a second thought. It is a dark, recurring nightmare that followed him from his previous life, proving that some things never change. In these claustrophobic corridors, laws and rules simply cease to exist. Every breath taken here is a defiance of death, a constant reminder that his life is always balancing on a razor's edge. Weakness is a fatal flaw, and in this place, being weak is synonymous with a death sentence. He knows the truth better than anyone. To stay alive, he must become the hunter instead of the prey. Every action he takes within these walls, no matter how cruel, is nothing more than pure calculated self-defense. The atmosphere shifts, the silence broken by the arrogance of those who think they have the upper hand. He doesn't care for their taunts, he simply activates his skill, ready to turn the tide. The Demon Bash ignites, catching them off guard and shattering their false sense of security. They were so eager to see him fall that they didn't even notice the trap he had been setting all along. The realization of their predicament finally dawns on them, but the stun effect has already locked them in place. He watches with cold satisfaction as their confusion turns into genuine terror, wondering how he could possibly overpower them so easily. They have no idea that the smallest cuts are often the most lethal, especially when you have no idea what you're up against. It's laughable, really, the audacity of a broken skill causing this much panic. The absurdity of it all reminds him of how hard he had to fight just to earn a chance to enter a solo-player dungeon. The simple act of driving to a dungeon now feels like a luxury he should be grateful for, a far cry from the life he once knew. He never expected these fools to track him all the way into the heart of the forest. He doesn't care about their motives or what they think they're gaining, he just knows they are going to die here. The dungeon is the perfect place to bury secrets, and he has plenty of room to spare. Jamshil's training grounds are supposed to be a place of improvement, not a graveyard for failed hunters. The unexpected contents of the Berserker Ring are enough to make anyone lose their composure, even him. His stomach churns at the sheer incompetence of the situation, even his own equipment is working against him. He pushes through the discomfort, focusing on the faint glimmering promise of success waiting in the darkness. Light always hides at the end of the tunnel, but you have to be willing to bleed to reach it. He stands as the apex predator, watching the fear manifest in their eyes as the roles finally reverse. He wonders if they ever thought this day would come, or if they were too blinded by their own greed. Their fear is palpable now, a stark contrast to the bravado they showed just moments ago. He questions them with a calm, deadly curiosity. Why are they so afraid now that it's finally their turn to face the consequences? The sheer panic in their movements is evidence enough that they've never been the ones staring down the barrel of a gun. He forces himself to take a breath, refusing to let the situation desensitize him to the bloodshed. Regret is a luxury he hasn't been able to afford since the day he was regressed. He sighs, realizing that his dreams of catching a constellation's eye are becoming increasingly unrealistic. He keeps moving, keeping his eyes peeled, never letting his guard slip for a single second. The question of why they would throw their lives away like this continues to haunt his thoughts. He looks down at his hands, trying to reconcile the violence with the necessity of his survival. He reminds himself that it was self-defense, a mantra to quiet the small voice of doubt in his head. The spoils of war are finally his, 8 distinct artifacts recovered from the ruins of the dungeon. He claims them without a hint of remorse, knowing that here, possession is the only law that truly matters. With the loot secured, he prepares to leave, but the weight of his gear proves to be a challenge. The new effect is a godsend, drastically reducing the burden of his equipment and making him feel lighter than air. He decides to stick to the greatsword for now, finding a strange comfort in its massive destructive presence. He wonders for a fleeting second what would happen if he ever truly lost his grip on the power he's cultivated. This new reality is starting to feel manageable, almost like a game he's finally learning how to win. He turns his attention toward what comes next, his eyes scanning for the next opportunity. He checks his status, satisfied with his progress but knowing he has miles to go before he can truly be called a powerhouse. He reads the data on the screen, noting how much he has consumed and how far he has to climb. The player information serves as a grim reminder of his status, still just a small fish in an ocean of monsters. He looks at the portal, wondering if the people on the other side are worth the trouble. He is not someone who takes kindly to being hunted, especially when he's just trying to do his job. There is no way they could have stumbled into the wrong dungeon by accident. This was a hit. He snaps at them, his voice cold and commanding, telling them to shut their mouths before he shuts them permanently. Survival of the fittest is the only philosophy that holds any weight inside these walls. Dungeons don't care about your past, your potential, or your plans. They only care about who walks out alive. Monsters are relentless, but the real danger has always been the other people fighting for the same scraps of power. The treasures lie waiting, buried under layers of blood and betrayal, calling out to those foolish enough to chase them. He reflects on the grueling days of training and the exhaustion of driving across the country just to find a place to fight. It was worth the trouble, however, as he managed to pick up a new skill that could make all the difference. The ambidextrous sword training is exactly the kind of edge he needs to survive against multiple opponents. It's a basic skill for now, but even the smallest advantage is better than going into a fight with nothing. He stands before the entrance, a solo player staring down a dungeon that was never meant for him. He scoffs at them, asking if they are truly as stupid as they look, knowing full well they have no idea what they've stepped into. They aren't just an ordinary party. He can see the way they move, the way they posture. He gives them a chance to walk away, a final act of mercy before the blood starts to flow. He notices the composition of their group. No healer, no mage, just pure, unadulterated aggression. They abandon the foundations of sustainability just to maximize their ability to kill other players. They are specialized, focused entirely on the art of hunting humans, and it shows in every step they take. The Hyena Pack, a name that fits them perfectly, scroungers who only know how to take from the weak. He challenges them, demanding to know why they are still trying to maintain their charade. They scramble, realizing too late that they are the ones being hunted. He laughs in the face of their threats, refusing to let them intimidate him for even a second. They panic, yelling at each other to keep their distance, terrified of what he might do next. They scramble for position, hoping that some tactical formation will save them from their inevitable end. They try to reassure each other, but the fear is already eating them alive from the inside out. The shock on their faces is priceless when they realize one of their own has been taken out. He wonders if they really thought a level 100 idiot could be beaten so easily. They are amateurs, despite their recent awakening, and they've made the fatal mistake of underestimating him. He confronts them with the truth, calling out their shady practices for what they really are. They are nothing but organ dealers, parasites who feed on the bodies of those they kill. He tries to wrap his head around their twisted logic, but he realizes there is no reason to be found here. They aren't a team bonded by trust. They are predators held together by nothing more than shared greed. He reveals their goal, the harvesting of mana stones from human bodies, a process as disgusting as it is profitable. He tells them he has seen the dark underbelly of this world, and he is not impressed by their little operation. They laugh in his face, completely dismissing the weight of their own crimes. They think they have the power to intimidate him, not realizing they are talking to someone who has already lived a lifetime of violence. They spew insults, their rage masking the creeping realization that they are completely outmatched. He watches them with a cold, detached intensity, weighing their lives against the price of his own time. They threaten him, claiming he won't even have a body left to bury, but the words ring hollow. He knows the Players Association has been trying to hunt them down for years, but they are too slippery to catch. He is well aware of the danger they pose, but he has prepared for every possible outcome. He knows the archers are the most dangerous, the ones who dictate the flow of the battle from the shadows. He decides it is time to end this, to wrap up the loose ends and continue with his business. He smiles, knowing that he has lured them exactly where he wanted them all along. He has been patient, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal his hand. He tosses his greatsword, a gamble that leaves him momentarily vulnerable but sets the stage for a much larger trap. They see the sword hit the ground and think he has made a fatal error, unaware of the carnage that is about to follow. They think he is defenseless, the perfect opening they have been waiting for to land a killing blow. They rush in, desperate to capitalize on what they believe to be his biggest mistake. He watches them descend, knowing that in just a few seconds the battle will be over. They are completely insane, diving into a situation they haven't even begun to understand. He looks at his status window one last time, reminding himself of what he needs to accomplish. He knows the constellations are watching, and he needs to be careful about how he presents himself to them. He contemplates his stats, thinking about who would be the best fit for his unique style of play. He wants a partner who complements his luck, someone who can turn even the worst odds into a winning hand. For now, he accepts that he lacks the reputation to draw any significant interest from the higher beings. Training is all he has, and he knows that the path to true power starts with self-discipline. There is no better place to hone his skills than in a place filled with enemies that want him dead. They scream at him, their voices filled with a desperate, pathetic rage that does nothing to change their situation. He tells them to do it the easy way, offering them one final chance before he makes things much, much worse. He treats them like unruly children, mocking their subservience to their leader. He demands that they listen, that they recognize who is actually in control of this fight. He stands his ground, cold and unshakable, waiting for them to make the next move. He warns them not to waste his time, his patience wearing thin as he prepares for the final strike. He looks at them, not with fear, but with the weary boredom of someone who has seen this script 1,000 times before. The tension is thick enough to cut, a final standoff before the inevitable conclusion of their short, brutal lives. He prepares himself, ready to deliver the final word in a conversation they never should have started. The battlefield is a blur of motion and steel, with Songhyun locked in a dance of death against the goblin horde. He moves with a precision that defies the chaos, his blade carving through the air as he fends off the relentless attackers. With a blindfold obscuring his vision, he relies entirely on his heightened senses to anticipate every strike before it even lands. The pressure is immense, yet he holds his ground, turning the tide of the skirmish with calculated, lethal efficiency. A goblin shrieks in agony as its life is abruptly ended, echoing through the dark, suffocating tunnels. He draws breath in the aftermath, the weight of the moment pressing down on him as he realizes how close he just came to death. The blood drips from his blade, a grim reminder of the thin line he walks between victory and total annihilation. He stands amidst the carnage, his mind racing with the realization of his own fragility in this brutal new reality. The thrill of the fight begins to fade, replaced by the chilling awareness of his own narrow escape. He knows that in this life, one mistake is all it takes to lose everything, and that thought sends a shiver down his spine. He realizes he's been courting disaster, and the adrenaline of the narrow victory leaves him feeling exposed. He has to be smarter, to be more careful, because the next time his luck might just run out. but the rewards of his struggle begin to manifest, proving that the risk was, in some twisted way, necessary. His mind drifts back to the path that led him here, dissecting his every move to ensure his survival. He contemplates his past, the hardships that forced him to sharpen his instincts, and the toll it has taken on his soul. The memories are painful, but they are the bedrock of his newfound power and his ability to see the world for what it truly is. The celestial powers are watching, intrigued by his mysterious path and the way he bends destiny to his will. Even the fickle goddess of luck seems captivated, extending her influence toward him in a silent, cosmic invitation. He focuses on the very air around him, listening to the subtle shifts in pressure that betray the presence of his enemies. This state of total focus is his new sanctuary, a meditative trance that allows him to transcend his physical limits. He recalls the enemy who dared to charge him at the very start of this ordeal, a dangerous encounter that could have ended it all. To think that such a pathetic creature would carry a precious status-cleansing artifact, it was a gamble he barely survived. If he hadn't trusted his instincts and acted with absolute coldness, he would have been utterly destroyed by that status effect. The thought of it makes him clench his teeth. He can't afford such reckless trust again. He vows to be more vigilant, to scrutinize every detail before throwing himself into the fray. The artifact he secured, the recovery ring, feels heavy in his hand, a testament to his scavenged victory. He examines its properties, recognizing that this simple piece of jewelry is now the lifeline he desperately needs. With a flick of his wrist, he prepares the ring, knowing it will be the difference between life and death in the coming trials. He feels the mana begin to flow and synchronize, binding the artifact to his very essence. The realization hits him, he is evolving, consuming the remnants of others to build a foundation for his own ascendancy. The interface blooms before his eyes, displaying the fruits of his relentless grind and the stats he has fought tooth and nail to claim. Strength, dexterity, mana, the numbers climb, painting a picture of a player far stronger than his level should ever allow. He looks over his status window with a faint smirk, knowing that others at his level would be nothing compared to him. He reflects on his return, questioning how long it has truly been since he found himself back in this cycle. The feeling is intoxicating, the slow, steady climb toward power that he was denied for so long. He realizes that even small efforts, when compounded, lead to massive shifts in his overall capabilities. The new title, Lucky Day, pulses with potential, offering him the very thing he needs to defy the odds once more. With his luck surging, he starts to see the patterns in his growth, a roadmap to becoming an unstoppable force. The prospect of what he can achieve with these new titles fills him with a dark, burning ambition. He steps forward into the dungeon's internal road, ready to face whatever horrors await in the darkness. He remembers the requirements for his latest prize, 500 kills, earned while completely sightless. A hollow laugh escapes him. He is ready to test his limits once again in this hellish environment. He tilts his head, sensing the faint, rhythmic movements of the goblins drawing closer to his location. Why hesitate? This is the perfect opportunity to milk this dungeon for every last drop of potential. The numbers shift once more, his luck climbing steadily as he solidifies his status as a true predator. He stares at his updated info, the weight of his progress sinking in, and realizes he is on the verge of something massive. 30 points in luck. The sheer value of this gain is enough to be worth a fortune, perhaps even $1 billion to the right buyer. He's finally gotten the hang of this, understanding the hidden mechanics of this world better than anyone else. A goblin pauses, confused by the sudden silence, unaware that it has already become part of his plans. He moves through the dark, his silhouette a grim warning to the monsters that think they are the ones doing the hunting. The path ahead is clear. He is a force of nature, and no amount of green-skinned vermin will stop him now. A cold, calculating smile spreads across his face as he realizes the sheer absurdity of his situation. He readies his blade, the metal humming with the anticipation of the slaughter to come. A goblin lunges, but his blade moves faster, a silver streak in the gloom. He pivots, his blade singing a song of steel as he cuts through his foes with effortless grace. The carnage is absolute, and he doesn't even bother to look as his enemies collapse around him. He is completely in his element, a master of death moving through a forest of steel and blood. His blade catches the dim light of the dungeon, reflecting the cold resolve that now defines his every action. Another creature falls, and he doesn't miss a beat, his mind already calculating the next strike. He stands victorious, the monsters nothing more than stepping stones on his path to absolute power. The notifications stack up, a symphony of progress that validates his reckless pursuit of strength. He has leveled up again, his presence in the dungeon growing more suffocating with every passing minute. He turns his gaze toward the shadows, knowing there is still much more to be gained in this god-forsaken place. He examines his new title, the power it grants him, already beginning to integrate into his combat style. He moves with a newfound confidence, the dangers of the dungeon no longer feeling like threats but like opportunities. A lone goblin emerges from the dark, but it stands no chance against the man who has turned luck into a weapon. He dispatches it without ceremony, his focus entirely on the accumulation of power that will make him a legend. The tunnels are filled with the remnants of those he has conquered, and he walks among them like a king. He is no longer just a survivor, he is an apex predator, and he is only just beginning to show his teeth. Something was watching him. A creature of raw destructive power loomed at the edge of his perception, and beside it, something else entirely. Not a monster, a presence, radiant, deliberate, and unmistakably interested in Shin Sang-hyun. She was breathtaking and terrifying in equal measure, the goddess of luck standing before him in all her divine splendor, those sharp blue eyes studying him with the kind of attention that changes a person's life forever. Sang-hyun had heard her name whispered in his past life. He never expected to stand before her like this. He turned to face the decision that was about to define everything. One word was all it took, just I, but behind that single syllable was the weight of 55 wasted years, a second chance, and a man who was absolutely not going to waste it. This was the moment the story truly began. Artifact-Devouring Player, a title that meant nothing yet but would come to mean everything. His finger moved without hesitation. Accept. The button glowed beneath his touch, and the world shifted in response because some decisions are irreversible the moment you make them, and Sang-hyun had just made one of the most important ones of his life. You have signed a contract with the goddess of luck. The system notification burned into existence, golden and permanent. He had done it. In his entire first life, not a single constellation had offered him something like this. Now, at the very beginning of his second chance, he had just bound himself to one of the most extraordinary powers in the world. Energy erupted around him, not violent, but alive. The contract wasn't just a title in a menu, it was real. It was coursing through him, changing something fundamental, and even Sang-hyun himself looked stunned by the raw sensation of it. The creature nearby reacted with shock, because whatever had just happened in that moment, even the monsters in this dungeon could feel that something had shifted. Something that should not have been possible just became possible. And the system confirmed exactly how serious things had gotten. The Goblin Lord had already tried to put Sang-hyun down with a status ailment, Overwhelm, a debuff designed to crush a player's will to fight before the battle even really started. But Sang-hyun just smiled. Did you really think that would work? The Goblin Lord had made its move, and it had bet on the wrong man entirely. The slash that answered that arrogance was clean and absolute. The Overwhelm hadn't landed the way the creature intended because Sang-hyun had seen this kind of trick before in another lifetime, and he had planned for exactly this. The goddess of luck watched it all with a smile that was equal parts amusement and genuine delight. She had chosen an interesting player, and she already knew it. Sang-hyun laughed, a real unguarded laugh, the kind he probably hadn't allowed himself in decades. Haha, not arrogance. Just the genuine relief of a man who had spent an entire lifetime being too late, too slow, too unlucky, and was finally getting something right. The creature nearby froze. A massive question mark seemed to hang over the whole situation, because from a monster's perspective, the player standing before it should have been rattled by now. Instead, he was laughing. The Constellation Network buzzed with commentary. 3 of them were already weighing in, most urging him to trust his instincts and forge his own fate. But one dissenting voice whispered that maybe, just maybe, he had made the wrong call. Sang-hyun filed that away without letting it shake him. He stared at the goddess before him, radiant, impossible, real, and all he could think was that he couldn't believe this was actually happening. After everything, after all those decades, he still couldn't quite wrap his head around the fact that a constellation of this caliber was standing in front of him. But disbelief was a luxury he couldn't afford right now. His jaw tightened, his mind sharpened, because even surrounded by divine attention, there was still a dungeon to clear and a body that was running on adrenaline and nothing else. Then came a notification that stopped him cold. The Pilgrim of Grand Space was curious about his true intentions. Sang-hyun knew that name. He knew exactly what it meant, and it made absolutely no sense that this being was here. The Pilgrim materialized with the gravity of something ancient and unknowable, a robed figure that carried the weight of entire dimensions in its presence. This was a constellation that appeared exclusively to players destined to become saints. So why was it looking at Sang-hyun? He stood there in the cosmic space between constellations, small against the scale of everything gathering around him, and tried to work through what this meant. Was the Pilgrim here because of the goddess? Was his luck really so extraordinary that it was attracting beings of this magnitude? All three constellations occupied the same space now: the goddess of luck, the pilgrim of grand space, and the creature of destruction, a trio of cosmic powers that no ordinary player should ever see at once. Sangyun was trying very hard to look like he belonged here. The pilgrim and the goddess stood together, and the contrast between them was striking, one radiant and warm, the other ancient and opaque, both interested in the same man, both waiting for him to decide. The goddess's gaze was unreadable in that moment. Those blue eyes had seen everything, every player who ever succeeded, every player who ever failed, and right now they were entirely focused on him. It felt like being examined by fate itself. His mind pulled him back. 10 years. The first 10 years of his first life as a player, grinding, fighting, surviving, and not a single constellation had reached out to him. He had stood alone in dungeons just like this one, hoping, and heard nothing back. Until one did. The late bloomer model student, a constellation that appeared to players whose potential was locked behind brutal requirements. Sanghyun had clung to that offer like a lifeline, and back then it had genuinely felt like salvation. His appearance was like a ray of saving grace to me. Those words carried everything, the desperation of a man who had been invisible for a decade, suddenly seen by something greater than himself. For a while, he actually believed things were about to change. He remembered charging into those early dungeons with the team he'd built, young and hopeful and full of energy that his aging body had long since burned through. "Let's go," the battle cry of someone who still believed the system was fair. But the enthusiasm faded. The same man, later, quieter, slower, wearing the same armor over a body that had taken too many hits, still saying "let's go," but without the fire behind it. The spark was still there, just buried under years of nothing changed. And yet he kept going. Even when his body screamed at him and the recovery skills barely made a dent, he kept stepping into the next dungeon, and the next, and the next. That was the one thing time never took from him. The Goblin Lord shrieked as Sanghyun's attack connected Ki-EEA, the creature recoiling in genuine shock, because whatever this player was carrying into this fight, it hit a lot harder than a man at his level had any right to hit. The skill had its limitations, and Sanghyun knew them better than anyone. It couldn't completely stop the target from moving, a critical gap that had cost him plenty in his first life. But he hadn't come back to rely on the same broken tools. It could be useful when killing weaker mobs, a practical assessment from a man who had spent decades learning that no skill was useless, only misapplied. He already knew exactly where this one fit. The Goblin Lord surged back with violent force, unwilling to be put down quietly, its red mane blazing, its rage building with each exchange. This wasn't a creature that accepted losing. A burst of energy ripped through the dungeon, the impact of the exchange sending shockwaves through the air. Things were escalating exactly as Sanghyun expected, and he had prepared for precisely this. And then the notification arrived with the weight of finality. "You have signed a contract with the goddess of luck." The goddess reacted with a flash of approval, her expression shifting into something that was almost proud. The deal was sealed. The system terms were iron. Even death wouldn't dissolve this contract for 30 years. That clause sat in his chest like a stone, because in this new life, dying wasn't a reset button. Whatever he built here, he had to protect. Something from another dimension had noticed. A being was carefully watching Sanghyun and the goddess as their contract was finalized, watching with the patient attention of something that had been observing players for a very long time. That unseen gaze sent a chill through the whole scene. The goddess herself leaned closer, her expression shifting from delight to something more focused. She was reading him, not just his actions, but his intentions, his history, the shape of his desperation and hope all tangled together. 15 constellations sent their congratulations. 15. The number alone was staggering, a sign of how much weight this contract carried in the cosmic hierarchy. Whatever Sanghyun had just done, the entire constellation network had taken notice. Sanghyun looked at all of it and said, with complete sincerity, "What the hell? Why are so many of you?" The system was moving faster than even he had planned for, and for just a moment, the composed strategist behind those blue eyes gave way to a genuinely overwhelmed human being. He steadied himself, took a breath. Well, the word was calm, measured, a man pulling himself back from the edge of being starstruck by beings who had just decided his life was worth watching. The goddess floated before him in the cosmic space between dimensions, and he extended his hand, not with desperation, but with the quiet confidence of someone who had finally earned the right to reach this far. The contract between them glowed as it completed. Back in the dungeon, the Goblin Lord paid for every second of that distraction. Sanghyun's blade tore through it with an efficiency that was almost clinical, because in his mind, the constellation business was already handled. This was just cleanup. The creature's screams cut through the air as the attack carved deep, blood-red slashes painting the dungeon walls in proof that the fight was ending, and ending entirely on Songyun's terms. The system chimed in with something that made his expression shift immediately. The second effect of the delay skill had triggered with a 90% chance, and the stun had been extended further. That was the goddess of luck's influence, bending probability in his favor in real time. Whoa, the second time worked too? Even Songyun was impressed, and he was not an easy man to impress. The goddess's passive effect on his luck was already pulling off results that shouldn't statistically happen back to back. The Goblin Lord screamed, "Kek!" Pure disbelief from a boss monster that had never expected to be dismantled this methodically by a single player. Its confusion was its last coherent emotion. The goddess extended her hand gracefully, and the gesture carried the warmth of a being who had just made a decision she was genuinely pleased with. She wasn't just offering a contract, she was offering a partnership. That smile said everything. She wasn't doing this out of obligation or political calculation. She was genuinely delighted, because somewhere across all the timelines and player histories she'd witnessed, she had never seen anything quite like Shin Sang-hyun. The ring on her finger caught the light as she reached toward him, a detail so small and so loaded with meaning that it stopped the moment from feeling transactional. This was personal. This was real. Sang-hyun looked at her sideways, and the smirk on his face was the smirk of a man who had spent decades being nobody, and was only now beginning to understand what he might actually become. "Tell me your wish." The contract menu materialized in full, and the goddess spoke the words with the tone of someone who genuinely meant them. This wasn't ceremony, she was asking. Effect number 3 landed like a bomb. 100% chance to obtain an artifact from every middle boss and boss monster regardless of their rank. In a world built on probability and grind, that single clause rewrote the entire economy of dungeon clearing. The full weight of the contract effects crashed over Songyun in waves, the goddess beside him radiating satisfaction, the golden system text glowing so brightly it seemed to push back the darkness of the dungeon entirely. "Oh, aren't all of these really broken skills?" The thought escaped before he could contain it, because looking at the contract terms laid out in full, even a man who had planned for this couldn't quite believe how complete the package was. It wasn't just good. It was obscene. The system announced it flatly. 3 constellations had entered, then a beat, and then 3 constellations have entered. That second line wasn't a typo. The speed at which beings of that magnitude were arriving was something that had never happened to him before. He stood with his back to them, watching the light bloom in front of him, and in that moment the full magnitude of what was happening finally settled into his bones. This wasn't the same life as before, not even close. He laughed, genuinely, openly, with the kind of energy that comes from a man who had been grinding in the dark for 30 years and had just stepped into sunlight. "Ha ha ha, how was the little show I put on?" He had played this perfectly, and the constellations had watched every second of it. The goddess tilted her head and made the kind of face that could only be described as adorably offended, because yes, she had been played a little, and somehow that made her like him even more. With the contract complete and the cosmic audience satisfied, she turned to him with a look that said the real journey was only beginning. Standing side by side, the goddess of luck and the man she had just chosen felt less like a constellation, and her player, and more like 2 people at the start of something much larger. But Songyun's mind was already working again, gulping down the excitement, locking away the giddy energy, returning to the calculating part of himself that had kept him alive through decades of nothing. He needed to think about the other constellations. He needed to be careful. That smirk returned, controlled and deliberate. Whatever nervousness had crept in during the constellation meeting was already gone. He was back to being exactly who he needed to be, a player who had lived this once and learned every lesson the hard way. Dungeon number 101. Final boss room. The text appeared like a title card, cold and official, a reminder that no matter how extraordinary the constellation business was, there was still a dungeon that needed to be cleared, and a boss that needed to die. The energy built immediately, the boss encounter igniting the room with a force that made the earlier goblin fights feel like a warm-up. This was a different scale of threat, and Songyun walked into it without breaking stride. He moved through the chaos like he had choreographed it himself, because in a sense, he had. He had died in this world before. He had learned its rhythms through suffering. Now he was using that knowledge like a weapon. The goddess watched from her cosmic vantage point, little and bright-eyed, and her expression was pure investment, the look of someone watching a plan come together exactly as hoped. A final boss? The disbelief in his voice was theater, because Songyun absolutely knew this boss was coming. He had probably counted the floors to get here. But even knowing, he threw himself at the challenge with the full commitment of someone who had never learned how to hold back. The Goblin Lord surged with red energy, its power spiking as the battle reached its critical threshold. Boss monsters in this world didn't go quietly. and this one was going to make him earn every single item it dropped. The final exchange was explosive, energy ripping through the room, the impact of each strike reverberating through the dungeon walls. Everything Sung-hyun had was going into this closing moment. He cut through the darkness like he belonged in it, sharp, precise, every movement carrying the muscle memory of a lifetime spent fighting things that should have killed him. He was in his element. The yellow ring effect pulsed, one of the goddess's contract boons activating at exactly the right moment, probability bending quietly in the background while Sung-hyun kept his focus entirely on the fight. Ki-ee-ee! The Goblin Lord's final scream tore through the room as the decisive blow landed. Not elegant, not poetic, just effective. The creature that had been a final boss a moment ago was now just a problem that had been solved. The clash of the final exchange detonated outward, light and force meeting in one concentrated burst that marked the exact moment the Goblin Lord lost this fight. 100% critical chance. The goddess had delivered exactly what she promised. The white energy of the finishing strike painted the dungeon in silence, the echoes of the battle already fading. The room that had been a war zone 30 seconds ago was now just a room with a dead boss and a guaranteed artifact waiting to be claimed. Final boss, consumed by greed, Goblin Lord. The nameplate appeared with the weight of an obituary. This creature had a title, it had a history, it had been a nightmare for countless other players. For Song-hyun, it had been a proof of concept. He brought his sword down one final time, the killstroke clean and complete, the white light of it cutting through everything that remained, then silence, then the sound of a system about to be very generous. Sang-hyun pulled up the menu with the goddess beside him, and for the first time since the fight started, he let himself breathe. The numbers in front of him confirmed everything he had gambled on, the artifact drop rate, the contract bonuses, all of it working exactly as intended. The goddess had a question, though. She wanted to know what he intended to do about the other constellations who had offered to contract with him. It was a pointed question, and she asked it with the careful tone of someone who wanted him to think very carefully about his answer. The artifacts materialized before him in a display that most players would never see in an entire lifetime. Items of quality that the guaranteed drop rate had unlocked. Each one represented compounded advantage, and Song-hyun looked at them with the focused hunger of a man who understood exactly how to use what he'd just been given. But then, triple exclamation marks from a nearby presence, the pink creature nearby jolting with what could only be described as stunned alarm. Something had just happened that nobody in this equation had anticipated. The cleaner of a fallen dimension warns you, he will try his best to cut off your head. The notification landed with the casual brutality of a death threat delivered through a system menu. Sang-hyun looked at the goddess. She looked at him. He was still smiling. The CAG impact arrived like a statement, the Goblin Lord making one last desperate surge, hurling everything it had left at a player who had already decided how this was going to end. Those red eyes burned with the primal fury of a creature that had survived everything this dungeon had thrown at it, only to find something it couldn't overwhelm, couldn't intimidate, couldn't outlast. Song-hyun's expression sharpened to a point. The double exclamation in his body language wasn't fear, it was recognition. Something was happening, some mechanic was triggering, and he needed to account for it right now. Status ailment, overwhelm. There it was again, the Goblin Lord's signature ability, the move that was supposed to drain the will to fight out of any player who got hit with it. Against someone else, it would have worked. Against Sang-hyun, it had just signed its own death certificate. Keuk. The impact hit him hard enough to draw blood. Real blood, not just numbers on a screen. He grimaced but didn't buckle. A 55-year-old man who had been fighting monsters since before most players were adults did not buckle from a status ailment. The red energy of the overwhelm tried to take hold, slashing through his system, reaching for the part of him that wanted to stop, that was exhausted, that had every reason to just let go. It found nothing to grip, because whatever the overwhelm needed to function, doubt, exhaustion, a will that could be bent, Sang-hyun had burned all of that out of himself decades ago. The Goblin Lord stared at him with a jaw open in disbelief. The attack had connected, the status had been applied, and this man was still standing there looking at it like it was a minor inconvenience. It's able to forcibly reduce a target's motivation to fight. Sang-hyun recited the skill description to himself, almost conversationally, because understanding exactly what something does is the first step to making sure it never does it to you again. His overwhelm was already fading, his motivation was exactly where it had always been, unmovable. Demon Bash LV. One activated, and simultaneously the system announced that the Goblin Lord had been stunned for 2 full seconds. 2 seconds in a fight like this was an eternity. Sang-hyun already knew what he was going to do with them. Keek! The Goblin Lord's enraged scream was cut off midway by the stun, the creature frozen in its own fury while Sang-hyun moved freely around it. The power dynamic of this fight had officially inverted. He spun into the opening with everything, the kind of attack that uses the body's full rotation, all the momentum and weight behind it, landing with the efficiency of someone who had drilled this movement 10,000 times in his original life. The blood-red slashes that followed weren't theatrical, they were surgical. Every cut placed exactly where it would do the most damage, in the exact window of vulnerability that the stun had created. This was what experience looked like in practice. The dark sword arc that completed the sequence carved through the remaining resistance of the Goblin Lord like it was nothing, because at this point, it genuinely was nothing. The battle was decided. The creature just hadn't accepted it yet. The first effect of delay had triggered and the stun was already being extended. The goddess's contract effects stacking in real time, multiplying the advantage that Songhyun had already manufactured for himself. He heard the creature scream. Kick! The Goblin Lord's cry pitched into something desperate and animal, the sound of a boss monster that had just run out of options. Every tool it had, the intimidation, the overwhelm, the sheer physical violence of it, had been turned into an opportunity for the player standing in front of it. The goddess of luck is interested in you. The notification surfaced during the fight, almost casually, as if the cosmic audience watching this dungeon clear had decided they needed to formally acknowledge something remarkable. The goddess herself clasped her hands together, her smile widening into something genuinely warm and bright. She had never seen a lucky swordsman before, and watching one operate in real time was clearly exceeding whatever expectations she'd had when she reached out to him. She has never seen a lucky swordsman before. The phrasing landed with unexpected weight, because in this world, luck was usually the domain of archers, summoners, support classes. A swordsman who had built his entire second chance around luck as a core stat was something genuinely new, and she was delighted by it. Songhyun processed all of this with the measured calm of a man who had been through too much to get swept away by praise, even divine praise. He noted it, filed it, kept moving. The cleaner of a fallen dimension praises you for your hidden cruelty. The notification appeared, and Songhyun's eye twitched slightly. Hidden cruelty. Of all the ways to describe what he was doing in this dungeon, efficiently dismantling a boss with precision and zero hesitation, that constellation had chosen hidden cruelty. He wasn't sure how to feel about that. The pink creature nearby reacted to the cleaner's commentary with unmistakable alarm, because apparently, being noticed for cruelty by a constellation of that type wasn't something to take lightly. The late bloomer model student constellation resurfaced in his mind. That relationship was complicated. Its requirement had always been the problem. Reach level 850 and all artifact and title stats would be doubled. Tripled if pushed further. Spectacular numbers locked behind a wall that had taken him his entire first life to even get close to. Well, in the end, the cosmic figure stood wreathed in light, representing the constellation that had been both his salvation and his cage, the one that gave him the potential for extraordinary power and then spent 45 years never letting him touch it. That was where his gratitude and his resentment lived side by side. I was able to regress thanks to him. I should be grateful. The admission came out honest and undecorated. Whatever complicated feelings existed around the late bloomer constellation, the fact remained. Without it, there was no second chance. That debt was real. But gratitude didn't mean blind loyalty, and Songhyun was already mapping the implications. I need to be careful. He had regressed once. There was no guarantee of another chance. Every decision going forward had to be made with the assumption that this was his final run. The pilgrim of grand space materialized again in the cosmic space, and the golden light radiating from it made everything else feel small, this being operated on a scale that made individual dungeons look like footnotes. And yet, it was here, paying attention to one player in one dungeon on one particular afternoon. The goddess of luck claims that since she does not have any exclusive desires, the message trailed into something Songhyun hadn't expected. She was telling him something that changed the arithmetic of his decision completely. Even if you were to choose a different constellation now, she promises that you can contract with her at a later time. Songhyun stared at that message for a long moment. The goddess of luck was giving him an out, deliberately making herself less essential to his immediate choice so that the decision he made next would be entirely his own. That kind of generosity from a constellation was almost unheard of, and it told him everything he needed to know about who she was. He looked at all of it, the offers, the warnings, the promise of future contracts, the hostile constellations already plotting against him, and his expression settled into that familiar, dangerous calm. The smirk of a man who was finally playing a game he understood, with cards he had never been allowed to hold before. Then the name surfaced, the Archer of Miracles, a figure wreathed in golden light, armor gleaming, presence immense, the kind of person that stories get written about. Hashimoto Yuki. Even the name carried weight. Hashimoto Yuki, the Archer of Miracles, was given the greatest of praises among archers. Songhyun held that name in his mind carefully. In his first life, this person had been a legend, someone so far above him that comparing their trajectories would have been insulting to both of them. But this wasn't his first life anymore. And the way Sang-hyun was looking at that name now wasn't admiration, it was calculation. A woman with purple hair looks directly at him and extends an invitation. Just like that, no build-up, no warning. The most powerful player he's ever stood in front of is asking him to come with her. Somewhere nearby, someone watching can barely contain themselves. The jealousy is raw and unfiltered, because everyone knows what an offer like that means. Being chosen by her isn't luck, it's a changing point. But he doesn't flinch. He meets her eyes and asks the only question that matters: on what condition? Not starstruck, not nervous, just calculated. She wasn't expecting that. She laughs, not mocking, genuinely amused, because it's been a long time since someone stood in front of her and asked for terms instead of just saying yes. The level up notification tears through the moment. His stats refresh, his title updates, and the system acknowledges what he just survived, but his mind is already somewhere else entirely. The title burns onto his record, a badge earned through pain, not performance, plus 30 luck, plus 10 evasion, and a passive that lets him strengthen one of his skills further. The system rewarded him for enduring, not just winning. He exhales. Between the thugs who tailed him and the dungeon that nearly broke him, he's starting to feel the weight of pushing too hard, too fast. His body is keeping score even when his mind refuses to. The goddess of luck chimes in, cheerful and unbothered, pointing out that surviving everything he survived today wasn't purely skill. It was fortune. Real, measurable fortune. He pushes back. Wouldn't most people assume it was just talent? There's a quiet pride in the question, the kind that doesn't want to owe anyone, even a goddess, credit for his survival. She doesn't argue. She simply says that having good luck is a skill in itself, and that she's proud to be supporting someone with his fortune. Then, almost immediately, her tone shifts entirely. She pivots with a smile, and he can't help but notice how fast she changed her stance. Money. That's where his head goes after everything. Not rest, not recovery. Money. And right now, there's only one place in the world where he can earn the kind of money his plans actually require. The system didn't appear in a vacuum. It came with an entire world built around it. Quests, structures, hierarchies. And at the top of that structure sits an organization powerful enough to shape the lives of every player alive. The Players Association, the name alone carries weight, an institution born alongside the Age of Awakening, and the single body that controls what players can and cannot do. If he wants to operate at the level he's planning, he'll have to move through them. And he intends to. The grin on his face isn't reckless, it's the look of someone who already knows the board better than the people sitting at it. His car rattles, warning lights flood the dashboard all at once, the kind of cascade that says this vehicle is done. Not inconvenient, just one more thing adding pressure to an already impossible situation. He stares at the dashboard, completely dry about it. Does he need a new car? Yeah, probably. Add it to the list. But the car is just the surface problem. Underneath it is something heavier, the statistical reality that at his current level he's walking around with a target on his back. Crimes don't find players at random, they find the ones stuck in the middle. The memory of what he saw earlier, the bodies, the violence, the danger closing in from every angle, hasn't left him. He can't keep surviving by instinct alone. He needs structure, he needs a safer environment. Living in a player town would solve that. Constant surveillance, controlled zones, a place where someone like him doesn't have to watch every corner just to get through the day. He can't stop, even with everything falling apart around him. The broken car, the exhaustion, the constant threat, he refuses to let any of it become a reason to slow down. 2 hours earlier, somewhere on the Honam Expressway, he's driving with a quiet kind of satisfaction. The goblin shield sitting beside him was a gamble. Used equipment from a monster, but it did its job. He's eating rice and kimchi on the road, laughing softly to himself about the absurdity of it. A man who just survived a goblin dungeon, eating a simple Korean meal, completely unbothered by how strange his life has become. He punches the gas. The quest arena is waiting. He's not nervous, he's excited. The kind of excitement that only comes when someone has already made up their mind and just needs to arrive. But the moment he walks up to the entrance, he's stopped cold. A guard blocks his path and the sheer indignity of it hits him hard. He can't believe he's being stopped at the front door. The guard doesn't care about his confidence or his record. Rules are rules, and right now his level doesn't open every door. The administrator in front of him is firm, but not unkind. She's seen too many players overestimate themselves. She's not blocking him out of cruelty. She's trying to keep him alive. She breaks down emotionally when she thinks about what he's asking. She's seen players die because they believed they were ready. The tears aren't for show. She genuinely doesn't want to add another name to that list. He turns away from her concern, expression unreadable. He hears what she's saying. He understands the logic. But understanding something and letting it stop you are two different things entirely. He quietly asks the goddess of luck, if he pumps his luck stat, will the rank of his artifact drops increase? It's a calculated question, not random grinding. He's already thinking about the next tier. The answer comes in the form of a system notification that hits like a thunderclap. Mana synchronization with the has begun. The artifact pulses with life, and beside him, the goddess reacts with visible delight. Back at the quest arena entrance, the administrator is still pleading. She pulls out numbers, logic, precedent, anything to convince him to walk away. He listens to all of it and still doesn't move. He turns to face her fully. His answer is no. Simple, final, not aggressive, just immovable. The goddess floats into the moment unbothered, as if the tension around her is completely invisible. She's already decided this is going to work out. She always does. He mentally reviews his stats. His luck is already past 100. He didn't even realize how fast it climbed. The number stares back at him, almost unreal. And now he understands what that means. Once a stat breaks the 100 threshold, every related effect gets a 10% bonus on top. His evasion climbs further. His drop rates become something genuinely dangerous to monsters on the other end. The mana synchronization activates fully. Electric light tears through the shield. Coming alive in his grip. It's not just equipment anymore. It's an extension of his will. The title card drops. Artifact-Devouring Player. Chapter 9. Everything that's been building comes into focus here. A man with a plan, a goddess at his side, and a system he understands better than anyone around him. The Q area facility rises before him. Massive, modern, humming with the energy of hundreds of active players. This is the arena he came for. This is where the real money lives. And then she appears. Kim Miso, level 100, purple hair, cool eyes, arrows on her back. She approaches him first, which is enough to make everyone nearby stop breathing. The onlookers immediately start whispering. Why is she talking to him? Does he not understand what her attention means? He's only level 17. This shouldn't be happening. He hears every word, every muttered comment, every dismissive laugh, and he lets them know, quietly and with absolute clarity, that he can hear them perfectly fine. Kim Miso doesn't flinch at the tension. She simply states the obvious. This place is going to be challenging for him. It's not a warning, it's an observation from someone who's seen what happens when people come here unprepared. He already knows. He walks beside her anyway, 2 steps behind, letting the conversation breathe. He's not here to argue, he's here to prove something. She asks him why he wants to take on a level 100 quest. No pretense, no small talk, just the question. His answer is one word, money. No hesitation, no embarrassment, just the truth, delivered so cleanly that it almost sounds like a challenge. The goddess of luck watches from her invisible perch, completely convinced that everything going right for him is thanks to her. He doesn't correct her, he just smiles and lets her believe it. She brings up his luck stat again, and the moment he checks it, something clicks. The number is already over 100. He didn't plan for it to happen this fast. Once a stat crosses 100, everything connected to it scales upward. His evasion gets sharper. His drop rates climb. The system rewards the investment exponentially. The Shield of Coodness sits in his hands. Silver artifact, support equipment, special effect sacrifice. It converts damage taken into health regeneration at the cost of mana. In the right situation, it doesn't just protect him, it makes him harder to kill the more pressure gets applied. He thinks through what comes next. The artifacts he'll need, the equipment he'll have to source. Used gear is the only realistic path right now. The cost of building a proper loadout from scratch is out of reach. But that's fine. He's always operated on a budget. Kim Miso leans in. She has no conditions, she says, but she does have a promise she wants him to make. If he disappoints her, she'll make him pay for it. The smile doesn't leave her face when she says it. That's somehow worse than if she looked angry. But if he delivers, if he actually backs up every word of confidence he's thrown around, she'll apologize, sincerely, for every dismissal, every doubt. He reads her instantly, she's not threatening him, and the realization that Kim Miso, the most influential player in the country, sees enough in him to bother running a test at all is more motivating than anything else she could have said. He enters the dungeon, receives him like it always does, with the full weight of everything it has. He walks in knowing exactly what it's going to cost. The battle is brutal. The dungeon pushes back with everything it has, but so does he. The Shield of Cutness absorbs punishment and converts it into survival, turning the dungeon's aggression into fuel. Cleared. The system announces it without ceremony. Complete. He survived what everyone said would break him. He exhales, just one breath. The blood on him is real, the exhaustion is real, and the relief, quiet and private, is real too. Nearby, one of Kim Miso's companions apologizes. It's small, genuine. The kind of sorry that comes from someone who underestimated him and knows it. He laughs it off. It's fine. It's already fine. Kim Miso turns to him. The question in her eyes isn't hostile, it's curious. She's recalibrating, which is exactly what he needed her to do. He answers her look with quiet confidence, eyes forward, breathing steady. Whatever she's about to say, he's already decided he can handle it. The three of them move together through the facility. Kim Miso, him, and the administrator who tried to stop him not long ago. The shift in dynamic is subtle but impossible to miss. Kim Miso glances sideways at him. Something has shifted in her assessment. She's not dismissing him anymore. She's studying him. He catches the look and doesn't react. He's already thinking about what comes next. He still needs to go back. There's something left unfinished, and it's been sitting in the back of his mind since before the dungeon. Kim Miso, the level 100, player rank A+, member of the Eden Guild. The system display lays it all out, but the numbers barely capture what she actually represents in the player world. She's not just a powerful player. She's the daughter of Shinsung Biotechnics' president, a corporation with its fingers in everything. The moment she became a player, the two worlds merged, and the weight of that legacy followed her onto every battlefield. Everything she touches turns into headlines. Every item she wears sells out. Every word she speaks gets quoted in dozens of articles. She is, by every measure, the most visible player alive. But the moment she decides someone is filled with hollow confidence, the moment she smells arrogance without substance, she doesn't just walk away. She ends careers. Shin Taeri, the shadow assassin, Cho Jino, one of the nation's greatest swordsmen, both of them members of the same guild, Eden, the same guild that Kim Miso stands at the center of. She smiles at him, not the polite smile from earlier, something warmer, more genuine. She was born into the greatest position in player history, and now she's wondering if the level 17 standing in front of her might actually be worth her time. He heard it, every whispered doubt, every muttered disbelief, and instead of letting it shake him, he simply confirms the deal. A 5% cut for backup support. That's the offer on the table, and he's already decided it's generous enough. Kim Miso doesn't hide her skepticism. She leans into it, telling him straight that she isn't agreeing because of his terms. She's agreeing in spite of them. The difference matters to her, even if it doesn't matter to him. She lays out the reality without softening it. This quest is hard even for her. A level 100 player. 300 wolf-type monsters. 300. The number hangs in the air like a death sentence. He doesn't react the way she expects. No hesitation, no second guessing, just silence and a look that says he already ran the numbers and liked what he found. Just wait and see. 4 words. No explanation attached. The kind of confidence that doesn't need to justify itself, which somehow makes it more unsettling than any argument he could have made. The administrator watches the whole exchange, reading the situation carefully. She still doesn't know what to make of him, this player who walked in at level 17 and somehow ended up standing next to Kim Miso like he belongs there. She grew curious. Not convinced, just curious. And that's already more than most players ever get from her. The quest details surface. A defense mission near Jamsil Station. Protect the Guardian Tower, eliminate every wolf-type monster closing in on it. Target count, 300. Recommended level, 100. Reward, 500 million won. Kim Miso pulls up the quest interface and taps accept without ceremony. The administrator scrambles to keep pace, still processing what she's watching unfold. Nobody expected him to pick a defense quest. Everyone assumed he'd go for a raid or a fetch, something with more margin for error. A defense quest is unforgiving. Every monster that slips through is a failure. Kim Miso's expression sharpens. She already pressed accept, and she's not walking it back. Whatever comes next, she's committed. The quest initializes. Lightning cracks across the transfer gate as both players are pulled toward the quest zone. The world around them compresses into energy, and then releases. The administrator clutches her tablet and watches them disappear. She's already bracing for the worst. Inside the quest zone, chaos erupts immediately. A massive wolf creature breaks through first. Jaws wide, body built like a battering ram, and it doesn't wait for anyone to get their footing. The Black Wolf, its debuff ability fires without warning. The notification hits Shin Sang-hyun's screen, and for a split second, everything threatens to stop. But he doesn't freeze. The moment the stun lands, something else fires back, and the wolf's prey, which should have been locked in place, keeps moving. The wolf didn't expect that. That brief window of confusion is all he needs. He closes the gap before the creature can recalibrate. Steel meets fur and bone. He drives through the monster with controlled, deliberate force, not reckless aggression, but precision wrapped in violence, the kind of form that takes years of real combat to build. Strike after strike lands clean. There's a rhythm to his movement that shouldn't exist in someone at his level. Economy of motion, no wasted energy, no openings left behind. The wolf drops. The quest restriction is clear. Every single monster must be eliminated to clear, not most of them. Outside the zone, the onlookers argue about whether he's even going to survive. The pessimism runs deep. A level 17 taking a level 100 quest is basically a funeral. But one of them pushes back. Kim Miso didn't just randomly help him. She had something in mind from the beginning. She's not the type to make careless decisions. The conversation shifts to the ranking system, a topic that cuts to the core of why everyone is underestimating him, because level alone doesn't measure a player's real power anymore. The Players Association redesigned rankings with two criteria, the number of dungeons cleared and raw battle sense, two separate measures because they know one number was never enough. And the reason Kim Miso sits at A+ isn't her dungeon count, it's her battle sense, something instinctive, something that can't be faked or grinded for. She read him correctly. The question is whether he deserves what she saw. Someone finally asks the uncomfortable question, what does A+ even mean? What exists above it? The answer is simple and terrifying. A plus doesn't mean she's the strongest. It means there are things out in the world that are still stronger than her. That's not what anyone wanted to hear, but the conversation collapses anyway, because right now he's inside a level 100 quest with the nation's greatest marksman, and nobody actually knows what's happening in there. Inside the zone, the defense quest officially begins. The night stretches over the battlefield, and in the darkness, wolves begin to move. He steps forward alone, leaving Kim Miso behind him. His instructions were clear before they entered. Don't interfere unless he asks. Just cover support and take the cut. She watches him go. Somewhere between amusement and disbelief, she wonders what exactly she just agreed to. The wolves surge, not one or two, dozens, closing from every angle, teeth and momentum in pure mass. This is what 300 looks like when they start moving. He doesn't run. He plants himself and lets his body do what it was trained to do. Read the wave, find the line through it, and start cutting. The skill fires and the impact radiates outward. Wolves scatter from the point of contact. But they keep coming. The pack doesn't stop because some of them fell. The pack adapts, and a few of them are starting to move like they're thinking. He sees it too. Something is off about their behavior. The wolves aren't just charging, they're positioning. There's something coordinating them. He locks on to the source and calls it. He'll handle all of them. Not some, not most. All of them. Kim Miso hears it and doesn't say a word. The first serious clash hits like a shockwave. Wolf claws connect, wolf jaws snap, and the sound of impact echoes across the entire quest zone. He takes the hit and keeps going. His fighting style absorbs punishment without breaking rhythm, exactly what the was built for. Kim Miso watches him work. She wanted to dismiss what she was seeing. She really did, but there are no flaws in his strikes. Not one. His stance is textbook, better than textbook. It maximizes reach, controls space, and never sacrifices defense for offense. Giin, her own guild's best swordsman, used to describe this exact balance as a standard no one ever actually achieved. And this level 17 is living it in real time. On top of the technique, every single movement is efficient. No wasted steps. Every swing eliminates multiple targets. He treats the battlefield like a math problem, and he's solving it fast. But even she has to admit, there's still room to grow. He's not perfect. He has ceiling left, which somehow makes it worse, because what he's showing right now is already terrifying. The sheer number of them is the real problem. 300 isn't a number you fight through with skill alone. The wolves just keep coming, filling the space left by everyone he drops. Kim Miso stands back and watches the wave. She's seen seasoned veterans fold under less pressure. He's still standing, but the math is starting to feel impossible. She knew something was wrong from the moment they entered. The wolves weren't behaving like a normal pack, and now, standing in the middle of it, the pattern becomes undeniable. Why are all of them moving like that? A skill activates with a flash of violet energy. He fires. Again, point blank, controlled detonation, and the wolves directly in front of him stagger in a pile. They're motionless, an entire cluster, frozen mid-lunge, frozen mid-growl. The battlefield goes briefly quiet. He moves through the gap without blinking. This is what the plan always was, not to overpower them, but to stop them long enough to take them apart piece by piece. He drives his blade through the stunned cluster. eliminating them with the clean efficiency of someone who's done this before. The sound is sharp and final. Kim Miso barely has time to register what just happened before more wolves break through. One of them nearly gets to her. She catches herself right before the edge. 30 minutes earlier, the deal was already in place. She told him, "Stay in your lane, don't ask for my help unless it's life or death," and she'll back him up with 5% of the reward. Simple arrangement. She told herself she was just fulfilling a contractual obligation, but watching him now, she knows that's not the whole truth anymore. He positioned himself facing the entire approaching tide and kept her exactly where she'd be most useful, behind him, elevated, untouched. The geometry of it was deliberate. She hears something out of the darkness, something that didn't come with the rest of the pack. There it is, the Black Wolf. Not the same class as the others, a different tier entirely, moving with intention instead of instinct. He smiles, there's no fear in it, just recognition, and the quiet thrill of finally seeing the thing he was waiting for arrive. The Black Wolf slams into the arena, the ground cracks from the pressure, every other wolf in the zone responds to its presence like an amplifier was just switched on. He doesn't move, he just asks it out loud, casually, with the calm of someone who already knows how this ends. Why is this so easy? The confidence in that question should be infuriating, but the wolves circling him are starting to understand why he asked it. He cuts through them clean, one fluid arc that drops multiple wolves in a single motion. The sound rings out sharp and clear. The pack scatters, he's moving through them like they're furniture, repositioning, covering ground, landing every strike exactly where it needs to go. More impacts, more wolves down. The numbers are shrinking, but the pace isn't slowing. If anything, he's accelerating. He never faced the Black Wolf before. Something about it pulls at the edges of memory anyway, a familiar pressure, a familiar weight, like a feeling he can't quite place but can't ignore. The Black Wolf fires its own, the same debuff he's been using. For a moment, the entire battlefield freezes. The system confirms it. Due to the Black Wolf he is currently under the effect of. There's no wiggle room in those words. He should be locked. The quest parameters are absolute. Every single monster must be defeated. A 4-man party with at least one ranged attacker is the standard recommendation for a quest like this. He came in solo. The observers outside the zone are stunned too. In their own way, they expected this eventually, the moment where the overconfidence would cost him everything. Kim Miso tenses. She's been watching him from range, holding back per the agreement, but if the stun actually landed, the next few seconds could end this quest before it finishes. He grins. The stun landed, and he doesn't care. The Black Wolf lunges, and his prey doesn't fall. The stun breaks as fast as it arrived, and he's already mid-counter before the wolf processes what happened. Kim Miso nearly stumbles. She barely catches herself before going over the edge. He didn't even look back to check on her. He was too busy dismantling the monster that just tried to lock him down. She processes the timing. If the stun really lasted 4 full seconds, and she counted it, then his ability isn't just good, it's longer than anything her guild's best warrior has ever pulled off. She stares at that number. 4 seconds. That's not a level 17 number. That's not a normal number at all. Something cracks open in her assessment. She's been holding back a full evaluation this whole time, telling herself he's still just a newbie with potential, but 4 seconds breaks that framework entirely. Lightning tears across the quest zone in waves. The combat intensifies, both of them pushing harder now, the Black Wolf adapting, the regular pack still pouring in from every direction. She pulls her bow and lets arrows fly, not because he asked, but because the situation has shifted past the point where she can justify staying completely passive. The question that's been building finally escapes her. How is this possible? A near-perfect swordsman form, a stun that outlasts Genos, the ability to counter debuffs on the fly, all of it in a level 17 body. He doesn't explain. He just keeps fighting, moving through the wolves with that same quiet focus, like the question doesn't require an answer because the results are already speaking. The Black Wolf snarls, genuinely surprised. It threw everything it had at him, and he's still here, still moving, still cutting through its pack like they're obstacles on a training course. He turns to face it directly. Are you surprised? His voice is even. This is the same energy he walked in with. It never left. He closes in fast. The wolves around him barely slow him down now. He's threading between them like he has the whole field memorized. Outside, someone finally admits the truth out loud. Kim Miso didn't drag him into this quest by accident. She had a reason, a real one, and it wasn't charity. She had guild members tied up elsewhere. Minimum party size regulations were going to force her to find someone. She just happened to find him, a player full of confidence at exactly the right moment. And now, watching him in there, she's starting to wonder whether that encounter was really as coincidental as it seemed. She made a private promise to herself before they entered. If anything truly dangerous happened, she'd step in. She'd take responsibility for her words and protect him. But she also hoped, quietly, that this would be the moment where he finally understood his limits. That hope is gone. She watches him move. There is no lesson being learned in there. There is only proof. The black wolf charges again, a full commitment lunge aimed directly at him, its red eyes cut through the dark like headlights. He waits for it, reads the trajectory, adjusts his grip, and sidesteps at the last possible moment, letting the beast's own momentum work against it. Fires again. The impact is direct, clean, and catastrophic for the wolf. The black wolf staggers. He presses the advantage immediately. No pause, no dramatic pause, just continuous pressure applied with perfect timing. The wolves, still standing, scramble. The pack is fracturing. Without their anchor, the coordination breaks down and they start operating on pure instinct again, which means they become predictable. He sweeps through them. The battlefield is starting to look like the end of something rather than the middle. Kim Miso fires arrow after arrow, picking off the stragglers he angles past, working in clean synchronization with his forward momentum, even though they never coordinated it beforehand. The system fires. Hits him again, and this time Kim Miso sees it land. She screams inside. This is the moment she was dreading. But his artifact intervenes. Due to the current equipped artifact the effect of has been avoided. The stun doesn't even take hold. Kim Miso stares at the notification. Her mouth doesn't close all the way. The artifact just negated a debuff that levels above him couldn't shrug off. She laughs. Not a mocking laugh, but the kind that escapes when something breaks your expectations so completely that the only honest response is disbelief. She almost tried to criticize him. She had the argument ready. She was going to point out the moment where he left himself exposed. But the artifact didn't give her the chance. Kicks in. Deactivated. The system confirms what she just watched happen. He didn't resist it through stats or skill. He had a contingency in place before the battle even started. That's what she couldn't see from the outside. This wasn't a lucky run. This was a built system. Every piece of it chosen, every gap covered, every vulnerability accounted for before he stepped foot into the zone. He didn't walk into this quest unprepared. He walked in with a plan that expected the Black Wolf to use. He prepared for exactly this. The realization hits her like a second arrow. She thought she was testing him. She might have been the one being evaluated all along. The Black Wolf makes one final push. Wounded, furious, burning through whatever reserves it has left. It's not fighting smart anymore. It's fighting out of desperation. He reads it perfectly. Desperate enemies move in straight lines. He positions himself, times the gap, and strikes with everything he's built. Stance, reach, momentum, and the artifact working all at once behind a single clean motion. The strike lands. The Black Wolf's roar cuts short. Kim Miso loses one final arrow, not because she needed to, but because she promised she'd help if it came to this. She kept her end. He stands in the aftermath, surrounded by silence where there was carnage moments before. 300 monsters. He took them all. She walks toward him slowly. The test is over. The result is not what she expected. And more than that, it's not something she can pretend she didn't see. She's not offering him a lesson. She's offering a recalibration of her entire opinion. And for someone at her level, that's not something that happens easily or often. He turns to face her, still calm, still carrying that same unshakable certainty he walked in with, as if 300 wolves and a black wolf boss were simply Tuesday. And somewhere in the back of her mind, a single thought settles in. This player, level 17, with a shield looted from a goblin and a goddess riding his shoulder, might be the most dangerous thing she's encountered all year. The Wolf Lord doesn't go down easy. Shin Sung-hyun throws everything at it, and fires, connects, and does absolutely nothing. The system notification is blunt. Due to the Wolf Lord's skill resistance, the attack has not been activated. This isn't a regular boss. It has countermeasures built in. He knows that. He's known it this whole time. That's the advantage of someone who's lived through this before. He already knows every move this creature is going to make. And still, he keeps pressing forward. The Wolf Lord twists and slams him off its body. He falls, rolls, and catches himself before the landing kills his momentum. His HP bar is already deep in the red, 120 out of 700. The system notification hits anyway. It finally broke through the resistance. A small window. But small windows are all he's ever needed. The Wolf Lord roars, raw fury, wounded pride, the sound of something that hasn't had prey fight back like this in a very long time. He doesn't stop. 299 down, one left. The quest tracker stares back at him, one monster away from clearing everything. His body tells him to stop. Every signal it has is screaming at him to rest, to breathe, to take even 30 seconds off. He checks his HP and keeps moving anyway. 2 level-up notifications fire back to back. The system registers the carnage he's walked through tonight and rewards it accordingly. He doesn't celebrate, he just absorbs the numbers and keeps his eyes on the Wolf Lord. The new title arrives. Rank D status debuffs caused by wolf-type monsters are ignored. Bossed monsters are exempt. It's a direct answer to everything this dungeon threw at him all night. He checks the stat screen while he still has a moment. The levels are climbing fast, he's rushing through them, and he knows it. There's a reason for the speed and a direction behind all of it. Kim Miso watches from a distance and can't find the right word for what she's seeing. She lands on one anyway, insane, not as an insult, as the only honest description available. He drives the blade into the Wolf Lord with full force, sparks flying from the impact, the shockwave of it rolling outward. The creature doesn't fall, it absorbs the hit and keeps standing. The Wolf Lord glares at him with one eye, the other already gone. Its body is wrecked, its pride is wrecked, and yet it refuses to end. He pushes through its resistance again, strike after strike, each one landing exactly where he intends, building towards something specific. He's not just fighting the boss, he's executing a plan against it. He's done this before, countless times. The thought crosses his mind as muscle memory guides his hands through patterns that feel worn in, like footprints in a path he's walked so many times it carved itself into him. Kim Miso watches from range. She's not impressed easily, she's been watching players fight her whole life, and right now she's out of dismissals. She gives the honest read. He has no flaws in his form, his stance maximizes reach. His skill has a stun longer than anything her own guild's best warrior can produce, and he's only level 17. The list of impossible things about him keeps getting longer. Outside the quest zone, bystanders are still debating whether the Wolf Lord is even beatable. One of them frames it correctly. Kim Miso got ranked A+ purely because of battle sense, and she's fighting alongside him right now. That means something. The ranking system flashes on screen as context. A+ isn't about dungeon clear count, it's about reading a battlefield in real time. Kim Miso earned it purely through instinct. Which means her decision to partner with this level 17 wasn't charity or coincidence, it was a read. Defense Quest, The Age of the Night and Wolves, the title of the battle therein hangs over everything that's happening, a name for the kind of night that forges players or breaks them. He smiles at the Wolf Lord. Even now, even after everything, there's something in him that's enjoying this. The Wolf Lord fires another attack, a calculated furious strike built to finally put him down for good. He sidesteps it with a movement so precise it looks effortless. He knew it was coming. He's known every single move pattern this creature has, every irregular step, every feint, every trap. All of it cataloged. Kim Miso sees it from her position. She's starting to genuinely believe in him now, not because he told her to, but because the evidence has accumulated past the point where disbelief is sustainable. She was full of contempt at the start. She made no effort to hide it, but standing here now, watching him operate, she has to silently acknowledge what she's actually seeing. The Wolf Lord staggers. Its coordination is breaking down, not from exhaustion, but from being systematically dismantled by a player it couldn't predict. He grins. He's been putting on a performance for Kim Miso this whole fight, reading her reactions, calibrating every move to impress her without making it look forced. Now it's time for the finale. He squares up and asks it simply, "Are you ready?" The Wolf Lord answers with a snarl. His internal monologue cuts in sharp, The ability from the Shield of Coodness is still available, converted into a special effect after the artifact crumbled, a conditional healing trigger. All damage to a specific body part converts to health regeneration, but it requires him to choose which part of his body takes the hit. 16 body parts to choose from. He runs the math in real time. Rear side would normally be the safer pick, lower exposure, but the back is divided into 4 sections, which dilutes the probability of triggering the effect where he needs it. Front of the body, 3 sections, better odds, higher risk. He makes the call without hesitation, because the math is cleaner, and clean math has kept him alive longer than caution ever has. The Wolf Lord sees the opening and takes it, exactly as he knew it would. Its signature attack, bait with a heavy strike, then follow up with a piercing counter aimed directly at whatever target the player is protecting. It's killed players for decades with that sequence. He lets it happen. The piercing attack lands clean, and the moment it does, the effect triggers. All damage to the designated body part converts directly to healing. His HP bar, which was almost gone, surges back to full in a single flash of green. If his aim was even slightly off, if the attack had landed on a different part of his body, he would have died. He acknowledges it without flinching. Too bad for the Wolf Lord. He didn't expect to solve two problems with one move. The healing handled his health, the counter position handled his offensive opening. Both worries gone, one trigger. He stands back up, fully healed, fully present, and Kim Miso can't process what she just watched. She thought he was dead. She was already forming the apology in her head. He looks back at her and mentions, casually, that a warning about the healing skill might have been nice. She just stares at him. The is gone. The absorbed artifact crumbled to ashes and is lost forever. It served its purpose, down to the last drop. But it left something behind. Special effect has been obtained. The effect still exists, now permanently embedded in him rather than the artifact. A conditional healing trigger, 30-second cooldown. The shield is gone, but its power didn't disappear with it. He's already analyzing it while the Wolf Lord is still processing what happened. A conditional healing skill, absorbed, and now it needs a body part assignment to bind to permanently. He opens the body part selection screen with the Goddess of Luck beside him, both of them studying the diagram with the same quiet focus. He picks the head. High risk, maximum reward. If damage lands there and triggers the effect, he walks away with full HP every single time. The Wolf Lord isn't done. Wounded, humiliated, burning through its last reserves, it's still coming. Desperate enemies are the most dangerous ones. He reads the final attack pattern before it launches. The Wolf Lord's signature move, irregular, unpredictable, the kind of sequence that has ended careers across 30 years of combat records. Players have died to this exact combination for decades. He braces. He's going to use something he hasn't used in actual combat yet, something kept in reserve for exactly this kind of moment. Kim Miso is watching. She doesn't understand what's about to happen, but everything in her instincts is telling her to pay attention. He launches forward. The strike that follows is precise, brutal, and aimed at the only opening the Wolf Lord's final pattern creates, a gap that appears for less than a second at the exact moment the beast commits to its counter. The clash is violent. The Wolf Lord's claws tear through him on one side, while his blade punches through it on the other. Both of them take damage in the same instant. But only one of them walks away from it. He stands over the fallen Wolf Lord. The quest tracker updates. 300 out of 300. Defense quest complete. He barely stays standing. The adrenaline that carried him through the whole fight is fading fast, and underneath it is the reality of how much damage his body actually absorbed tonight. Kim Miso moves toward him. The dismissal is gone from her face. Whatever she was planning to say before they entered this quest, she's rewriting it in real time. She asks him, genuinely and without irony, who the hell he actually is. The question isn't rhetorical. She wants an answer. He doesn't give her one. He just smirks, which is, honestly, worse. The aftermath settles. She stands there, the nation's greatest marksman, A+ ranked, level 100, born into the most powerful position in player history, and she's the one standing in his shadow right now. He starts thinking about what he actually gained from tonight. The levels, the title, the absorbed skill, the permanent effect now bound to his head, everything processed, everything logged. But the battle isn't fully processed yet. He knows there's still something hanging, the Wolf Lord's irregular attack patterns that were once unpredictable. He's replaying the encounter in his head, cross-referencing it with everything he remembers. He drops the sword into the rubble for a moment and catches his breath. The battlefield around him is silent except for wind and the fading energy signatures of 300 dead monsters. Kim Miso stands a step behind him, watching the same silence. She came into this expecting to teach someone a hard lesson. She's leaving with questions she doesn't know how to ask. Her guard drops, just for a second, and the Wolf Lord's final trick activates from the dying residue of its energy, a last desperate strike aimed directly at her. She doesn't dodge in time. The hit connects and sends her sliding back, crashing hard against the ground. Her bow scatters. Her composure for the first time all night completely shatters. She calls herself an idiot out loud. Not quietly, loud, raw, furious at herself. She let her guard down. She let this happen. She, a level 100 A+ ranked player, got hit by a dying monster's last desperate swipe because she got comfortable. She apologizes. To him, it's a small word, but it costs her something real to say it. He doesn't let the apology land. The moment the Wolf Lord's dying strike fires, he's already moving, stepping in front of the energy blast before it can reach her fully. The impact hits him instead. He takes the brunt of it, body absorbing what was meant for her, and the effect triggers again. His HP recovers. He doesn't go down. She watches it happen from the ground. Something in her expression shifts, past surprise, past gratitude, into something she doesn't have a name for yet. He stands over the aftermath, and the Wolf Lord's residual energy finally dissipates entirely. It's over. The quest is complete. every monster accounted for. He turns to check on her. No dramatic speech, no lecture about keeping her guard up, just a steady look that says, "You're fine, it's handled." She gets up slowly. The battle data is already sorting itself in her head. The stats, the skill activations, the way he moved, the way he planned. And underneath all the analysis is a feeling she doesn't usually let herself have: respect. He offers his coat to her before she asks. A small gesture, delivered without ceremony, the way someone acts when they've already decided they care about the outcome without needing credit for it. She takes it without argument, which is, for Kim Miso, essentially the loudest possible statement she could make. They walk out of the quest zone side by side, not as a mentor and a student, not as a celebrity and a nobody, just two players who survived something difficult together, and both of them know it. The Wolf Lord's corpse dissolves behind them. The Guardian Tower pulses with light as the defense quest finalizes. The area begins to restore itself. Outside the zone, the observers who were arguing about his chances have gone completely quiet. She stops walking for a moment and looks at him, really looks at him, trying to reconcile the player she dismissed at the entrance with the one standing in front of her now. He catches her looking and says nothing. He doesn't need to explain himself. He never did. The quest reward notification loads. 500 million won. He reads the number and something in his expression settles. Not excitement, not relief, just the quiet satisfaction of a plan clicking into place. That was always the goal. Not to impress Kim Miso, not to prove anything to the bystanders, not to earn a title or a level. The money, that was always the reason he walked in here. She watches him react to the number and understands for the first time that his confidence was never arrogance, it was investment. He calculated this entire outcome before it happened. The title sits in his record now, a permanent mark that wolf-type debuffs can't touch him anymore, built directly from what he just walked through. He absorbs the effect into his permanent build, head as the designated part, the cooldown resets, the system confirms everything is applied. He looks at the goddess of luck. She's pleased with herself, convinced as always that the outcome was her doing. He lets her have that. It costs nothing. The final tally settles in his mind. Levels gained, skills absorbed, title earned, artifact lost, effect retained, money secured, every loss traded for something better, every risk paid off. He thinks about what comes next. The money solves the immediate problem. But the problem after that, the one that requires something money can't buy, that one is still waiting. Kim Miso breaks the silence. She doesn't do it with gratitude or apology. She asks him something practical, the kind of question she only asks players she's decided are worth her time. He answers without making it a moment, just talks to her the way he'd talk to anyone, which somehow lands harder than anything performative he could have done. She files it, doesn't respond right away, lets it sit while she finishes processing the evening in full. The quest zone finishes dissolving around them. The city comes back into view. Lights, traffic, the ordinary world that has no idea what just happened in here. He looks out at it and thinks about the next step. Not rest, not celebration, just the next move in a sequence that only he can see the end of. She watches him think, and she makes a decision. Quiet, internal, unannounced. That this player is someone she's going to need to keep watching. He starts walking. She falls into step beside him without being asked. Neither of them acknowledge it. The Wolf Lord knew how to fight. It knew irregular attack patterns. It knew how to adapt. But what it didn't know, what it couldn't have known, was that the players standing in front of it had already lived through 30 years of its patterns being analyzed. He looks back once at the quest zone, just for a second, then turns forward and keeps walking. Irregular attacks are his specialty. Or they were. But if every move gets cataloged long enough, nothing stays irregular forever. And that, more than anything else, is what's waiting for him at the end of this road. Staring at the legendary artifact in his hand, Shin Sang-yoon realizes that devouring this piece will allow him to permanently absorb a staggering 40% of its raw stats. But it isn't just about the base attributes. The true power lies within its locked-in, passive special effects. The hidden ability, known as the Age of Dogs and Wolves, grants him an absolute absence of cooldowns while multiplying his health recovery and regeneration rate by 5 times under a dungeon moon. Even more absurdly, it completely paralyzes any canine or wolf-related monster just by being in his presence. With a smug grin spreading across his face, Sang-hyun realizes he has effectively become completely untouchable against wolf-type beasts. The divine energy surges as a sudden notification confirms that his mana synchronization with the Blue Moonstone has successfully initiated. Back in the safety of the dungeon lobby, the goddess of luck cheerfully pops up to brag, asking if he finally believes in her divine power after experiencing what it feels like to truly win at life. Songhyun merely scoffs at her self-absorbed attitude, wondering why on earth he should be bowing down in gratitude to a deity who just tags along. Before he can even finish his thought, a massive system anomaly strikes, completely halting the peaceful atmosphere. Driven by spite and envy over Songhyun's seemingly impossible fortune, a rival entity known as the One with Ripped Lips lodges a formal complaint, accusing him of possessing unfair, manipulated luck. Unwilling to let the balance shatter, the system itself intervenes, instantly calling upon all the supreme constellations to cast their votes on whether the meddling goddess of luck should be completely banished. The countdown timer flashes aggressively as the divine trial begins, with the banishment votes rapidly climbing against the cornered goddess. The voting screen ticks higher and higher, threatening to strip Songhyun of his luck-based blessing right after his greatest victory. But the goddess of luck isn't one to take a hit lying down, turning the tables by turning the entire trial into an absolute mockery of her accuser. In a sudden twist of unanimous cosmic irony, the system shifts its target completely, concluding that the One with Ripped Lips is the actual fraud and revoking their status as an operating constellation permanently. With the annoying threat instantly blown away, the goddess celebrates her complete victory over her rival. Meanwhile, a nearby elite hunter remains completely stunned, assuming Sanghyun must have somehow soloed a high-level stage all by himself in the past. The pink-haired hunter, Kim Miso, lets out an exhausted sigh, realizing the sheer absurdity of the misunderstanding. Songhyun tries to play it down with a nervous laugh, humbly admitting that his victory was entirely carried by the strength of his specific artifact, rather than pure, unassisted combat skill. Miso quickly reassures him, pointing out that having the foresight to acquire and utilize the perfect gear is a massive skill in its own right. She emphasizes that his achievement shouldn't be undermined, especially considering her own weapon is an astronomical luxury worth over 200 billion won. To her, comparing a regular hunter carrying a basic common street-grade sword to someone of Songhyun's caliber is just completely insulting. Before the awkward conversation can drag on any longer, Miso steps in firmly, politely dismissing the crowding onlookers by stating she and Songhyun have urgent personal matters to discuss in private. Songhyun watches her walk away, grateful for the sudden rescue but deeply suspicious of what her ultimate goal might actually be. Suddenly, his phone rings with a loud notification, indicating an immediate wire transfer directly into his bank account. His jaw drops as he stares at the screen, staring at a massive deposit of 500 million won directly from the Korea Player Association. To make things even sweeter, Miso casually turns around and offers to completely forfeit her own 5% cut of the quest rewards. Songhyun tries to object to the overly generous offer, feeling that taking all the profit is entirely unfair to her. She dismisses his concerns with a playful wave, telling him not to let a good opportunity pass by. She smiles warmly, dropping a heavy hint that this is simply her own personal investment into his future, confident they will be working together very soon. As she bids him farewell, Songhyun lets out a tense breath, realizing he absolutely cannot afford to lower his guard around a woman that calculating. The scene shifts back to the bustling crowd outside, where hunters are loudly gossiping about the sanity of anyone who would willingly let a level 17 rookie attempt a high-stakes, level 100 quest. Another veteran hunter admits that anyone in their right mind would have tried to stop him, acknowledging that everyone present was just trying to prevent a tragedy. Suddenly, a representative from the Guardian Guild approaches Miso with a respectful greeting, eager to get on her good side. Ignoring the small talk, Miso cuts straight through the noise, telling the recruiter that he needs to stop looking at her and start paying very close attention to Kim Songhyun instead. She reflects on the heavy pressure Songhyun radiated during the fight, remembering how it felt exactly like watching a high-ranking master in action. For a brief moment, she even wondered if he was a regressor who had traveled back in time, before dismissing it as an impossible fantasy. She concludes that an ordinary player simply wouldn't have the mental capacity to think that many steps ahead in the heat of battle. The guild recruiter Yoon Jo-on wastes no time and immediately approaches Songhyun, introducing himself as the recruitment team leader. Impressed by what he's heard, Johan offers Songhyun an official invitation to join the prestigious Guardian Guild. He pushes further, promising that their organization will guarantee him the absolute best treatment and resources available in the industry. Songhyun feels a sudden suffocating pressure drop over the area as the surrounding hunters begin to whisper about his identity. The crowd watches in absolute shock, struggling to process the reality that this young rookie actually cleared a deadly level 100 dungeon entirely on his own. They realize there is absolutely no reason for a high-profile hunter like Kim Miso to lie on his behalf, making the impossible feat undeniable. Deep in his thoughts, Sanghyun resolves to deal with his upcoming challenges swiftly and efficiently, refusing to let any obstacles slow his momentum. He opens up his user interface to review his updated status, revealing his current level along with his terrifying unique skill, Devour Artifacts. His eyes lock onto his very first C-rank title, Face Off. The description details that whenever he is completely isolated with no backup within a 5-meter radius, the title activates to massively boost all of his stats by 20%. He smiles, realizing this particular title is a flawless, specialized tool designed explicitly for lethal one-on-one combat. A short time later, resting comfortably inside a luxury vehicle, Miso asks him if he's enjoying the quick turnaround of the system's quest rewards. Song-hyun admits he never expected to get paid so incredibly fast, still adjusting to his sudden wealth. Miso playfully takes the credit, mentioning that while the high-rank porters did their job, her personal influence certainly sped up the bureaucracy. Sung-hyun gives her a sincere thank you for taking care of all the messy logistics behind the scenes. Suddenly, Miso shifts her phone to a secure secret mode, her playful demeanor instantly vanishing. She looks at him intently, suggesting that since they are alone, he should take this perfect opportunity to test out the raw power of his newly acquired title. Song-hyun blinks in confusion, completely caught off guard by her sudden change in tone. A sharp chime echoes through the air as the system officially confirms the activation of his specialized title. The interface alerts him that Kim Miso is the designated target, confirming complete isolation with absolutely no one else nearby to interfere. Song-hyun can only offer a forced nervous laugh, hoping she is just playing a bizarre joke on him. Stepping out of the vehicle, Song-hyun feels the cool night air as he ponders the logistics of using porters to carry heavy monster drops. He knows that leaving a good impression on an influential hunter like Miso is crucial for his long-term survival in this cutthroat world. However, he reminds himself that behind every sudden act of extreme kindness from a powerful player, there is almost always a hidden dangerous intention. Miso doesn't pull her punches, telling him she prefers to skip the pleasantries and get straight to the absolute point. With a sharp, demanding gaze, she looks at Song-hyun and delivers a direct ultimatum: join the powerful Eden Guild. Trying to shift the mounting tension away from the recruitment trap, Sang-hyun decides it's time to finally inspect their long-awaited dungeon reward. The brilliant, ethereal glow of the blue moonstone fills the area as its item description materializes before his eyes. The system details it as an incredibly rare platinum rank accessory, heavily imbued with the ancient beliefs of the Silver Wolf clan. Sang-hyun's heart pounds with pure adrenaline as he realizes he is officially holding a genuine, top-tier platinum artifact. He knows that an item of this magnificent caliber can easily be sold on the market for well over $1 billion. A wave of sheer relief washes over him as he clutches the glowing stone tightly, letting out a wild, ecstatic shout. The realization hits him like a freight train, filling him with a sudden, overwhelming sense of financial security. Cradling the priceless artifact against his cheek with an overjoyed grin, Sang-hyun happily realizes that with this single haul, his days of struggling are over, and he can finally afford his dream apartment in Seoul. With his recent explosive victory echoing through the hunter community, massive opportunities for rapid growth and influence begin pouring in for Shin Sang-hyun. Kim Miso takes a sudden phone call in the car, laughing as she realizes just how incredibly fast breaking news travels among the elite networks. On the other end of the line, a prominent media figure from the Player magazine is frantically asking around, desperate to uncover the true identity of this mysterious powerhouse named Shin Sang-hyun. The seasoned reporter, Park Jong-min, listens intently as Miso highly praises the rookie, calling him one of the most fascinating players she has encountered in recent memory. Song-hyun, sitting right next to her, grows increasingly uncomfortable with the intense praise and politely asks if they can cut the small talk and get straight to the point. He can't help but feel anxious, fully aware that returning to the public eye too quickly could easily drag him into an overwhelming mess of guild politics. The weight of a dark looming incident from the past still anchors his memories, serving as a constant reminder of how cruel the hunter world can truly be. He knows that jumping into a massive established guild right now won't grant him freedom. Instead, the heavy corporate restrictions will only become a physical shackle holding back his true potential. He reasons that staying completely independent and flying solo is the absolute fastest way to maximize his unique abilities without being micromanaged. Just as he prepares to voice his polite rejection to her face, Miso sharpens her gaze, completely reading his mind before he can even speak. She boldly cuts him off, asking if his ultimate plan is to establish a solo guild of his very own, a deduction that catches him completely off guard. Reversing the pressure flawlessly, Miso promises to personally contact him the exact moment high-tier, exclusive raid information lands on her desk. She flashes a confident smile, stating that given his trajectory, their paths are destined to cross constantly from here on out. She smoothly hands over her phone, asking him to lock in his personal contact details right then and there. However, a sudden look of absolute embarrassment flashes across her face as she realizes she accidentally displayed a deeply private, sensitive screen instead of the keypad. Sang-hyun looks away politely to give her space, feeling a strange mix of awkwardness and relief at her surprisingly human mistake. Miso quickly clears her throat and tries to brush off the slip-up, though her mind is clearly racing to recover her usual composure. Sang-hyun stares blankly out the window, his mind a complete chaotic mess as he tries to process the sheer volume of reality-shattering events that have transpired in such a short window of time. He reflects on the overwhelming storm of his sudden regression, his initial paralyzing confusion, and the rapidly shifting world around him. He remembers the agonizing days he spent desperately trying to grasp his new reality, constantly fighting a losing battle against time with absolutely zero results to show for it. He admits to himself that he was completely blind, entirely uncertain of how he should even begin to move forward in this dangerous second life. But sitting in this car, watching the powerful forces move around him, his entire core thought process undergoes a massive, permanent shift. He turns back to Miso, quietly amazed by how sharp and perceptive she truly is under that playful exterior. Miso casually shrugs it off, reminding him that as the daughter of a massive conglomerate's chairman, pulling off a simple deduction like that is second nature to her. She leans in close, lowering her voice to emphasize that keeping his solo ambitions an absolute secret between the two of them is paramount. Sang-hyun realizes that even though she fully anticipated his desire to remain independent, she still chose to treat him with utmost respect. She laid every single one of her cards openly on the table, showed genuine human interest, and actively forged a mutually beneficial alliance. He can't help but admire her, realizing she is an incredibly shrewd elite negotiator who knows exactly how to get what she wants without causing animosity. He notices a brief flicker of hidden baggage in her eyes, but quickly reminds himself that in a world this brutal, every single player carries their own heavy burdens. After all, Sang-hyun himself harbors a dark, monumental secret from his past life that he can never openly share with a living soul. The terrifying paranoia creeps in as he contemplates the sheer chaos that would erupt if the world ever discovered he was a regressor who knew the future. He recognizes that his foreknowledge is his greatest weapon, but if leaked, it will instantaneously turn him into a prime target for every corrupt organization on the planet. His thoughts drift momentarily to his old comrades from his previous timeline, wondering what they could possibly be doing right now in this altered past. He feels a deep, bittersweet pang of nostalgia, remembering how they fought side by side for several grueling years before everything reset. He recalls the exact moment an elite scout from a top-tier organization cornered him, practically begging him to join the renowned Eden Guild. Sang-hyun recognizes that her blunt, aggressive approach wasn't born out of a lack of manners, but rather an absolute, unshakable confidence in her guild's supreme power. She spoke of the Eden Guild as in paradise for hunters, an elite haven where a player's wildest ambitions could realistically be fulfilled. She confidently promised him that if he took her hand and joined their ranks, he would absolutely never look back or regret it. Sang-hyun would be lying if he said he hadn't entirely anticipated this exact sequence of events unfolding after his display of power. In his original timeline before the regression shattered his reality, he was nothing more than a disposable bottom-tier member of a completely insignificant guild. Yet, looking back, that simple sense of belonging and having a roof over his head had provided him with a profound sense of comfort. It was a humble, struggling group that willingly took in a completely talentless, discarded player like him when he had absolutely nowhere else to go. Despite the constant danger and low pay, the genuine warmth and camaraderie of that small guild felt like a real home. Snapping back to the present reality, Sang-hyun arrives at his brand-new high-end apartment complex to finalize his living arrangements. The sharp real estate manager greets him warmly, handing over the keys while confirming the agreed-upon deposit of 100 million won, alongside a hefty monthly rent. Sang-hyun chuckles nervously, pointing out that she delivers those astronomical numbers with a casual smile, while it completely intimidates a guy like him. The manager giggles playfully, assuring him that he actually managed to secure an absolute steal of a deal for a luxury space in this economy. She emphasizes just how fiercely competitive the market is, noting that countless wealthy clients were practically begging to tour this exact unit. With the paperwork completely settled, she bids him a polite farewell, leaving him to settle into his new life. Sang-hyun watches her walk away, deeply stunned by how fast and seamless everything moves the moment you actually possess real financial power. He reflects on the harsh truth that in this society, wealth and strength are the ultimate keys that instantly unlock doors ordinary people can't even see. Meanwhile, deep within the shadows of a secure facility, high-ranking officials are reviewing footage of a legendary master's flawless swordsmanship. A booming, arrogant laugh echoes through the secure room as a massive figure completely dismisses the rising hype surrounding the rookie. The speaker claims that no matter how impressive the kid's fluke victory was, attempting to compare a rookie to a seasoned powerhouse like himself is entirely ridiculous. A formal profile flashes onto the monitors, revealing the true identity of the towering speaker, Giin, a legendary level 700 S-rank titan representing the absolute peak of the Eden Guild. Back on the streets, Sang-hyun steps out of the luxury vehicle, offering Miso a sincere thank you for the smooth ride. Before he can walk away, Miso rolls down the window and urgently calls out to him, stopping him dead in his tracks. She reveals that her team is actively preparing to launch an immediate, high-stakes exploration into a completely unconfirmed gate. She explains that the raid is strictly restricted to a 4-person independent team specifically designed for elite players capped at level 120 or under. She teases him with a smirk, pointing out the immense irony of how coldly he rejected her massive guild offer, yet his eyes light up at the mere mention of raw danger. Deep down, Sang-hyun feels a violent, intoxicating sensation surging through his veins, a thrilling rush that he had completely forgotten over the years. It is the electric feeling of pure adrenaline pumping furiously through his body, awakening his combat instincts before the battle has even begun. He clenches his fist tightly, feeling the unyielding power of youth held firmly within his grasp, refusing to let him sit idly by. The burning fire inside his soul completely refuses to let him stay still or live a quiet, ordinary life. He makes a solemn internal vow that this time around he will live his life completely differently, leaving his past failures in the dust. He refuses to ever die pathetically like before, choosing instead to forge his path through the most chaotic battlefields available. He analyzes the fundamental difference between regular dungeons, which are entirely fixed locations with predictable patterns and set exits. In stark contrast, unconfirmed gates are highly volatile, dynamic anomalies where the entrance shifts constantly and the monsters evolve mid-raid. Yet, the core rule of the hunter world remains absolute. The grander the terrifying danger, the more astronomical the hidden rewards. Sang-hyun knows that these volatile gates possess an exclusive, first-time clear bonus system that guarantees an absolute high-rank artifact drop. Deep within the ultra-luxurious VIP room of the Eden Guild, the legendary Giin sits back, watching Miso relentlessly blow up Sang-hyun's phone, completely invested in securing the enigmatic rookie for their upcoming raid. Meeting up with a trusted contact, Shin Sang-hyun carefully lays down a collection of worn low-tier items, explaining that these are simply a few of his outdated artifacts. His trading partner looks at the ancient gear in absolute confusion, openly wondering why on earth Sang-hyun needs these cheap things instead of just purchasing brand-new high-tier equipment. Sang-hyun offers a smooth, vague excuse, claiming he's simply admiring the rich history behind them, or perhaps honoring the legacy of the hunters who carried them before. The partner scoffs loudly, instantly calling him out on his painfully transparent and unconvincing excuse. Sang-hyun merely chuckles, calling it a harmless personal superstition while hiding the incredible reality that artifacts untouched for a long period actually possess a significantly higher absorption rate for his unique skill. Before the conversation can drag out any further, a professional appraiser suddenly arrives, gasping for breath as she apologizes profusely for being late due to a brutal parking situation. Wasting absolutely no time, she quickly unpacks her specialized tools and asks if they are ready to get started with the official artifact appraisal. As the transaction gets underway, Sang-hyun's partner Dae-kyung turns to him with an incredibly serious request, asking if Sang-hyun would be willing to closely observe his swordsmanship before they finalize the deal. Sang-hyun tries to wave it off with a humble smile, claiming his own combat skills are far too unpolished to be giving anyone else professional advice. Dae-kyung firmly tells him to drop the unnecessary humility, stating that after everything they've witnessed together, he isn't stupid enough to ignore the fact that Sang-hyun's combat prowess is leagues above everyone else. He emphasizes that he isn't an arrogant rookie who refuses to learn from others, admitting he genuinely wants to understand his own lethal flaws to survive the upcoming raid. Staring at Dae-kyung's desperate determination, Sang-hyun is deeply reminded of the tragic fate his friend suffered in his past life, recollecting the agonizing 3 years of memories that he managed to rewrite through his miraculous regression. He notes that according to later investigations in the original timeline, Dae-kyung was fatally ambushed due to an opening on his left side, a vulnerability that Sang-hyun can now prevent entirely. A confident grin spreads across Sang-hyun's face as he realizes the sheer perfect timing of it all, especially since he just unlocked a powerful new skill that fits this exact scenario. He recalls the absurdly broken mechanics of his Blue Moon Stone, which grants him a complete absence of cooldowns while multiplying his health regeneration fivefold under a dungeon moon. The passive artifact effect guarantees that any canine or wolf-type beast is rendered completely paralyzed when facing him, effectively making him an absolute apex predator against beasts. Furthermore, during a full moon phase inside a dungeon, the absolute protection completely forbids wolf-like monsters from even attempting an attack against him. Just then, a sudden phone call disrupts the heavy atmosphere as Song-hyun confirms he received the urgent details, thanking the caller for providing the intel ahead of schedule. On the other end of the line, Miso confirms she's just keeping him ahead of the game, promising to ring him back the moment the gate parameters shift. Daekyung watches the brief exchange in absolute disbelief, jaw-dropped that Song-hyun can casually dismiss a high-ranking player after pulling him out here. Realizing he overstepped, Daekyung stammers out a quick panicked apology to his captain. He quickly corrects his tone, stammering out yet another apology, while looking at Song-hyun with an entirely newfound level of profound respect. Daekyung sighs, muttering that Song-hyun is practically a massive celebrity now and that he should have known better than to treat him like a regular rookie. Song-hyun tells him to cut it out, firmly demanding that he drop the formal captain title and just address him as Daekyung like old times. Song-hyun looks down, admitting that he never actually wanted to be plastered all over the front page of the mainstream media in the first place. He deeply questions why the media associations decided to run such an explosive story about his dungeon clear without even giving him a proper heads up. Daekyung laughs, asking if every single major guild and contact he knows has already started aggressively blowing up his phone for recruitment. Song-hyun merely smiles, keeping it vague by stating he isn't entirely sure if they've reached that level of desperate pursuit just yet. Shifting his focus back to the training floor, Sang-hyun decides to cut straight to the chase regarding Daekyung's combat stance. He brings up the specific physical layout of Daekyung's previous battles, asking him to confirm a very precise detail. Daekyung enthusiastically nods, shouting his immense gratitude as he realizes Sang-hyun is actually going to personally coach him. Sang-hyun calmly tells him there's absolutely no need for such emotional thanks, reminding him that this instruction isn't a free handout and is part of their business arrangement. Daekyung blinks in surprise at the abrupt transition, realizing Sang-hyun has already analyzed his movements before he could even showcase the rest of his techniques. Sang-hyun zeroes in on his posture, directly asking if there is an underlying physical trauma or a hidden injury affecting his left arm. Daekyung gasps in absolute shock, completely floored by how Sang-hyun managed to deduce a secret he had hidden from everyone. Sang-hyun explains his observation, pointing out that whenever Daekyung swings his blade with his right hand, he inadvertently opens up his left shoulder far too quickly. He notes that it looked as though Daekyung was subconsciously being extra careful with that side, as if desperately trying to protect an old wound. He warns that if he doesn't fix that structural flaw immediately, a high-level monster will exploit it instantly. Sang-hyun tries to downplay his own observation, reassuring Daekyung that he's far from a flawless celebrity and still has a massive way to go himself. Daekyung stares at him blankly, realizing from Sang-hyun's calm reaction that he truly hasn't checked the latest internet updates yet. He tells Sang-hyun to just open up his device and take a good look at the viral boards for himself. He reveals that Sang-hyun's face and recent dungeon feat have just been officially posted on the absolute front page of the Player magazine. The massive article, penned by the elite reporter Park Jung-min, details the terrifying emergence of a hidden monster rookie who completely broke the standard leveling curve. Daekyung bursts out into a roaring hearty laugh, telling Sang-hyun he better pull out his phone right this second because his notifications are about to explode. Sang-hyun lets out an exhausted sigh, silently wishing he hadn't been dragged into a media storm of this ridiculous magnitude. However, looking at Daekyung's burning desire to improve, Sang-hyun decides that ignoring a fellow hunter who is genuinely putting his life on the line would be incredibly impolite. He tells the professional appraiser to ignore their presence for a moment and step back safely while they conduct a quick physical adjustment. The appraiser quickly nods, eagerly moving behind Sang-hyun to stay completely clear of any sudden stray sword swings. Standing in the center of Jamshil Training Ground 4-3, Sang-hyun takes a deep, grounding breath as he prepares to completely break down Daekyung's posture. Meanwhile, Miso's voice echoes through his earpiece, thanking him for picking up and asking if he has a moment to discuss the sudden gate appearance. She asks if they can coordinate their schedules, wanting to deeply discuss the tactical layout of the unconfirmed gate they are about to raid together. As they talk, Miso observes Sang-hyun's teaching method from afar, quietly amazed by how much stronger and more authoritative he has become since their last dungeon encounter. She can tell from his precise adjustments that he has been training relentlessly without resting for even a single day. However, Sang-hyun shifts the focus to a more agonizing physical correction, instructing Dae-kyung to apply direct pressure onto the blade with a specific finger alignment. Dae-kyung strains under the intense physical correction, sweating profusely as he realizes this adjustment is far harder than it looks. The pressure is intense, causing Dae-kyung to let out an absolute scream of agony, begging Sang-hyun to ease up on the brutal muscle adjustment. Sang-hyun merely laughs it off, firmly telling him to hold on just a little bit longer if he genuinely wants to fix his fatal blind spot. Despite the intense burning pain, Dae-kyung grins through his teeth, admitting he can already feel his structural balance rapidly improving. Sang-hyun smiles back, promising him that his swordsmanship will get exponentially better from here on out, before barking out the next command to duck down. The appraiser stands in the corner, staring at the duo with an expression of pure, unadulterated judgment, completely bewildered by their chaotic dynamic. Dae-kyung groans in absolute agony as Sang-hyun forces his posture even lower, pushing his physical limits to the absolute brink. Sang-hyun remains completely relentless, telling his friend to endure the pain because the battlefield won't show him any mercy. The appraiser watches the bizarre training session unfold, completely questioning what kind of intense, masochistic ritual she is witnessing. Later that evening, after returning home from the bizarre encounter, the appraiser frantically opens her search bar to research the strange world of hunters. Her recent search history reveals a hilarious descent into curiosity, looking up reports from the Player Association alongside bizarre questions about why hunters pose with swords. The appraisal screen finally flashes green, confirming that the detailed evaluation of the worn artifacts is complete, clearing the way for Sang-hyun to devour them and fuel his meteoric rise. Walking through the bustling Player Town Building C Plaza, Shin Sang-hyun reflects on his recent purchase, completely satisfied with spending over 400 million won, because he knows the underlying attributes he'll permanently absorb are worth exponentially more. While his old comrade Dae-kyung seemed absolutely thrilled with the impromptu swordsmanship lesson, Sang-hyun couldn't help but notice the bizarre, deeply judgmental look the professional appraiser gave them toward the end. Brushing the awkwardness aside, his primary focus shifts back to his main goal. He needs to find a quiet space to devour these newly acquired artifacts immediately and witness exactly how much his power will skyrocket. He lets out an impatient sigh, realizing that waiting around idly for the next unconfirmed gate to naturally manifest is an absolute test of his patience. Suddenly, a loud commotion shatters the peace of the plaza as nearby bystanders whisper in confusion, wondering what kind of trouble is brewing this time. A group of low-tier thugs scoffs at the crowd, dismissively muttering that these weaklings are just overreacting to their presence like they always do. One of the arrogant punks aggressively corners a defenseless female player, sleazily asking if she lives around here and trying to force her into compliance. Without a shred of fear, she coldly cuts him off, bluntly stating that she has a boyfriend and wants him out of her face immediately. The heavy atmosphere suddenly sparks with danger as a massive blast of dark, concentrated energy erupts right in the center of the plaza, signaling that someone has crossed a serious line. An ominous system warning flashes into reality, confirming that the surrounding players have just been forcefully enveloped in a heavy barrier effect. Standing before a badly damaged vehicle, an arrogant bully mocks the owner, stating that just as they discussed, 500 million won and their very wrists are officially on the line. He cracks his knuckles with a malicious grin, reminding the victim that he always keeps his brutal promises and that begging for mercy later won't save them. The bully spits on the ground, telling the bystanders to clear out and get lost while they still have their health if they know what's good for them. A system notification chimes as training mode is officially initiated, sealing the immediate area into an authorized, localized dueling ring. The main agitator signals his accomplice, telling him that everything is perfectly set up and ready to be recorded for their broadcast. Sang-hyun catches sight of the escalating disaster, recognizing that it's always the most pathetic, talentless cowards who act out with this exact type of overbearing bravado. He sighs heavily, deeply annoyed that these low-life punks always seem to effortlessly cross his path whenever he's simply trying to mind his own business. The aggressive thug steps closer to the damaged car, shouting that there is absolutely no room left for negotiation or talking. He demands to know if the victim wants to be burned alive alongside their pathetic piece of junk, or if they are finally going to crawl out and face their punishment. Staring intensely at the unfolding scene, a sharp spark of recognition hits Sang-hyun as he suddenly remembers exactly who these public menaces are from his past life. He identifies them as Choi Yeong-chil and Cho Sung-ho, a notorious pair of toxic creators affiliated with the highly controversial Utopia Guild. He remembers that Young Chell is a notorious internet bully who explicitly targets and terrorizes players significantly weaker than himself just to farm views. Meanwhile, his snickering partner Songho acts as his loyal lackey, handling all the recording and editing of their malicious ambush videos for their toxic online channel. Songhyun recalls that due to their reliance on hyper-extreme violent content, the duo actually managed to maintain a small, highly toxic following of loyal subscribers who cheered on their abuse. However, in the original timeline, they eventually crossed a line so severe that the authorities stepped in, resulting in a permanent life sentence behind bars where they were completely forgotten by society. Looking at them now, Sanghyun feels a deep, bubbling disgust, recognizing that both of them are an absolute, irredeemable excuse for human beings. Young Chol notices Songhyun staring and glares back, openly wondering why this random rookie's calm, unfazed expression irritates him so badly. Songho chuckles right alongside him, fueling his partner's fragile ego and mocking Songhyun's seemingly weak demeanor. Songhyun clenches his fists, realizing that while he desperately wanted to test his newly absorbed artifact traits, these pathetic clout chasers aren't exactly the caliber of opponents he had in mind. The live stream chat on Songho's recording device begins exploding with rapid-fire messages as thousands of viewers start spamming the 500 million won wager. The toxic audience hypes up the impending violence, completely thrilled at the prospect of watching an innocent player get publicly humiliated and broken. Songhyun merely smirks at the camera, completely aware that this entire broadcast will get instantly demonetized by the system guidelines due to the extreme adult violence. He relaxes his shoulders, deciding that since they are offering themselves up on a silver platter, he might as well utilize this free opportunity to relieve some of his mounting stress. The cornered victim tries to salvage the situation, desperately proposing a compromise to stay as far away from the thugs as possible if they just let the debt slide. Young Chol bursts into an arrogant laugh, mocking the victim's desperate bargaining chips and calling Songhyun a real man for stepping into the crosshairs. Songhyun steps forward seamlessly, raising the stakes by demanding that they add another 500 million won and their own wrists to the wager if they actually want a real challenge. He stares straight into Young Chel's eyes, coldly telling him that if he's secretly terrified of a real fight, he should just get the hell out of his sight right now. Young Chol's face completely contorts with blinding rage, utterly stunned that a literal nobody has the audacity to talk down to him. He turns around furiously, screaming at Songhyun to shut his mouth, demanding to know if this little piece of trash can't see that he's clearly occupied. Songho runs up frantically, shoving his streaming tablet directly into Young Chol's face while stammering for him to look at the screen immediately. Sanghyun stands his ground, unfazed, telling the thugs that unless they want to watch their own expensive gear go to complete waste, they should grab their cameras and crawl away. Young Chel shoves his lackey aside, growling in pure irritation as he demands to know what could possibly be important enough to interrupt him. The surrounding crowd begins murmuring in sudden excitement, instantly recognizing the notorious duo and bracing themselves for a complete bloodbath. They whisper about Cho Song-ho and Choi Young-chel, knowing their reputation for acting incredibly tough and exploiting anyone they perceive as helpless. But as the crowd shifts their gaze towards Songhyun, a sharp gasp ripples through the onlookers as someone recognizes his face from the morning news. They realize he is the exact same mysterious hunter who was featured on the absolute front page of the Player magazine just hours prior. The whispers intensify as people point out that he is the rogue rookie who was personally accompanied into the high-tier quest area by Kim Miso herself. The crowd struggles to remember his name, desperately trying to recall the details of the viral article that shook the hunter community. A nearby player panics, frantically apologizing to Songhyun for accidentally dragging him into this massive mess and asking if he's uninjured. Songhyun simply cracks a calm smile, completely reassuring the anxious player that everything is entirely under control. Young Chol finally locks eyes with Songhyun, a malicious smirk returning to his face as he states that the rookie has finally arrived to play hero. He admits that he's grown entirely tired of waiting around for an entertaining target to present itself today. Songho whispers to his partner, confirming that this is indeed the exact kid who grabbed headlines by entering the high-level zone with the Eden Guild's star. He mentions the massive rumors circulating on the forums claiming that this level 17 rookie somehow managed to clear a level 100 quest entirely on his own. Young Chol scoffs loudly at the rumor, looking Songhyun up and down before declaring that the kid looks completely frail and weak. Songho laughs along, pointing out that since Kim Miso was right there beside him, there is absolutely no way she would let a complete newbie walk away with all the credit and glory. A devious grin spreads across Young Chol's face as he brags that he already has the perfect viral title lined up for their next broadcast video. He envisions the massive influx of views they'll receive by titles claiming they are going to teach a harsh, brutal lesson to the rookie that Kim Miso carried. He steps into the center of the ring, arrogantly telling Song-hyun that he'll show him a tiny shred of mercy by keeping the duel strictly within the confines of a one-on-one sparring match. Sang-hyun's aura suddenly flares with a terrifying icy intensity as he coldly responds that he doesn't play around with trash, warning the bully that even if he begs on his knees later, he won't receive a single shred of forgiveness. Young Chell merely laughs it off, entirely blind to the monster he has just unleashed, telling Sung-hyun to take all the time he needs to prepare because he intends to slowly break him apart piece by piece. The scene flashes back to 3 hours prior, inside the quiet appraisal room, where Shin Sang-hyun warmly thanks the professional appraiser for helping them wrap up the deal so smoothly and efficiently. The appraiser waves her hands in modest dismissal, insisting that both Sang-hyun and Dae-kyung did all the heavy lifting during the transaction. Dae-kyung lets out a roaring, hearty laugh, throwing his arm up as he enthusiastically proposes that they all head out for a celebratory drink on a successful day like this. Flush with his recent massive earnings from the Player Association, Dae-kyung confidently tells them to pick any high-end place they want, boasting that his treat means they can eat whatever they desire. The appraiser reacts with absolute delight, her eyes sparkling as she gleefully suggests they go for premium beef, completely thrilled by the generous invitation. However, Sang-hyun speaks up with an apologetic tone, explaining to the group that he unfortunately has somewhere urgent he needs to attend to right away. Dae-kyung smiles understandingly, telling him that if he has prior commitments, he should absolutely go take care of them without worrying about the dinner. A wave of sudden panic washes over the appraiser as she desperately wonders if Sang-hyun is pulling away because she asked for premium beef, frantically offering to tone down her request. Sang-hyun quickly corrects the hilarious misunderstanding, reassuring her that he simply has to go somewhere else entirely and that it has absolutely nothing to do with her. Relieved by his words, the appraiser lets out a soft sigh, accepting that his departure is completely unavoidable. Dae-kyung turns back to the appraiser, suggesting that the two of them should still head out to enjoy the meal together regardless. Suddenly, the appraiser halts her steps as a look of intense realization hits her face, remembering a vital piece of information. She gasps loudly, exclaiming that she completely forgot about a massively important time-sensitive event she absolutely must attend this evening. Sung-hyun watches them with a quiet smirk, knowing that for a player with his unique devouring ability, consuming stale, untouched artifacts is infinitely more intoxicating than any alcohol. He bids them a brief, respectful farewell, promising that he will see them both very soon as he prepares to make his move. The memories fade as the story shifts directly into the present duel, where a massive shockwave ripples through the localized training ring. Within the luxury VIP lounge of the elite Eden Guild, a senior official stares intensely at a live broadcast, instantly recognizing the rookie. He questions why on earth the highly sought-after rogue player they've been desperately trying to recruit is currently featured on a trashy internet stream. Kim Miso crosses her arms, watching the broadcast with a deeply serious expression, quietly analyzing the situation unfolding on screen. The senior official leans forward, adjusting his glasses as he notes that despite the chaotic situation, the young kid's physical movements look exceptionally sharp and polished. Meanwhile, deep within his internal soul space, Sang-hyun watches the physical essence of the artifacts manifest as an alluring culinary dish, realizing that even though the gear belonged to an older veteran, the raw energy looks incredibly pristine. The entity representing his power smirks, jokingly commenting on how surprisingly appealing the manifest food appears to younger men. A brilliant flash of system text materializes, calculating the absorption potential of the items he acquired from Dae-kyung. The system confirms that because the artifacts were utilized by an experienced hunter over a long duration, their internal resonance has skyrocketed, raising the final absorption rate to a staggering 90%. Sang-hyun is completely floored by the notification, his eyes widening as he realizes a 90% rate is an absolute jackpot compared to his usual expectations. He recalls his past struggles where he could typically only harvest a tiny tenth of an item's original attributes. He realizes that when gear is actively maintained and bonded with a powerful user, it makes a massive world of difference for his unique devouring skill. Back in the real world, the live stream chat explodes with thousands of toxic messages, mockingly calling out the bully and warning him that he's about to get completely exposed. A viewer types frantically, warning the arrogant influencer to be incredibly careful because the rookie is clearly built different. The toxic audience laughs, betting that the high-tier thug will easily dodge any slow, amateurish strike the rookie throws. The scene shatters with intense violence as a devastating localized explosion rocks the concrete plaza, throwing a massive cloud of dust into the air. The surrounding onlookers shield their eyes, completely bewildered and terrified by the raw, unexpected destructive force echoing through the barrier. Sang-hyun stands perfectly calm amidst the smoke, reminding the bully of his earlier statement that absolutely no forgiveness would be granted, even if he begged on his knees. A nearby hunter squinting through the dust suddenly recognizes the precise stance of the aggressive thug leading the ambush. He identifies the attacker as Choi Young-chol, a notorious B-rank vanguard affiliated with the controversial Utopia Guild. He whispers to his companion, revealing the dark rumors that Young-chol freely abuses his power and terrorizes rookies solely because his biological uncle happens to be Utopia's powerful guildmaster. Back inside the Eden Guild headquarters, the senior official notices Miso's unusually tense demeanor, asking if something is deeply bothering her. He presses further, wondering why she looks so uncharacteristically serious while watching a simple street brawl between low-tier players. Sang-hyun ignores the outside chatter entirely, his mind reeling as he calculates the sheer, unadulterated stat gains pouring into his body from the 90% absorption rate. He realizes that once he finishes completely cleaning his plates and absorbing every single one of these items, his baseline power will reach completely unprecedented heights. The sheer anticipation causes a thrill to run down his spine, unable to even comprehend the absolute monster he is about to become. A sharp, definitive chime echoes in his mind as his specialized C-rank title, Face Off, violently roars into an active state. The system interface confirms that his target, Choi Young-chol, is completely isolated with absolutely no allies or backup remaining within a 5-meter radius. With the isolation criteria flawlessly met, the title's heavy combat multipliers instantly activate, surging raw power directly into Sang-hyun's muscles. However, Sang-hyun looks down at his hand with a slight frown, muttering to himself that the immediate physical feedback feels strangely lackluster compared to his true potential. He immediately calls up his detailed status menu to assess his current baseline attributes. The holographic screen materializes, displaying his current level of 27 alongside his unique title, Face Off. It highlights his governing constellation, the Goddess of Luck, along with his exclusive absolute skill, Devour Artifacts. His eyes scan down to his total consumed artifacts, which has now officially reached a formidable count of 17 distinct items. He reviews his current health pool standing firmly at 880, alongside a mana pool of 124. The status menu expands, listing his detailed core attributes ranging from his raw strength and stamina to his dexterity and mana manipulation. He notes his elevated luck and evasion stats, followed closely by his reinforced defensive threshold. Seeing his available attribute points resting at 0, he prepares to manually test his adjusted limits in real-time combat. On the streaming tablet, a viewer mocks the situation in the live chat, laughing at how the overconfident influencer is suddenly shaking in his boots. Another comment flies by, wondering if the notorious Young-chol has already completely run out of gas after a single exchange. The online crowd ruthlessly taunts the bully, telling him he better turn up the heat before he gets completely humiliated on his own broadcast. Young-chol violently grinds his teeth, his face twisting into an absolute mask of pure unadulterated humiliation as he realizes he can't break the rookie. He lets out an infuriated roar, completely unable to accept that a literal level 17 nobody is looking down on his B-rank authority. He lunges forward blindly, his movements fueled by sheer desperation and messy rage as he throws everything into a reckless assault. Sang-hyun doesn't even flinch, his eyes narrowing as he effortlessly reads the incredibly sloppy telegraphed trajectory of the incoming strike. With absolute, pixel-perfect precision, he shifts his weight, dodging the heavy blade by a mere hair's breadth without breaking a single sweat. He slides past the bully's guard seamlessly, his face an eerie mask of complete composure as he prepares a devastating counterattack. Young-chol's eyes widen in absolute horror as he realizes his massive swing met nothing but empty air, leaving his entire left flank completely exposed. Before the thug can even attempt to pull back his weapon, Sang-hyun firmly plants his feet, channeling his reinforced strength directly into his arm. With a swift, blinding motion, he drives a brutal, crushing blow straight into the bully's unprotected midsection. The sheer impact of the strike reverberates through the entire training ring, completely knocking the wind out of the arrogant vanguard. Young-chol is sent violently stumbling backward, clutching his torso in agonizing pain as his weapon slips from his trembling fingers. The toxic live-stream chat instantly goes dead silent for a fraction of a second before erupting into a frenzy of absolute shock and disbelief. Song-ho's hands shake violently as he holds the recording device, his jaw dropping to the floor as he watches his seemingly invincible partner get effortlessly dismantled. The surrounding crowd of hunters stands completely frozen, a heavy, suffocating silence dropping over the plaza as they witness the absolute skill gap. They realize that the viral rumors weren't an exaggeration at all. This mysterious rookie possesses the terrifying combat prowess of a seasoned high ranker. Song-hyun slowly steps forward through the clearing dust, his icy gaze locked onto the shivering, broken figure of the corrupt influencer. He coldly points out that people who rely solely on exploiting the weak are always the first to crumble the moment they face a real, unyielding wall. Young Chol looks up through his tangled hair, his arrogant bravado completely shattered, replaced by a primal, paralyzing sense of pure terror. He desperately tries to scramble backward on the concrete, gasping for breath as he realizes his status and his uncle's guild won't save him here. Song-hyun raises his foot, stepping firmly onto the bully's discarded weapon, officially bringing an absolute crushing end to the pathetic farce. He looks directly into the lens of the recording camera, delivering a chilling, silent message to the thousands of toxic viewers watching the stream. With the localized barrier officially dissolving, the system chimes to confirm his complete, undisputed victory in the training duel. Song-hyun turns his back on the groveling thugs, completely unfazed by the chaos he left behind, as he prepares to continue his independent journey. As he walks out into the open plaza, the entire hunter community watches his departing figure, left with one burning question echoing through their minds. Just how far will this artifact-devouring monster grow? Choi Yeong-chul swings forward with absolute malice, screaming that this strike is personal vengeance for his ruined vehicle, fully expecting to crush the arrogant rookie underneath his weight. But the moment the blade connects, his overconfident smirk shatters completely into a look of sheer, panic-stricken desperation as his ultimate assault fails to even make the rookie flinch. Realizing he is completely outmatched, Young Chol drops his weapon and frantically screams for mercy, pleading with Song-hyun to halt his devastating counterattack. The livestream audience watching the broadcast goes into an absolute frenzy, ridiculing the high-profile bully for crying like a toddler the exact moment he faced a real opponent. The toxicity on the digital forum reaches an all-time high as viewers mercilessly mock the influencer's immediate, pathetic surrender. Sang-hyun stares down at the pathetic display with cold, unyielding eyes, realizing that a tactical crowd control skill like forced freezing would be the perfect way to permanently shut this guy up. He grips his weapon tightly, preparing to execute a precise, calculated technique to completely finalize the duel. He coldly tells the trembling bully to open his ears and listen incredibly closely to what he is about to say next. The narrative abruptly flashes back to an incident 3 days prior inside a rundown mechanic shop, where a seasoned mechanic delivers some devastating news to a deeply attached car owner. The owner gasps in absolute shock and disbelief upon hearing the mechanic's blunt suggestion to completely discard his beloved vehicle. The mechanic sighs, explaining that because the vehicle is far too old and heavily damaged from years of brutal wear and tear, it simply won't be able to last much longer on the road. The owner strongly protests, claiming that abandoning a loyal companion that has gotten him through so many close calls is completely impossible. The mechanic reassures him, gently pointing out that while he understands the deep emotional attachment, some goodbyes in a hunter's life are completely unavoidable. He pats the owner's shoulder, softly adding that despite the machine's terminal condition, it was incredibly fortunate to have such a dedicated, caring master until the very end. The car owner places his hand tenderly on the steering wheel, wiping away a stray tear as he speaks directly to his loyal ride. He reminisces about all the dangerous journeys they shared, whispering that whenever they went out for a long ride through the perilous sectors, he was genuinely happy. The deeply emotional memory snaps back to reality, contrasting sharply with the current street duel where the streaming audience continues to watch the unfolding beatdown. Meanwhile, high-ranking spectators analyze the live broadcast data feed, instantly realizing that Shin Sang-hyun possesses an ultra-rare logic-defying capability. They conclude with absolute certainty that this seemingly low-level rookie somehow has direct access to high-tier status ailment removal systems. The Eden Guild commander instructs his subordinates to pay extremely close attention to the raw technical data displaying on the monitors. He emphasizes that this exact anomaly is the core reason why he was so incredibly desperate to recruit this independent monster into their organization's top-tier ranks. Back in the sealed plaza, the dust begins to settle heavily, leaving the confused bystanders looking around frantically to see where the combatants move. Young Chel stumbles back through the thick smoke, coughing violently as he frantically searches the immediate perimeter, wondering where the hell his opponent vanished to. Suddenly, a brilliant, blinding light radiates directly from Sang-hyun's wrist, sending a massive shockwave of pure energy echoing across the entire plaza. A grand, gold-trimmed system window materializes, detailing the activation of a highly restricted dormant ability hiding within his equipped bracelet. The system confirms the awakening of a legendary hidden skill known as Psychedelic, showcasing a massive 1-hour cooldown counter. The text reveals that at skill level 1, the user enters an absolute awakened state for a brief window of exactly 100 seconds. During this explosive window, the player's physical and mental capabilities are violently forced beyond normal human limitations, granting godly cognitive and motor reflexes. However, the interface drops a severe warning, highlighting that the moment the 100 seconds expire, the user's body will collapse into a state of extreme, paralyzing exhaustion for 10 full minutes. Songhyun adjusts his posture, looking down at his freshly amplified hands with an eerie, calm demeanor that terrifies everyone watching. He steps forward effortlessly, his voice dropping to a chilly whisper as he asks the trembling bully what they should do about their 500 million won wager now. He mockingly asks if they should perhaps reset the official training mode parameters and try the match all over again from the beginning. Young Chol completely breaks down, screaming at the top of his lungs for the monster to stay back and get lost. He punches the ground in absolute fury and regret, cursing himself for letting his guard down simply because he naively assumed Songhyun was an inexperienced rookie. He recognizes with pure terror that the kid's baseline power is completely unnatural, far exceeding the limits of any standard high-rank vanguard he has ever faced. Gasping for air, the shattered influencer completely throws away his pride, desperately yelling out that Songhyun wins the wager fairly. Songhyun's gaze sharpens to an absolute point of lethal intent, calmly declaring that it is officially time for him to collect his debt. Young Chol flinches violently, his mind racing as he wonders what kind of absolute retribution the rookie is preparing to unleash upon him. Songhyun steps into his blind spot, coldly reminding him that this entire public disaster started solely because of his own arrogant, unprovoked actions. A digital notification chimes in the background as a viewer named Crying Baby Yongcheol enters the live chat, completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. The streaming broadcast reaches its absolute peak viewership as thousands of people tune in to witness the final crushing conclusion of the street duel. Songhyun raises his arm, a massive surge of condensed physical aura gathering around his weapon as he announces the absolute finale of the match. The brilliant golden aura crackles violently, completely illuminating the dark corners of the sealed plaza with a blinding radiance. Nearby hunters look on with bated breath, realizing that the sheer volume of energy being channeled is enough to completely level the surrounding concrete structures. An old hunter in the crowd tries to calm the panicking civilians, assuring them that the system's training mode parameters should theoretically prevent any permanent, fatal damage from occurring to the loser. However, a seasoned analyst counters that if the attacker possesses a method to rapidly acquire rare piercing skills within such a short window, the safety barrier might fail entirely. Young Chol watches the glowing aura gather above his head, sweating profusely as he realizes this single strike could permanently ruin his career. He mutters under his breath that the situation has gone completely past the point of no return, his body refusing to move due to primal fear. A highly detailed item overview flashes before Sanghyun's eyes, revealing the underlying mechanics of the rare accessory he purchased from Daekyeon. The system displays the item as a B-rank auxiliary equipment piece, granting a massive flat bonus of +8 to strength and +10 to baseline stamina. It highlights the near-impossible 0.01% probability of ever successfully unlocking a hidden skill dormant within its structure. The profile names the legendary ability as Psychedelic, noting that while the ancient bracelet belonged to holy saints, the chances of an ordinary player ever awakening it are practically non-existent. The text notes that most logical people should absolutely never count on such a miraculous manifestation ever happening during their lifetime. Yet, through his supreme regression knowledge and devouring skill, Songhyun completely bypassed the mathematical limitations to force the hidden trait out. He marvels at the sheer absurdity of the mechanic, wondering if an ordinary hunter would ever believe that such low odds could be mastered so effortlessly. He realizes that in order to possess this level of reality-bending luck, a player must truly be favored by the cosmos itself. A massive system alert flashes across the battlefield, confirming that the localized safety barrier has successfully mitigated a fatal surge of damage. Songho drops his camera entirely, running toward his fallen partner while screaming his name in absolute unadulterated panic. The stream chat goes completely wild, with users spamming Songhyun's name in capital letters, celebrating the absolute destruction of the notorious bully. A viewer types out a theory, betting everything that the mysterious rookie must possess a secret status ailment removal skill to look this flawless. Another commenter argues that the status removal isn't even the craziest part of the fight, pointing toward the rookie's impossible combat speed. Young Chol pushes himself up off the debris, shaking violently as he finally realizes the terrifying truth about his opponent. He looks up at Sanghyun, noticing that the rookie's surrounding aura has shifted into an entirely different oppressive realm compared to the start of the match. He desperately wonders what kind of unholy, forbidden training the kid must have gone through to manifest such a suffocating pressure. He confirms that the hidden skill definitely activated flawlessly, yet the expected back-end debuff seems to have zero effect on the rookie. He reasons that unless Sanghyun possesses a god-tier cleansing technique, it should be physically impossible for him to escape the paralyzing aftermath of the awakening. He watches Sanghyun take a slow, agonizingly calm step forward, his mind screaming in denial as he questions if this monster can truly be classified as a newbie. Young Chol lets out a painful grunt, his body completely giving out as he collapses back onto the concrete, unable to withstand the lingering pressure. From her secure viewing deck, Miso identifies the technique with absolute certainty, recognizing it as a highly restricted, high-tier awakening skill. Her senior commander looks over in surprise, asking if she's completely certain that a low-level rookie like Sanghyun could command such an advanced form of power. She crosses her arms, explaining that given the terrifying visual feedback, there are officially only two logical possibilities left to explain his existence. She narrows her eyes, concluding that either Sanghyun had absolutely no tactical reason to reveal this monstrous trump card when he was raiding with her, or he has found a way to completely rewrite the rules of the system itself, leaving them to wonder just what kind of storm this artifact-devouring player will unleash next. The crushed and humiliated Choi Yang-chol lies defeated on the concrete, his shattered pride radiating like a foul odor as nearby onlookers mockingly comment on how absolute his downfall was. His trembling accomplice Cho Sung-ho panics completely, his hands shaking as he desperately wonders how they are going to survive the fallout of this public disaster. Sung-ho realizes with horror that their viral video channel is completely dead and that they mistakenly targeted an absolute monster hiding under the guise of a rookie. A shadow falls heavily over the defeated thugs as an authoritative figure approaches, coldly stating that it looks like they have messed up beyond all recognition. The newcomer steps forward with complete confidence, introducing himself as Moon Bae-kyun, the elite Kangdong regional manager representing the influential Utopia Guild. The scene shifts abruptly toward the ominous back alleys of Chunui Station, where a dark, newly materializing gate crackles with volatile spatial energy. Sanghyun walks away from the arena with a tired sigh, muttering that he originally intended to operate purely as an independent one-man guild to avoid corporate politics. He reviews the massive 2 billion won financial penalty he just levied against the thugs, entirely unfazed when they desperately beg to pay the colossal sum in monthly installments. Meanwhile, a massive swarm of aggressive news reporters begins gathering outside the local training facility, eagerly checking their watches for a glimpse of the viral rookie. Suddenly, the media pack catches sight of him walking through the lobby, immediately shouting his name to grab his undivided attention. They aggressively shove microphones forward, loudly demanding to know if he has officially negotiated a massive settlement deal with the powerful Utopia Guild. Sanghyun is deeply annoyed by the sudden ambush, internally groaning as he tries to navigate through the sea of flashing cameras. A reporter relentlessly presses him, demanding to know if he is still maintaining a highly secretive, intimate relationship with the elite hunter Kim Miso. Another journalist shouts over the crowd, asking him to definitively clear up the heavy rumors regarding his unofficial ties to the top-tier Eden Guild. Sanghyun cuts them off coldly, firmly stating that he has absolutely nothing to say to the media and telling them to get out of his path. The press ignores his warning entirely, chasing his footsteps as they demand to know if he is just returning from a secret, high-intensity training session. They yell out that the public has a fundamental right to know the truth behind his explosive growth and hidden combat capabilities. They beg him to stop avoiding the cameras and finally reveal the secret methods he used to effortlessly shatter the leveling records. The narrative flashes back slightly to Moon Bae-kyun, who quickly bows to Sanghyun in polite apology for the unprovoked hostility his guild members displayed. Bae-kyun notes to himself that this is an incredibly fascinating situation, finding it miraculous that a newly awakened player effortlessly took down an experienced vanguard like Youngcho. He emphasizes that he stepped in personally to completely handle the legal fallout and ensure Sanghyun receives a massive flawless compensation package. He politely asks if the young rookie would be willing to spare a few moments of his valuable time to discuss a major business proposal. Sanghyun looks at him with complete indifference, calmly demanding to know his official name and exactly which corporate entity he answers to. Sanghyun reflects on his recent stats, confident that the staggering amount of permanent progress he has absorbed will keep him safe in any upcoming crisis. He thinks back to Daekyung, marveling at how a simple transaction with an old comrade yielded a treasure trove of high-tier hidden abilities. He pulls up his updated status menu, checking his heavily reinforced core attributes to ensure everything is perfectly calibrated for the next raid. His strength and stamina have both surged to an impressive flat baseline of 100, while his dexterity stands firmly at 33. His mana capacity sits at 71, backed by an incredibly elevated luck stat of 167. He verifies his evasion index resting at 30, followed by a significantly reinforced defense rating of 62. With his available attribute points resting cleanly at 0, his focus shifts toward the major skill upgrades he has successfully secured. He notes with immense satisfaction that his core combat skill, Demon Bash, has successfully leveled up through his constant combat exposure. He calculates that under the passive influence of his legendary Overwhelming Power title, the initial status crowd control effect will now lock down a target for a brutal 2.6 seconds. He factors in the auxiliary delay multipliers, realizing the extended effect will actually trap his enemies for a massive duration. He is completely stunned as he confirms the total stun duration will comfortably exceed 5 full seconds of absolute paralysis. The detailed profile for Demon Bash materializes, displaying its status as a high-tier hidden skill capable of leaving targets completely vulnerable. The text highlights a strict 15-second cooldown limit when utilized consecutively against the exact same opponent. It notes that at skill level 2, the technique can effortlessly hinder either a massive monster or a human player, with the success rate scaling directly against the victim's innate resistance. Next, he examines his freshly integrated dual-wielding training, which is officially manifested as a core passive warrior skill. The interface confirms that at skill level 2, his overall physical adaptability with massive long-reaching blades is exceptionally high. But Songhyun knows that this impressive array of newly unlocked passive perks is only the absolute beginning of his true tactical arsenal. He checks the accompanying restrictions, noting that standard daggers and tiny one-handed swords are excluded from this specific mastery tier. He smiles as another interface chimes, revealing a secondary passive skill tailored specifically for lighter, faster armaments. The system menu labels this complementary perk as blade-wielding training, an essential skill for rapid-fire close-quarters combat. It displays a skill level 1 status, ensuring his adaptability with short-range daggers and agile one-handed weapons is drastically elevated. Finally, he reviews his primary mobility trigger, an active movement skill sitting comfortably at skill level 1. The description explains that the user concentrates a massive volatile pool of physical energy before releasing it all at once to violently charge forward. The destructive velocity and distance of the sudden thrust scale directly with the total time spent manually channeling the energy. However, a tactical warning states that during the intense charge animation, the player's lateral movement and evasion vectors will be strictly restricted. Songhyun closes the interface, confident that this newly refined build will be more than enough to effortlessly conquer the upcoming unconfirmed gate. He admits to himself that his physical performance during the previous dungeon clears was severely lacking compared to his prime self. He remembers being forced to rely on dangerous, high-risk gambles against the Wolf Lord due to his severely limited array of active combat patterns. He acknowledges that during the sudden ambush by Young Chol, his complete lack of a dedicated movement skill left him dangerously vulnerable to basic crowd control setups. He grimly realizes that if those low-tier corporate thugs had possessed even a fraction of actual high-rank power, the encounter could have cost him his life. He reminds himself that he needs to completely lock in and stop treating these early encounters with any degree of complacency. He knows that if he allows his focus to slip, no amount of raw stat advantage or artifact devouring will save him from the horrific future awaiting the world. The media swarm continues to hurl ridiculous questions, aggressively asking if he is currently in a secret high-profile romantic relationship. Songhyun internally scoffs at their obsession with public rights, wondering if his private personal life is somehow considered public property now. He sighs heavily, knowing that his mind is already entirely consumed by the impending global cataclysm, leaving him zero room for such trivial distractions. He brushes the romantic rumors aside completely, deciding it's officially time to stop wasting precious energy and focus entirely on prepping for the raid. He reflects on how chaotic his life has become over the past week due to the non-stop media attention following his viral dungeon clear. Arriving at a quiet local cafe, a friendly voice calls out to him, waving him over to a secluded table in the corner. The contact reveals she already ordered his favorite coffee, urging him to come sit down so they can begin their scheduled discussion. She looks at him closely with a fascinated smile, commenting that his intense aura makes him look incredibly interesting up close. Song-hyun takes a seat, breathing a heavy sigh of relief as he thanks her for providing a temporary haven away from the cameras. Noticing his slight exhaustion, she curiously asks if he just rushed over here directly after clearing an active dungeon sector. Sang-hyun lets out a dry chuckle, admitting that navigating through the relentless swarm of reporters outside was infinitely harder than clearing an actual dungeon. He stares into his drink, his expression turning deadly serious as he vows to follow the exact same high-efficiency path from his memories. He remembers the catastrophic second breakdown that is destined to violently shatter human civilization in the year 2040. He tightly grips his hands, determined to use his regression knowledge to forge an entirely different, victorious timeline for humanity. He swears that he will never allow himself to lose everything and witness the tragic deaths of his allies like he did in his horrific past life. In this new life, he will systematically devour every legendary artifact in existence and ascend to a realm of absolute, unyielding power. He vows to become a transcendent warrior capable of single-handedly changing the fate of the world, just like the legendary figures who stood at the absolute pinnacle of history. The interviewer smiles warmly, apologizing for dragging him into a public space while he's clearly dealing with an overwhelming amount of sudden fame. Song-hyun waves it off modestly, claiming that the media attention is just a temporary minor hurdle that he can easily manage. The journalist leans forward, reminding him that regardless of his personal humility, he has officially become the absolute epicenter of attention for every major guild in the country. He explains that while critics claim the old ranking system is obsolete, the entire community is officially calling Song-hyun an absolute super newbie due to his reality-defying low-level clears. He asks if Song-hyun is aware that even massive elite guilds operating abroad have officially submitted identity requests to the Korean Player Association to scout him, leaving Song-hyun to realize that the global stage is already watching his every move. Sitting back inside the cozy cafe, Kim Miso looks directly at Shin Sang-hyun and leans forward, suddenly asking a major unexpected favor that completely catches him off guard. Sang-hyun blinks in mild surprise, noting that the request came completely out of nowhere, but he politely nods and states that he's willing to listen if it's something within his power to help with. Miso smiles with relief, explaining that her sister had been relentlessly begging to meet him ever since hearing about his impossible exploits in the high-tier quest area. She adds that she deliberately brought her sister along today so the two could properly connect before they officially gear up and head into the next gate raid. Miso steps back slightly to introduce her companion, announcing her name as Shin Taeri, who stands proudly as a core high-ranking powerhouse within the elite Eden Guild. Taeri offers a calm professional greeting, politely stating that it is an absolute pleasure to finally meet the legendary rookie in person. Sang-hyun returns the gesture with a respectful bow, welcoming her warmly while maintaining his characteristic focus. Even without a formal introduction, Sang-hyun internally notes that he would have instantly recognized this woman anywhere, based on his extensive future memories from his past life. He reflects on the fact that there isn't a single active player in the entire country who doesn't know the legendary name and terrifying reputation of Shin Taeri. Widely feared and revered across the entire hunter community by her deadly alias, the Shadow Assassin, she stands firmly as one of the absolute greatest players in Korea. Her sheer presence on the battlefield carries enough unmatched tactical weight to completely alter national guild rankings by herself. Song-hyun quietly muses on his incredible streak of luck, realizing he has crossed paths with some of the world's most influential high rankers since his successful regression. Miso turns to her sister with a slight frown, questioning what kind of massive favor she is trying to extract from someone she literally just met a few moments ago. Taeri dismisses the concern with a nonchalant wave, reminding her sister that she already clearly laid out her personal intentions on their way to the cafe. She reiterates that if they are truly going to recruit Sang-hyun into their organization's innermost circle, she needs to personally test his mettle first. She steps out into the training courtyard, declaring that she intends to personally see if this highly praised newcomer is actually worthy of the immense hype. Miso lets out an awkward laugh, turning to apologize to Sang-hyun, while explaining that her sister simply has a notorious habit of challenging strong people for fun. Sang-hyun merely smirks, adjusting his stance while confidently replying that he honestly doesn't mind a trial by fire from a top-tier hunter. Taeri smiles at his confidence, suggesting that they skip the pleasantries and get straight down to business. Sang-hyun feels a surge of quiet determination, recognizing that having a nationally ranked pinnacle player offer a direct sparring match is a massive, invaluable honor. Taeri gently draws her weapons, proposing a brief, controlled exchange of exactly 5 moves to accurately gauge his baseline reflexes. She takes a dynamic stance, telling him to notify her the absolute second he is completely ready to defend himself. Sang-hyun locks his focus onto her, fully aware that while he stands almost zero chance of winning, he cannot afford to waste a single second of this golden opportunity. He sees this as the ultimate benchmark to accurately measure how much his raw traits have grown and to pinpoint the exact weaknesses he needs to ruthlessly fix. Terry's eyes flash with a sharp, dangerous intensity as she confirms they are officially beginning, taking the absolute first move. In a literal fraction of a heartbeat, a massive burst of dark energy shatters the space, signaling that a high-tier combat skill has been violently activated. An absolute shockwave of pure speed echoes through the courtyard, leaving the ground cracked from the sheer velocity of her launch. The sheer acceleration is mind-boggling, tearing through the air and creating a dangerous vacuum that completely shifts the surrounding atmosphere. Sang-hyun can barely process the movement as a lethal flash of steel materializes mere inches from his throat with terrifying precision. He barely manages to cross his blades, the metallic clash ringing out like a thunderclap as he absorbs the massive kinetic impact. Taeri doesn't pause for a single breath, immediately twisting her frame to transition into a devastating secondary follow-up strike. Sang-hyun pours every ounce of his strength into his stance, desperately tilting his weapon to deflect the overwhelming piercing force. The secondary impact sends a violent tremor traveling straight up his arms, threatening to completely rip the weapons from his grip. He manages to hold his ground, but the sheer physical displacement forces him to skid back across the concrete yard. Taeri halts her momentum seamlessly, her eyes widening slightly as she openly praises his incredible life-saving focus. She admits she didn't think a low-level rookie would possess the precise technical capability to successfully block her second consecutive strike. She points out that the vast majority of professional swordsmen will completely fail to ever reach the heightened level of focus he just demonstrated. Sang-hyun keeps his breathing steady, knowing the only reason he survived that exchange wasn't due to his current raw physical stats. He knows it's because he possesses decades of brutal, frontline survival experience to back up his defensive instincts. Taeri stares at him intensely, a sudden wave of deep suspicion hitting her as she wonders if this kid is secretly hiding something monumental. She notes that standing across from him feels less like facing a promising new rookie and more like facing a hardened ancient veteran hunter. Sang-hyun stays silent, refusing to let his expression slip as he braces himself for the remaining 3 strikes of the trial. He knows that against an opponent of this caliber, any internal hesitation or second-guessing means absolute, instantaneous defeat. He reminds himself to treat this match exactly like the real deal, realizing the moment he fails to react, he will be completely overwhelmed. Taeri adjusts her grip, her aura flaring outward as she prepares to escalate the tempo of the spar. Sang-hyun recognizes that he doesn't even have a single spare microsecond to mentally prepare for what's coming next. He realizes he must constantly remain in a state of absolute peak combat readiness just to survive her passive movements. He notes that rather than just swinging wildly, her casual stance carries the terrifying weight of absolute perfected mastery. The terrifying reality sets in that she has only barely manifested her signature weapons, yet the pressure is already suffocating. The surrounding ambient energy begins to crackle and warp around her form, drastically altering the gravity of the battlefield. Taeri declares that they shouldn't waste any more precious time, indicating she's about to seriously scale up the intensity. Sang-hyun drops into a deep defensive crouch, signaling that he is fully prepared to take everything she has to throw at him. Miso watches from the sidelines, her eyes completely strained as she struggles to even visually track the sheer speed of the exchange. She realizes with a cold sweat that the combat is moving at a baseline velocity that completely leaves ordinary hunters in the dust. Taeri glides forward like a literal phantom, her voice echoing from everywhere at once as she announces she has 3 moves remaining. Sang-hyun speaks up through grit teeth, suddenly asking if he can make one bold, highly irregular request of his own before they continue. Taeri pauses mid-stride, her curiosity piqued as she grants him permission to voice his thoughts. Sang-hyun looks her dead in the eye, calmly proposing that they skip the remaining separate moves and finish the match right now with her going all out. Miso gasps in absolute horror, wondering if the rookie has completely lost his mind by actively provoking a national rank assassin. Sang-hyun openly acknowledges that he is being incredibly undeniably arrogant by making such a reckless demand, but he firmly believes that an independent hunter like him will never get a pristine chance to experience peak-tier speed ever again before the cataclysm. Taeri lets out a thrilled, predatory smile, reminding him that she still technically has 4 full offensive moves left in her initial tally. Sang-hyun internally calls her an absolute monster, sensing that her baseline velocity is actively compounding with every single passing second. He makes a radical tactical decision, completely closing his eyes and choosing to entirely ignore his physical sense of sight. He resolves to read her incoming high-speed vectors purely through raw, unadulterated survival instinct and spatial awareness. He begs her to deliver her one absolute best, unrestricted strike straight at him without holding back a single fraction of her power. He reflects on his words, knowing he was being entirely deadly serious about wanting to witness the pinnacle of strength. He knows that if he doesn't personally experience what a true top ranker is fully capable of right now, a lingering sense of complacency will haunt his training. Miso frantically yells at her sister not to listen to his insane request, warning her that high-speed combat skills are far too dangerous to control safely. But Terry's competitive spirit is already fully unleashed, her massive aura erupting as she prepares to show him the absolute meaning of terror. Sang-hyun centers his mind, preparing to face the legendary shadow assassin at her absolute, unrestricted maximum speed. He knows that if his instincts can manage to even slightly track her final trajectory, this dangerous gamble will be a monumental success for his future, leaving the air to split as she completely vanishes from reality. Taeri smiles warmly as the intense spar concludes, expressing a deep desire to sit down for a genuinely serious professional conversation with the promising rookie in the near future. Sang-hyun politely nods in agreement, welcoming the opportunity whenever she has free time in her busy schedule. Thrilled by his receptive attitude, Taeri reassures him that she will personally reach out and give him a call later to coordinate their next meeting. Miso steps in anxiously, breaking up the conversation to remind her sister that they are cutting it incredibly close to their official raid start time. She shoots an intense glare at Taei, firmly demanding that she thoroughly document everything that transpired today and submit a formal report to the higher-ups. Miso stresses the gravity of the situation, reprimanding her sister for completely failing to realize just how incredibly dangerous an unmeasured high-speed clash could have been for a rookie. Taeri laughs off the lecture, offering a quick apology before telling Miso to get moving so they aren't late. She turns back to bid them farewell, wishing Miso absolute good luck on the dangerous raid ahead and reminding her to call the second it's wrapped up. As the sisters depart, Sang-hyun stands in quiet reflection, recognizing that whether he likes it or not, this technically marks his absolute first tactical defeat since his regression. He accepts the harsh reality that had a powerhouse like Shin Taeri truly gone all out from the absolute beginning, he wouldn't have stood even a microsecond of a chance. Yet, instead of letting the defeat crush his spirit, the unexpected encounter ignites a fierce new fire within him, providing a brand new pinnacle of strength he must ruthlessly surpass. He remembers her parting advice, knowing with absolute certainty that every single word she spoke regarding high-tier combat mastery was completely accurate. His thoughts shift toward his current raid party as he watches the team assemble, noting how each member is already beginning to manifest their unique combat presence. Suddenly, a loud commotion cuts through the area as Johi frantically calls out to her teammate to wait up. She soundly scolds her companion, reminding him that she explicitly warned him not to rush ahead into dangerous territory without proper coordination. Suddenly, a bizarre, violent gust of wind whips through the perimeter, completely catching the vanguard off guard with its unnatural force. He struggles against the sudden atmospheric pressure, instantly realizing that this devastating gale is completely different from anything a standard space wielder can manifest. Miso quickly steps up to Sang-hyun's side, checking on him with genuine concern to ensure he's doing all right. She anxiously asks if he managed to sustain any hidden injuries during his brutal high-speed exchange with her monstrous sister. Sang-hyun reassures her with a calm shake of his head, stating that he is completely fine and was simply deeply lost in his own tactical thoughts. He suggests they put all external distractions behind them for the time being, pointing toward the looming dimensional distortion ahead. He urges the team to move forward and officially cross the threshold into the active gate sector without any further delay. He notes that rather than obsessing over past failures or alternate timelines, their absolute focus must remain locked on surviving the immediate present. He meticulously calculates the tactical layout of their current four-man squad, balancing his close-range swordsmanship against Miso's elite long-distance marksman capabilities. He factors in Park Taeseok's overwhelming destructive power to cover any potential lack of offensive fire, backed by Kang Joo-hee's utility magic to assist in rapid escapes whenever required. He concludes that even when strictly excluding the critical fact that they completely lack a dedicated healer, this party represents a near-perfect combat composition. But more than just their individual statistical sheets, he recognizes the most vital element of this specific hunter configuration. He observes them moving in perfect synchronization, marveling at how their collective team chemistry is absolutely off the charts. He remembers their flawless cooperative movements from earlier encounters, realizing this is a squad that has weathered countless life-or-death situations together. He notes that this seamless telepathic connection can easily dictate the boundary between absolute survival and sudden demise inside an unconfirmed gate. He briefly recalls his lonely experiences back in his past life, where a lack of trust often led to catastrophic failures on the front lines. His focus snaps back as a teammate playfully teases another, asking if the self-proclaimed elite vanguard is actually turning out to be a total scaredy cat. The friendly banter keeps the heavy tension at bay as they finally cross through the swirling spatial threshold. Suddenly, a sharp, throbbing ache flares up in the vanguard's head, causing him to groan in sudden discomfort. His companion quickly raises her hands in apology, frantically explaining that she didn't mean to accidentally trigger an active support skill so close to him. Song-hyun waves off her panic with a reassuring nod, calmly stating that he will be completely fine. He genuinely thanks her for keeping her guard up and taking the initial entry parameters into the dangerous sector incredibly seriously. The supportive mage beams with a massive grin, enthusiastically replying that the absolute pleasure is entirely hers to assist such a high-profile rookie. He steps forward to properly introduce his magical specialization, revealing himself as a high-tier caster who focuses almost entirely on the intricate Ignite skill tree. Song-hyun analyzes the classification, asking if prioritizing the Ignite trait means his abilities fall squarely under the branch of traditional pyromancy. The Fire Mage confirms his theory, explaining that his destructive capabilities operate within the exact same fundamental realm of elemental magic as the bully Cho Young-chul. He makes a mental note of the comparison, recalling how the arrogant influencer utilized similar flame conjurations to suppress his opponents. The caster elaborates that because he chose to sacrifice all structural versatility to focus his entire player career on mastering the conjuration of pure flames. He states with immense pride that his concentrated hellfire should be infinitely stronger and hotter than any standard multi-class variant. Sang-hyun silently agrees with the logic, remembering the ancient proverb that urges a warrior to fear a master of one strike rather than a novice of 1,000. The team officially arrives at the heart of Chunui Station's unidentified gate number 727, where a massive digital notification seals the perimeter. The leader suggests that before they venture any deeper into the uncharted terrain, they should completely run through a round of brief tactical introductions. He points toward his seasoned companions, identifying them as the elite vanguard forces that will be anchoring the party's defensive line. Sang-hyun steps forward to greet his new allies with complete respect, offering his name and stating it is a true honor to operate alongside such refined players. The veteran vanguard waves off his formality with a hearty laugh, admitting the group came here completely shocked to see the viral Wonder Boy from the national news. The seasoned tank suddenly turns toward Taeseok, expressing his deep gratitude for his quick thinking upon entering the frozen sector. He emphasizes that if it weren't for the mage's instant thermal buff, the entire party would have likely been frozen solid by the extreme ambient temperature. A detailed skill overlay materializes before them, confirming the seamless activation of Taeseok's signature Blessing of Flames. The system profile describes the rare enchantment, noting that all allies blessed by its radiant warmth receive a massive flat increase to their cold resistance. The Vanguard shivers slightly against the chill, muttering that the local weather parameters were absolutely nothing like this during their previous deployment here. He locks his eyes onto the darkening corridor ahead, loudly declaring that he is officially awaiting tactical orders from Sang-hyun. He steps into a forward defensive stance, firmly telling the rookie to completely watch his back as they advance into the unknown. The title overlay flashes brilliantly once more, signifying that the Artifact-Devouring Player is officially leading a high-tier operation. Jo-hee stammers slightly as she steps up, nervously detailing the precise mechanics of her utility space warping capabilities. She offers a sincere smile through her anxiety, expressing her heartfelt hope that their cooperative efforts will yield the best possible outcome for both of them. Sang-hyun looks down at his equipped arsenal, internally noting that he successfully managed to predict the perfect combination for an elite raid team. Miso glances at his hip, curiously pointing out that he seems to have brought an entirely different auxiliary weapon alongside his standard longsword. She asks if this is the exact same specialized blade he utilized during his previous record-shattering dungeon run. Sang-hyun confirms her suspicion, explaining that he had a strong tactical feeling he might need a lighter option in case the upcoming boss encounters turned out to be heavily mobility-reliant. He internally admits that coming up with plausible lies to hide his extensive regression knowledge is becoming increasingly difficult with each passing day. He reminds himself that he must seamlessly blend his futuristic expertise with his current public identity to avoid drawing unwanted corporate suspicion. He suddenly shifts the focus away from his gear, calling out to Jo-hee to commend her on her exceptional positioning. He notes that despite her modest self-assessment, her presence as a space wielder makes her an incredibly reliable anchor for their escape routes. She looks up in deep gratitude, completely validated by the legendary rookie's unwavering confidence in her secondary abilities. Tae-seok looks on approvingly, noting to himself that the young hunter made an incredibly wise tactical decision with his current training regimen. He reasons that until a player successfully reaches a certain veteran-level threshold, concentrating entirely on a singular mastery path is always the absolute right move. Song-hyun mentally analyzes his previous victory, realizing the core reason why breaking through Cho Young-chel's defenses felt so incredibly effortless. He recognizes that rather than focusing his limited early player resources on mastering one specific high-tier skill tree to its absolute limit, the foolish influencer chose to recklessly invest his valuable attribute points across a massive, bloated variety of completely different combat fields. This fatal strategic mistake left his overall damage output incredibly shallow, lacking any true piercing power against a specialized opponent. Song-hyun draws his twin weapons as a low growl echoes from the abyss, his eyes glowing with an intense, unyielding light as the first wave approaches. He drops into a perfect vanguard stance, ready to demonstrate to the entire world exactly what happens when true specialized mastery is unleashed within the gates, leaving his party to brace themselves for a total slaughter. The air split with a deafening screech as Song-hyun's blade cleanly severed the monster's head. His party members stood frozen in the snow, completely speechless. The sheer speed and devastating power of his attack was something they had never witnessed from a fellow player before. Landing gracefully, Song-hyun let out a heavy sigh, the exhaustion of the raid finally catching up to him. But before he could even sheath his weapon, a chilling presence made him glance back. His teammates were still processing the kill, fully convinced that a single strike shouldn't have been enough to take down such a massive creature. A sickening geyser of dark blood violently erupted from the monster's severed neck. Its colossal body finally gave out, plummeting forward toward the frozen earth. Song-hyun instantly shifted his stance, his instincts screaming that the battle wasn't entirely over. With a heavy thud, the headless corpse crashed into the snow, lifeless. Wasting no time, Song-hyun exploded forward, leaving a trail of shattered ice in his wake. His grip tightened around his hilt, adrenaline pumping fiercely through his veins. From behind, the team's mage Tae-seok frantically shouted for their archer. Jo-hee leaped back, drawing her bowstring with deadly precision. Sang-hyun seamlessly wove through the magical crossfire, dodging with impossible agility. A massive pillar of blue energy erupted from the ground, illuminating the dark, freezing sky. The sheer force of the blast slammed into the remaining enemies, wiping them out in an instant. But the dungeon wasn't done with them yet, as a terrifying roar echoed through the snowy valley. A towering shadow loomed through the mist, its monstrous jaw opening wide. Tae-seok desperately gathered mana in his hands, readying another explosive spell. A blinding flash of arcane energy shot toward the incoming threat. Jo-hee's eyes widened in sheer terror as she realized exactly what was charging at them. The deafening roar shook the very ground beneath their feet, threatening to cause an avalanche. She barely managed to scramble out of the way as the earth shattered around her. Panic laced her voice as she warned the team an armored demon ogre was barreling straight for them. Tae-seok's confidence vanished, dread setting in as he realized how bad their situation had just become. The towering beast blotted out the light, its massive horns scraping the sky. With a blood-curdling bellow, the ogre charged forward like a runaway freight train. Yet, while everyone else panicked, Sang-hyun didn't retreat. He charged directly at the behemoth. Tae-seok and Joo-hee watched in absolute disbelief, wondering if their swordsman had a complete death wish. But as the dust settled, Sang-hyun emerged completely unscathed, a thrilling smile plastered across his face. Realizing they had survived the clash, Jo-hee let out a breathless laugh, the tension finally leaving her shoulders. Sang-hyun just chuckled, scratching his head as if taking down giants was just a casual hobby. Tae-seok looked at him with absolute awe, utterly mesmerized by his raw strength. He enthusiastically grabbed Sang-hyun's shoulders, begging the elite player to team up with them for all future raids. Jo-hee smiled warmly, admitting that she was slowly getting used to his absurd, heart-stopping stunts. A massive explosion in the distance reminded them that the dungeon was still highly active. But despite the lurking danger, the atmosphere among the team had shifted from fear to absolute trust. Jo-hee turned to the others, reminding them that she had the exact same terrified reaction during her first run with him. She playfully warned them that Sang-hyun was full of surprises, and this definitely wouldn't be the last time he left them speechless. Sang-hyun laughed awkwardly, humbly brushing off the high praise. The rest of the team couldn't help but marvel at how effortlessly he handled himself in a life-or-death zone. As they trekked further into the frozen wasteland, Sang-hyun admitted that having a team he could finally trust allowed him to fight much more aggressively. Suddenly, their portal mage sharply hushed the group, gesturing for everyone to get down. Creeping up to the edge of an icy cliff, the party carefully peeked over the ridge. Down in the ancient ruins below, they spotted their next major target. It was a colossal three-headed wolf resting in the snow, the dungeon's middle boss, the Cerberus of the Frost Hell. Sang-hyun silently analyzed the sleeping beast, calculating his next move. But out of nowhere, a horrific, one-eyed demon materialized right behind them. The monster raised its spiked club, aiming a lethal strike directly at Sang-hyun's blind spot. Without even looking, Sang-hyun spun around, perfectly parrying the heavy, crushing blow. The force of the block sent shockwaves through the air, completely halting the demon's surprise attack. The rest of the team flinched hard, realizing how close they had just come to a brutal ambush. The system chimed as Sang-hyun's Demon Bash skill activated, violently staggering the massive Cyclops. A vicious, excited grin spread across Sang-hyun's face. He firmly gripped his greatsword, feeling a familiar rush of battle adrenaline taking over. Looking down the ridge, he saw that the noise had woken up an entire horde of monsters, but he didn't care. He was ready for round 2. The real battle for survival was finally about to begin. Moments later, the snow was painted crimson, littered with the broken bodies of the fallen demon horde. Taesuk was practically vibrating with excitement, entirely blown away by Sang-hyun's devastating area-clearing power. Sheathing his weapon, Sang-hyun thanked the mage for his perfectly timed support magic during the chaos. With the immediate threat cleared, their portal user quickly began charging a spatial gate to reposition them. But the dungeon wasn't empty yet. Another ferocious roar ripped through the freezing wind. A heavily armored beast leaped from the shadows, swinging its weapon wildly. Sang-hyun remained terrifyingly calm, his eyes tracking the monster's every erratic movement. He sidestepped with flawless precision, narrowly dodging a strike that would have crushed his skull. The beast's attack smashed into the ice, sending razor-sharp shards flying everywhere. A discarded sword lay embedded in the snow nearby, a grim reminder of the adventurers who had failed here before. Infuriated by its missed attack, the monster roared again, refusing to let its prey escape. Sang-hyun's expression darkened, ready to end this fight once and for all. The massive brute launched itself through the air, putting all its weight into a final crushing dive. Its thick armor gleamed in the dim light, making it nearly impervious to standard physical attacks. Jo-hee quickly provided covering fire, hoping to distract the beast mid-air. Taesuk followed up with a blazing fireball, pushing his mana output to the absolute limit. Realizing the beast was too resilient, Jo-hee desperately yelled for the team to fall back and create distance. But Sang-hyun had a completely different, reckless plan. He ordered the portal mage to open a gate directly in front of the charging monster. The beast was winding up for a devastating area of effect strike, threatening to wipe them all out in one swing. Sang-hyun lowered his stance, completely unfazed by the impending doom. Trusting him blindly, the mage threw her hands forward, tearing open a glowing green portal right in the danger zone. Without a second of hesitation, Sang-hyun dove straight into the... He reappeared mid-air, hurtling toward the ground like a falling meteor. The impact was explosive, sending immense shockwaves through the battlefield and kicking up a massive cloud of snow. The spatial gate flared brightly as he harnessed its momentum for his descent. Dropping right in front of the heavily armored boss, he had perfectly bypassed its impregnable defenses. A wicked smirk crossed his face. He had finally found the perfect punching bag to test his true strength. Channeling an immense amount of energy into a single devastating movement skill, he prepared to unleash hell upon the dungeon. And with his hidden passive skill activated, giving him absolute dominance and health regeneration in the presence of wolf-type monsters, the beasts of this frost hell were about to learn what true fear felt like. Immediately after successfully clearing the quest area, the team begins to pack up and head out, but a sudden realization catches them off guard. Just as the initial wave of relief washes over the group, someone notices a lingering presence and stops right in their tracks before leaving. Curiosity turns into immediate suspicion as a teammate turns around, wondering exactly what kind of hidden agenda was being played out in total isolation. The truth finally comes to light, exposing a massive hidden reality that changes how the entire party views the situation. For any active player, an unrevealed unique skill is their ultimate lifeline, and having it suddenly laid bare triggers an instant wave of internal panic. To ease the mounting tension, a teammate speaks up, laughing it off under the assumption that it is just one of those strange personal rituals some eccentric players perform. The rest of the group quickly plays along with the excuse, assuring him that everyone deserves a little space and privacy when dealing with their own quirks. He is left completely speechless by the bizarre misunderstanding, realizing they have completely misread the situation, yet he is forced to just roll with it for now. Deep down, he breathes a massive sigh of relief, knowing that an awkward misunderstanding is 1,000 times better than having his actual dangerous secret exposed. With the awkward encounter temporarily settled, the group decides it is finally time to focus on refueling their energy and getting something to eat. As they prepare for their next move, the true prize is revealed, a glowing high-tier gold artifact known as the Heart of Ice. The mystical accessory holds immense power within its description, possessing a brutal freezing effect capable of altering the very battlefield. The harsh, howling winds of the frozen valley serve as a chilling reminder of the danger lurking just beyond the icy cavern walls. With unwavering determination, the party's mage channels her remaining mana, unleashing a powerful spell to stabilize their position. The party praises her incredible support work, acknowledging that they wouldn't have survived the brutal encounter without her timely intervention. Despite the temporary victory, an underlying sense of dread fills the air as the party questions if this risky strategy will truly pay off. The strategy itself feels entirely unhinged, leaving the teammates skeptical about the bizarre instructions they are actively following. They begin questioning the logic behind dragging heavy, defeated ogre corpses across the snow, doubting it will actually lure the zone's apex predator. The massive, blood-chilling scale of the environment and the remnants of their previous battles remind them of the stakes if things go south. He confidently reassures them that the local boss monster is driven entirely by a primal, insatiable hunger and will absolutely take the bait. His absolute certainty leaves the team wondering exactly how he possesses such hyper-specific knowledge about a monster they have never faced before. Recognizing their growing suspicion, he quickly dodges the question and shifts their focus back to the immediate layout of the battlefield. A sharp wave of anxiety hits him as he realizes a massive oversight. He never actually explained the mechanics of his core skill to the party. The tension spikes when a teammate approaches him seriously, making him panic internally that she might demand ownership of the rare artifact. He braces himself for the worst, fully expecting her to stake a claim on the valuable loot they just uncovered. Instead, she genuinely smiles and insists that since he defeated the deadly guardian entirely on his own, the artifact rightfully belongs to him. He laughs nervously, thanking her while secretly celebrating the fact that his internal panic was completely unwarranted. With the loot distributed, he instantly shifts gears and announces a sudden pivot to a high-risk backup plan. The sudden shift catches the team completely off guard, leaving them bewildered by his sudden burst of authority. Stepping forward with total confidence, he flashes a dangerous smirk that signals he is about to do something completely reckless. The sheer audacity of his request leaves his companions wide-eyed and deeply concerned for his sanity. He commands them to completely step back and leave the rest of the fight to him, assuring them that watching from afar is their only job. The team demands a logical explanation for this sudden solo mission, unable to comprehend why he would bench them right before a boss fight. They wait in agonizing silence in the freezing cold, watching the minutes slowly tick away as the atmosphere grows heavier. Suddenly, the ground begins to violently tremble, signaling that the waiting game is officially over and the target has arrived. Out from the darkness of the cavern, a monstrous towering shadow emerges, confirming the terrifying arrival of the zone's true apex predator. The absolute unit of a beast is identified as the grisly big bear of the cold, a devastating final boss radiating pure malice. The team instantly prepares for a brutal, coordinated strike, knowing that a single mistake against this titan means instant death. The raw power of the colossal beast shakes the very foundations of the frozen valley as it roars in fury. A massive, terrifying presence looms over the party, forcing them to realize the true scale of the monster they are up against. As the battle lines are drawn, the system delivers an unexpected alert that flips the entire context of the raid on its head. He keeps a light-hearted, confident demeanor, assuring his team that everything is going perfectly according to his calculated projection. The sudden shift in the tactical plan forces him to reevaluate his options, realizing he needs to figure out a fast solution to the new variable. With the battlefield constantly changing, he steps forward to initiate the next phase of his high-stakes gamble. The teammates look on in utter confusion, trying to decipher his strange behavior as he prepares to act alone. A sudden realization hits him, causing his eyes to widen as a massive piece of the puzzle finally clicks into place. She smiles knowingly, dropping a massive bombshell by revealing that she has actually known his hidden secret for a very long time. A massive system notification flashes before him, confirming the official defeat of the Frost Hell's deadly middle boss. Looking down at the fallen beast, a twinge of genuine regret hits him, feeling a bit conflicted about slaying a creature that showed signs of absolute submission. He pushes the guilt aside, focusing on the tactical advantage as he prepares to synergize the situation with his active recovery skill. The core system menu materializes, displaying a powerful reduction title effect that cuts skill cooldowns precisely in half. He immediately interfaces with the holographic system screen, selecting the recovery skill to maximize his survivability in the upcoming chaos. The system details the exact mechanics of his recovery ability, showing a heavily reduced cooldown that grants him a massive edge in battle. The sudden movement catches his teammates completely off guard, prompting a panicked warning to stop him before he does something irreversible. They turn to him in absolute shock, completely unable to comprehend the sheer madness of his next tactical move. The intense expressions on their faces mirror the growing dread of the situation, realizing they are completely out of the loop. The sheer shock paralyzes her as she stares ahead, her mind struggling to process the bizarre behavior of the beast in front of them. Contrary to all violent expectations, the terrifying creature shows absolutely no signs of aggression. The terrifying multi-headed beast stands perfectly still, radiating an ominous blue flame while completely ignoring its predatory instincts. A massive system prompt reveals the unbelievable truth. The Cerberus of the Frost Hell recognizes him as a vastly superior, higher-ranked entity. The system confirms that the mythical beast is rapidly descending into a state of total, unquestioning obedience. He looks on with an intense, calculated gaze, realizing that taming the legendary beast is turning out to be shockingly simple. Knowing that time is a luxury he doesn't possess, he resolves to end the entire encounter as swiftly as humanly possible. He glances up at the sky, keeping a hyper-focused eye on the position of the celestial bodies to time his ultimate ability perfectly. The massive, glowing full moon shines brightly through the freezing night, providing the exact environmental conditions required to trigger his peak power. He notes that even the slightest obstruction from a passing cloud would drastically cut the effectiveness of his night-based buffs in half. With a burst of explosive speed, he dashes straight toward the monstrous entity, leaving his stunned party completely in the dust. He closes the distance in a fraction of a second, confronting the towering beast head-on with absolute fearless confidence. Staring directly into the glowing eyes of the apex predator, he smirks, noting that up close the terrifying beast isn't quite as intimidating as it looks. The multi-headed guardian unleashes a low, rumbling growl, its massive jaws snapping as the ultimate test of dominance begins. The teammates scream out in absolute panic, terrified that his reckless charge is nothing short of a suicide mission. They watch from a safe distance, completely paralyzed by the insane spectacle unfolding right before their eyes. She questions if the beast is merely biding its time, staying on high guard before unleashing a devastating counterattack. The massive creature stands tall, bathed in ethereal blue flames, staring down the lone warrior who dares to command its absolute submission. When giant monsters drop to dangerously low health levels, they completely change. They enter a deadly state known as gluttony, completely altering their behavior on the battlefield. In this terrifying form, the beast undergoes an immense physical surge, its muscles tightening and its raw power multiplying into something significantly more violent. Driven by an absolute madness, the monster will mindlessly begin to devour everything and anything around it, completely losing its sanity. To exploit this dangerous habit, the party strategically stacked up the corpses of slain ogres ahead of time, banking on the monster's desperate urge to feed. But they didn't just leave regular meat out in the open, they laced the monster's potential meal with something far more calculated. While Hyuhee used her spatial portals to pile up the massive ogre corpses, the rest of the team was busy handling a crucial material to secure their victory. They specifically prepared juniper wood to mix with the flesh, knowing its strong sedative properties would be their only chance to pacify the beast once it went wild. However, even with the trap set perfectly, a massive problem still loomed over the entire operation. The true danger was managing to lower the beast's health pool just enough to actually trigger the gluttony state without getting wiped out in the process. Knowing the sheer risk involved, Sang-hyun steps up to the front lines, promising to create the perfect window for his teammates to safely deal their damage. The tension spikes instantly as the creature launches its counterattack, proving its reaction time is far faster than anyone could have anticipated. Realizing he misjudged the beast's speed, Sang-hyun feels the cold sweat run down his face, questioning if taking to the air was a fatal mistake. The monstrous bear roars with an earth-shattering intensity, its jaw snapping open as it corners its prey. A barrage of heavy arrows rain down onto the beast, trying to distract it and draw the lethal pressure away from the vanguard. The beast roars in agony as the sudden rain of projectiles pierces its thick hide, shaking the cavern with its rage. The rest of the team can only watch in absolute panic, shouting out Sang-hyun's name as the battle spirals completely out of control. The teammate tracks the chaotic movement with sheer anxiety, praying that their vanguard can somehow withstand the overwhelming pressure. Far above the chaotic battlefield, a lone figure stands at the peak of a massive stone pillar, silently preparing a massive spell. Recognizing the absolute desperation of the situation, the archer screams out, demanding to know if the setup is finally complete. The countdown has begun, and the spatial magic is officially ready to deploy, giving the team a narrow glimmer of hope. Massive circles of glowing green mana begin to form in the air, swirling violently as the spatial warp sequence activates. The magical energy spins into a fierce vortex, generating a blinding light that threatens to consume the entire snowy terrain. The mage focuses entirely on maintaining the unstable magical coordinates, muttering ancient incantations under her breath. The vanguard watches the swirling mana anxiously, desperately wondering if the teleportation will trigger in time to save their ally. The monstrous bear shatters the very ground beneath it, leaving no room for error as it charges forward with lethal intent. The beast's massive jaws snap violently, shattering the frozen earth into sharp flying fragments of stone and ice. Caught in the crossfire of the shockwave, a team member is forcefully thrown backward, crying out in pain as the rubble flies everywhere. The spatial vortex reaches its absolute peak, shining brilliantly over the frozen battlefield as the warp triggers. The mage exerts the absolute last of her energy, pushing past her physical limits to ensure the spell successfully completes. The bear lets out a deafening roar of pure frustration as its target vanishes into thin air right before its very eyes. The massive jaws of the beast slam shut onto empty space, the sheer force of the bite creating a concussive shockwave through the air. The emerald energy of the warp spell crackles wildly across the snow, finalizing the teleportation coordinates. The spatial distortions begin to fade away, leaving behind a glowing trail of mana where the vanguard once stood. With a bright flash of magical light, the spatial coordinates snap shut, completely severing the connection. Sanghyun crashes hard onto the snowy ground, gasping for air as he realizes he just barely managed to escape with his life. The shockwave from the beast's initial impact explodes outward, sending a massive plume of snow and debris high into the air. The giant bear moves with terrifying agility, its glowing red eyes locked onto its targets as it maneuvers through the dense fog. Another massive explosion rocks the frozen cavern, tearing the ground apart as the sheer scale of the battle intensifies. Sanghyun leaps high into the air, narrowly dodging a lethal swipe as the monster's sheer size dominates the area. The beast's glaring red eyes cut through the shadows, its absolute bloodlust radiating across the entire snowy plain. Knowing the stakes, Sanghyun locks eyes with his team, pleading with them to trust his judgment just this once. But the reality of the situation is brutal, and the sheer terror of facing the monster head-on makes him realize how insane the plan truly is. He finds himself pushed to his absolute limit, fully aware that a single minor misstep will send him straight to the afterlife. As he grips his weapon tightly, frustration boils over, making him question if all the intense training and growth he achieved was even enough. The sheer power of the beast forces him to second-guess his own progress, wondering if his strength stat is still lacking for a raid of this caliber. Gritting his teeth through the intense pain, he struggles to stand, his body screaming from the overwhelming physical toll of the battle. He braces himself against the cold ground, trying to find his footing as the shockwaves continue to rattle his bones. The rest of the party rushes over in a panic, checking on the mage who completely exhausted herself to pull off the life-saving warp. Sanghyun tries to reassure his worried comrades with a weak smile, admitting that he simply overused his mana pool in that frantic scramble. Standing tall with his massive sword resting on his shoulder, he looks back at the swirling chaos, acknowledging just how close they all came to disaster. The chilling truth sinks in as he reflects on the encounter, knowing deep down that if his final attack had wavered for even a second, he would have been eaten alive. A glowing system notification materializes in the air, confirming that the grizzly big bear has officially succumbed to the heavy sedation of the juniper wood. Despite the success of the trap, a heavy sense of dread fills the air as they realize the beast's physical appearance is altering into something far more sinister. An ominous red alert flashes before them, warning the party that the fully enraged beast will now mercilessly consume everything in sight. The creature stands cloaked in a dark, fiery aura, its transformed state radiating an absolute pressure that suffocates the entire area. The beast's massive shadow looms over the frozen plains, its saliva dripping onto the snow as it prepares for an unbridled rampage. Sanghyun stares at the transformed monster in pure disbelief, wondering where the relatively ordinary beast from earlier vanished to. The rest of the vanguard can only look on in horror, realizing that the gluttony state has effectively turned the boss into an entirely different caliber of monster. The party members call out to each other in sheer panic, trying to reorganize their lines before the beast launches its next assault. High up on the icy cliffs, the archer positions herself, looking down at the absolute nightmare unfolding in the valley below. The weight of the situation bears down heavily on her as she breaks out into a cold sweat, fully aware of how thin the line between victory and death is. She looks down at the massive beast from her vantage point, knowing that their previous raid successes were entirely due to Sanghyun carrying the burden. The beast lets out an eerie, echoing growl, its dark silhouette expanding as the gluttony state completely takes over its biology. Sanghyun stands directly in front of the towering nightmare, his small frame contrasting heavily against the absolute colossus before him. As he prepares to engage the beast once more, the terrifying reality sets in, forcing him to admit that this entire situation has become insanely dangerous. He pushes forward despite the overwhelming fear, fully conscious of the fact that he is actively risking his life with every passing second. The mind wanders back to a few crucial minutes before the raid began, when the strategy was being disputed among the party members. The archer had voiced her strong objections, completely baffled by Sanghyun's reckless proposal to act as the sole target. Sanghyun remained completely firm in his stance, calmly stating that there was simply no other viable alternative for the team. He explained that drawing all the aggro onto himself was the single fastest and safest route for the rest of the party to successfully clear the high-level raid. He detailed the hidden mechanics of giant monsters, pointing out that their deadliest traits almost always activate once their health drops past a specific threshold. Back in the present, the exhausted mage collapses into her teammate's arms, completely dizzy from the extreme mana depletion. A party member sprints across the snowy field at full speed, desperately trying to get into position before the monster recovers. The warrior's eyes widen in sheer shock as he realizes the sheer scale of the danger they are dealing with. The monstrous bear roars directly into the night sky, its jaws wide open as the unbridled fury of the gluttony state peaks. Sanghyun screams out to rally his senses, charging headfirst into the danger zone with his weapon drawn. With no room left to retreat and the beast closing in fast, he accepts that dodging is no longer an option. A brilliant surge of blue energy ignites around his eyes as he prepares to unleash his most potent offensive ability. The system confirms his actions, announcing the official activation of the high-tier skill, Psychedelic. Sanghyun leaps forward through the air, his blade catching the dim light as he brings it down toward the monster's thick hide. The heavy sword slices cleanly through the air, delivering a powerful strike directly against the roaring beast. The sharp blade bites deep into the creature's side, drawing a massive burst of dark energy upon impact. The monster staggers from the sudden concussive force, the ice crystals along its back shattering from the pure pressure of the hit. The system flashes once more, signaling that the devastating physical skill, Demon Bash Level 2, has been successfully triggered. Sanghyun calls out to Taeseok, alerting him that the ultimate window of opportunity has finally been created. Taeseok acknowledges the signal instantly, his hands glowing with a fierce, swirling blue flame as he channels his full power. The intense blue flames erupt around him, spiraling outward into a massive vortex of concentrated magical energy. The mystical blue fire wraps entirely around Taeseok's body, amplifying his magical output to its absolute maximum. Sanghyun quickly backs away from the blast zone, watching the massive gathering of elemental mana with intense focus. The heavy strike connects flawlessly, shattering the ice armor coating the giant bear's face and drawing blood. The monster's eye, bloodshot and wild, dilates in pure agony as the sheer force of the assault disrupts its senses. The beast lets out an agonizing shriek, its massive jaws snapping wildly as the intense pain drives it into a complete frenzy. Sanghyun watches from a safe distance, panting heavily as he confirms that the coordinated attack managed to bring the monster's health down to the target range. The system interface updates immediately, notifying the entire party that the grisly big bear has officially entered the volatile gluttony state. The archer stands ready on the ridge, her bow fully drawn as she prepares to capitalize on the monster's momentary vulnerability. A massive charging gauge appears before Taeseok, indicating that his high-output elemental spell has reached maximum capacity. With a deafening boom, a concentrated beam of freezing energy blasts across the cavern, tearing through the air directly toward the boss. The freezing beam collides dead center with the massive creature, instantly encasing its lower body in a thick layer of solid ice. The system logs the direct hit, confirming that the grisly big bear has been completely inflicted with a freezing status condition, rendering it immobile. Taeseok lowers his hands as the magical steam rises from his body, a confident smirk forming on his face as the risky plan works perfectly. He smiles brightly, thrilled that his ultimate skill's raw firepower completely exceeded everyone's initial expectation. Sanghyun uses the precious seconds to reposition himself, leaping gracefully through the air to set up the definitive finishing blow. The monster's eye snaps open within the ice, burning with a deep, vengeful hatred as it fights against the freezing status. Sensing the imminent danger, Taeseok screams out at the top of his lungs, desperately warning Sanghyun to get out of the way. Sanghyun's eyes widen in sheer shock as a massive explosion of blue fire erupts right beneath him, signaling the arrival of a completely unexpected threat. With the battle drawing to a close, Sanghyun smiles confidently, already knowing exactly what kind of game-changing prize he wants to claim next. Suddenly, a brilliant surge of energy erupts as a legendary blade begins to manifest from the system itself. The sheer aura emanating from the weapon radiates an undeniable, overwhelming power that shakes the very air around them. Sanghyun is determined to get his hands on the weapon he's been aiming for since the very beginning, knowing its true value. The majestic weapon finally solidifies, ready to be wielded by someone strong enough to handle its massive weight. He pulls up the weapon's details, confirming its insane attributes and hidden effects that make it a truly top-tier item. Even the veteran hunters standing nearby can't help but look on in absolute awe at the ridiculous stats of this unique artifact. But just moments before this, the terrifying final boss of the dungeon was still breathing its last desperate breaths. The monstrous grizzly big bear lets out one final agonizing growl as the system officially confirms its utter defeat. With a massive crash, the towering beast collapses into the frozen ground, signaling the end of a brutal and exhausting nightmare. A bright flash of light echoes across the cavern as the system rings out, announcing the successful clear of the treacherous Frosthell Gate. The entire party finally lets out a collective sigh of relief, realizing they actually managed to survive the deadly ordeal. The group looks toward the center of the chamber, where the massive glowing energy of the first clear bonus is finally manifested. The radiant pool of magical energy swirls violently, promising rewards that match the incredible hardships they just endured. Sanghyun steps forward with an eager smile, anticipating the powerful items that are about to be distributed to each member. He reaches out his hand toward the shimmering light, ready to claim his hard-earned prize from the system. As his fingers make contact with the mysterious energy, a strange celestial aura begins to wrap around his wrist. He firmly grips the massive hilt of the greatsword, expecting to lift it with the ease of his previous encounters. But the moment he pulls, a massive shockwave tears through the ground, completely shattering the ice beneath him. Sanghyun strains with all his might, completely caught off guard by the devastating, crushing weight of the newly acquired blade. He quickly realizes something is terribly wrong, realizing a hidden penalty in his skills has suddenly altered the artifact's physics. Staring deeply into the item description screen, the harsh reality of his situation begins to set in. Because of his artifact-devouring skill, the passive lightness effect has been cut completely in half, making the weapon feel like a massive 100-kilogram anchor. He tries to hide his immense struggle, putting on a forced smile while sweat drips down his face from the brutal physical toll. The goddess floating beside him watches his suffering with a smug, mischievous grin, thoroughly enjoying his current predicament. A sudden prompt flashes directly in his line of sight, revealing that the goddess is demanding recognition for her divine intervention. Sanghyun can only stare back in utter disbelief, completely helpless against the whims of the playful entity hovering right over his shoulder. With a subtle movement, he prepares to reach out into the dimensional space once again, hoping to see what else the system has in store. The dimensional rift expands drastically, revealing that a rare, unique rank artifact is specifically being tailored to his accomplishments. A massive list of legendary weapons flashes before his eyes, offering a selection that most hunters could only dream of seeing in their entire lifetime. The system prompts him to make a definitive choice from the incredible selection of unique items floating within the digital matrix. He can barely contain his excitement as he realizes the sheer absurdity of the high-level loot laid out right in front of him. Turning back to his companions, he sees them celebrating, completely satisfied with the incredible rewards they received for their classes. The party members eagerly show off their newly acquired gear, thrilled that their life-threatening gamble paid off so handsomely. They exchange lighthearted jokes and laughter, the heavy tension of the deadly dungeon finally melting away into pure relief. Sanghyun watches them with a warm expression, genuinely glad that everyone is making it back home safe and rewarded. The teammates approach him with deep gratitude, admitting that they wouldn't have even stood a chance without his brilliant tactic. To show their appreciation, they decide to give him all the valuable boss materials and magic stones, completely overwhelming him with their generosity. He tries to modestly wave it off, but they insist that a fair distribution means rewarding the true MVP of the raid. Suddenly, a blinding golden light flashes across his interface as a hidden authority from the goddess begins to forcefully activate. The system rings out with a startling notification, revealing that a secret effect beyond the unique rank has been successfully unlocked. Sanghyun stands completely frozen in place as the immense power of the hidden attribute begins to wash over his entire body. The mischievous goddess floats in front of him with an incredibly smug look, silently demanding that he show proper appreciation for her ultimate blessing. He can only stare back with a deadpan expression, mentally complaining about her endless need for attention and praise. The rest of the team looks over, slightly confused by his sudden silence, completely unaware of the divine entity interacting with him. One of the party members gives a gentle, knowing smile, sensing the deep unspoken burdens that their leader always seems to carry. They begin to pack up their gear, ready to leave the frozen wasteland behind, and finally head back to civilization. Sanghyun bids them a fond farewell, genuinely grateful for a team that trusted his wild plans without a single hesitation. A massive wave of exhaustion washes over him as the system processes the massive amount of experience points he gained. Multiple level-up notifications flood his vision, leaving him feeling completely drained but undeniably stronger than ever before. The glowing exit portal crackles to life in the center of the cavern, offering a safe passage back to the real world. They take one last look at the dungeon, reflecting on how this intense battle helped them truly understand the current limits of their power. With a bright, genuine smile, she waves goodbye, expressing her sincere hope that they will get to raid together again soon. Sanghyun watches them walk away, a peaceful expression on his face as he realizes how much he truly values their companionship. He thinks back to his past life, remembering how different things used to be when he was forced to fight completely alone. The memories of his previous gate raids flood his mind, reminding him of the grim reality of the hunter world. In the past, every high-reward dungeon he entered always seemed to conclude with a horrific, bloody tragedy. Even when statistical survival rates were high, the brutal reality of combat meant that death was always lingering just around the corner. He vividly remembers the frantic cries of medics and the desperate, hopeless chaos outside a failing gate location. The terrifying 10% chance of casualty always seemed to find a way to strike down the people closest to it. He recalls the agonizing sight of comrades bleeding out on the cold ground, completely helpless to save them from their grim fates. The overwhelming grief of watching teammates weep over lost friends is a nightmare he vows never to experience again. Seeing his current team safe, smiling, and completely whole brings an intense, overwhelming emotion straight to his chest. He is forced to cover his face, fighting back the powerful urge to laugh out of sheer unadulterated relief and joy. The glowing portal stands tall against the night sky, a beautiful symbol of a perfectly executed and successful mission. The teammates suggest grabbing a celebratory meal together, wanting to prolong the joy of their incredible victory. They happily exchange contact info, promising to stay in touch for future raids and casual hangouts. As Sanghyun looks down at his blood-stained gloves, the haunting memories of his past life continue to linger quietly in his mind. He knows all too well that the life of a hunter means constantly standing face-to-face with the cold embrace of death. He realizes that surviving was never just a matter of simple luck, but a fragile privilege that can be stolen at any given moment. Standing alone with his massive greatsword, he reflects on the true purpose behind his sudden reincarnation. While obtaining absolute power is crucial, he establishes a much more profound and meaningful goal for his new lease on life. Suddenly, a sharp gasp cuts through the quiet air as one of his companions abruptly stumbles forward in severe pain. She collapses straight into the arms of her panicked friend, her face turning pale as the hidden toll of the dungeon finally takes its hold. Sanghyun's eyes widen in sheer shock as he realizes that the danger might not be completely over just yet. He rushes forward, his heart hammering against his chest as the terrifying fear of losing someone catches up to him. With absolute determination burning in his eyes, he vows to do whatever it takes to ensure that not a single needless death happens under his watch. The player association team watches the surveillance monitors in absolute disbelief, unable to comprehend how anyone could have breached the gate ahead of them. An emergency directive rings out through the comms, ordering an immediate evacuation because a lone hunter has recklessly thrown themselves into a highly volatile dungeon zone. But inside that very dungeon, the solo hunter isn't struggling at all. He swings a massive heavy weapon with brutal precision, cleaving through the darkness. He systematically tears apart the terrifying creatures blocking his path, proving that he is far from being the one in actual danger here. Witnesses outside can only watch the violent shockwaves rippling from the portal, completely stunned by the overwhelming solitary display of power. Sanghyun reviews the data on his next targets, knowing that the impending rift will soon unleash vicious packs of kobolds upon the area. He realizes these creatures share the same lethal predatory instincts as the Cerberus he fought before, falling squarely into that dangerous category between wolf and dog. Instead of feeling intimidated by the sheer number of upcoming monsters, a confident smirk crosses his face at the prospect of hitting an absolute jackpot. He calculates the grueling task ahead, acknowledging that surviving 3 dungeon runs a day is going to push his physical limits to the edge. With a determined smile, he adjusts the massive greatsword slung over his shoulder, fully prepared to embrace the relentless grind. As he exits the immediate dungeon area, the bright neon city lights near Jamsil Station remind him of the chaotic world he is fighting to change. Suddenly, an ominous system notification flashes before his eyes, warning him that the terrifying entity known as the Dark Hunter is hunting for his deepest secrets. The air around him grows heavy as a dark, menacing aura begins to manifest, threatening to expose everything he has worked so hard to hide. Sanghyun freezes in his tracks as a sudden, chill-inducing spike of magical energy crackles violently right behind him. He lets out an exhausted, stressed sigh, deeply frustrated by the realization that he has to deal with yet another massive headache so soon. Checking the time on his phone, he notices it's already late into the night, realizing his schedule is getting increasingly tight. He tries to reassure himself that if he moves quickly right now, he can still make it to his next destination without throwing off his entire plan. However, the sudden booming voices of aggressive historic constellations echoing in his mind quickly shatter any hope he had for a peaceful night. He mentally curses the entire concept of hero constellations, knowing their overbearing pride makes them an absolute nightmare to negotiate with. But out of all the cosmic entities watching him, the Dark Hunter represents a completely different, far more lethal tier of absolute danger. She acts as a merciless cosmic bounty hunter, constantly monitoring the dimensional currents to track down any irregularity. Her primary targets are players who have exploited system errors to gain excessive benefits, or those who have severely broken the rules of the world. Sanghyun stands completely surrounded by a massive, overwhelming manifestation of godly figures descending directly into the mortal realm. He swallows hard, fully aware that his unnaturally explosive growth rate is exactly what drew the gaze of these powerful beings so quickly. He also suspects that his current patron, the goddess of luck, probably couldn't resist bragging about him to every single entity she knows. Among the crowd, the legendary Lion King and the revered owner of a beautiful beard stand tall, radiating a heavy, crushing pressure. These two are world-renowned historical heroes turned constellations, making their sudden, intense interest in him incredibly suffocating. The ancient heroes glare down at him with intense curiosity, silently demanding to know how a mere human obtained such absurd strength. Sanghyun brings up his status menu to inspect the ridiculous jump in his attributes, marveling at how a single weapon swap could boost him this much. Sitting quietly in midair, he contemplates his next move, realizing that pushing his luck stat even higher will unlock unprecedented critical damage. A bright golden notification confirms his theories, revealing that his critical hit threshold has recalibrated to a mind-blowing maximum of 600%. He reflects on his blistering progress, proud that he has achieved in just 15 days what took him long, grueling years to reach in his past life. He vows to maintain this breakneck pace, refusing to slow down until he can finally surpass his previous limitations. Dark, crackling energy surges around him as he fuels his deep-seated desire for vengeance against those who wronged him in the past, like Do Gyung-soo. He reminds himself that his ultimate retribution must also extend to Shin Tairi, swearing that he won't let them escape their fate next time. The system warns him that forming a contract with a constellation is a monumental decision that will fundamentally alter his destiny as a hunter. An array of grand cosmic choices lays before him, each offering a distinct path to absolute power if he chooses to pledge himself to them. Yet, despite the tempting offers, Sanghyun firmly believes that the backing of the goddess of luck is more than enough for his current goal. The system continues to push, hinting that he has the rare potential to aim for the legendary mythical constellations, a feat achieved by only a selective few. A massive, ancient eye opens within the cosmic void, representing the terrifying godlike entities that govern the highest tiers of existence. Stepping back into reality, a companion bids him farewell with a bright, warm smile, wishing him a safe trip back home. Sanghyun watches her walk away, feeling a rare wave of genuine warmth after spending so long surrounded by betrayal and constant conflict. Returning to the dark, isolated alleyway near Chunu Station, he prepares to finalize the extraction of his latest spoil. Bright blue energy arcs violently across the blade as he successfully absorbs the remnants of the faded greatsword. A system alert confirms the successful absorption, triggering the rare conditions required to reactivate his powerful passive skill, Lighten. Deep underground at the Player Association's B4 level, the command center is abuzz with activity as staff monitor global anomalies. A high-ranking operator takes an urgent call, her expression instantly turning serious as she receives a high-priority report. Her eyes widen in sheer horror as the incoming data confirms an unprecedented disaster unfolding right in the middle of a major transit hub. She stands up abruptly from her terminal, shouting to the entire room that an active dimensional rift has just breached Exit 1 of Bupyeong Station. The main tactical map flashes a violent crimson warning, indicating that a localized disaster zone is rapidly expanding out of control. She frantically commands all available combat units to mobilize immediately, desperately trying to organize a defense before casualties mount. She freezes in shock when the field reports come back, stating that a mysterious player is already inside the rift, fighting the horde entirely alone. The system confirms that these high-tier entities are true mythical beings, possessing power that completely defies normal human comprehension. Song-hyun looks on with a calculating expression, realizing that while he despises reckless gambling, he has no choice but to play his hand. He calmly looks the powerful spirits in the eye and delivers a shocking rejection, stating he won't be signing a contract with any of them today. The Lion King reacts with absolute fury and disbelief, completely unaccustomed to being dismissed so casually by a mortal hunter. The owner of a beautiful beard tries to suppress his rage, offering a final chance at recruitment out of sheer respect for Song-hyun's raw fighting spirit. But Song-hyun doesn't flinch, coldly stating that even if they return multiple times, his final answer will remain exactly the same. He recalls dark fragments from his past life, remembering how certain overbearing constellations would ruin players who dared to defy them. He remembers the tragic fates of high-ranking hunters who were relentlessly broken and driven to madness by vengeful cosmic entities. Gritting his teeth against the suffocating pressure, he reinforces his resolve, refusing to become a mere puppet for these arrogant gods. With the oppressive entities finally fading away, Sang-hyun lets out a deep breath as the intense crackling energy grid around him dissolves. Now that the chaotic supernatural confrontation has finally settled down, he decides it's time to review his newly updated parameters. He activates his holographic interface, eager to see the tangible rewards of his latest high-stakes battles. The detailed player summary materializes before him, displaying his hard-earned level 51 status along with his unique skill, Devour Artifacts. His core attribute breakdown reflects a massive surge in his physical stats, giving him a significant edge over standard hunters. He reviews his newly acquired hidden skill, Knockback Burst, analyzing its tactical utility and the high mana cost required to maximize its impact. A golden title card displays his newly earned Clever Hunter rank, detailing a highly efficient stamina restoration effect upon defeating targets. Song-hyun can't help but laugh out loud at the absurdity of the situation, finding the repetitive, chaotic pattern of his life almost amusing. Suddenly, the atmosphere violently shifts yet again as a fresh wave of terrifying notifications appears, announcing that a whole new group of legendary constellations has just descended to claim him. Standing face to face with an absolute horde of monsters, the overwhelming presence of the rift begins to bleed into reality, bringing forth creatures that thrive in the shadows. The savage beastly warriors growl aggressively, their predatory instincts flaring up as they prepare to tear down any human standing in their path. Suddenly, a specialized system debuff triggers across the field, targeting the low-level monsters and instantly freezing them in their tracks with sheer intimidation. The suppressive aura radiates directly from a single man, trapping the monsters within his overwhelming domain as the air itself grows heavy. Seeing the fear in their eyes, he smirks confidently, realizing that his psychological tactics are working exactly as intended. He glances up at the sky, analyzing the battlefield condition with a sharp, calculated gaze. The heavy cover of the clouds, completely blocking out the moonlight, prevents the absolute submission he wanted, but he remains completely unfazed. As he prepares for the next move, two association players approach from behind, completely stunned by his terrifying presence. Filled with a mix of awe and desperation, the lower-ranked players beg him to let them tag along, just to witness how an elite hunter truly dominates a battlefield. He looks back with a silent, piercing gaze, weighing their worth as they anxiously await his final verdict. Amused by their eager expressions, he gives a subtle shrug, granting them permission while secretly finding their raw innocence somewhat endearing. He silently notes that treating these newbies like kids might make him sound like an old man, but in a world this brutal, experience is everything. Turning his back on them, he completely shifts his focus back to the lurking danger, radiating a flawless aura of authority. With the conditions not being entirely perfect, he realizes this is actually the ultimate playground to push his limit. The monstrous forces lock their eyes back onto him, their savage bloodlust quickly overpowering their initial hesitation. Unsheathing his massive blade with effortless grace, he prepares to unleash a brand new technique. He initiates a full charge, focusing an immense volatile concentration of energy directly into his weapon. The system confirms the execution of his newly acquired movement skill, restricting all regular motion to maximize the incoming devastating impact. This chaotic phenomena traces back to the catastrophic event from 11 years ago, when the fabric of reality shattered for the very first time. Unlike ordinary, structured dungeons, these unpredictable anomalies allowed violent entities to cross directly into civilian sectors without any warning. The sudden manifestation of the rift caught the entire city off guard, leaving helpless people with absolutely no time to escape. The space shattered like glass, unleashing an unstoppable wave of destruction that would permanently scar society. A terrifying, bloodthirsty creature stepped through the tears of reality, ready to claim its new hunting ground. The monstrosity scanned the panic-stricken area, focusing its malicious gaze on the most vulnerable targets. The protagonist remembers every painful detail of that day with absolute clarity, fueled by a deeply personal and tragic reason. The initial disaster resulted in a horrific number of innocent lives lost, leaving behind a trail of utter devastation. The brutal onslaught tore families apart, creating an era of widespread grief and unforgettable sorrow. Having grown up in a secluded orphanage since birth, he never knew the warmth of a family, making him look at the world through a deeply pragmatic lens. But because he never had anyone to lose back then, he initially felt detached from the tragedy unfolding around everyone else. But things are entirely different now. Armed with the knowledge of a regressor, he stands ready to completely rewrite history and prevent the slaughter before it even begins. Moments prior to the chaotic clash, emergency response vehicles were rushing toward the unstable energy signature. A high-ranking association vehicle slammed its brakes near the scene, sensing the massive surge of magical pressure nearby. An elite B-rank, high-level player stepped out of the vehicle, instantly commanding respect with his sharp suit and refined composure. His subordinates quickly briefed him on the situation, pointing toward the epicenter of the anomalous threat. They noticed a mysterious individual already standing directly in the danger zone, far ahead of the official response team. The heavy, oppressive dust clouds from an explosive impact began to settle, revealing the aftermath of an incredible clash. The association members watched in pure disbelief as the colossal monster collapsed to the ground, completely neutralized before they could even draw their weapons. The elite hunter calmly turned around to face the newcomers, his composure perfectly stable after such a massive feat. Walking right past the shattered remains, the B-rank leader approached him to express his profound gratitude for preventing a massive disaster. The protagonist simply chuckled, brushing off the praise as if taking down a high-level threat was just another mundane walk in the park. Knowing the relentless nature of these anomalies, he looks toward the swirling energy vortex, fully intending to dive straight into the heart of the storm. Without a second thought, he lunged forward, his blade cutting through the air with blinding velocity. The force of his strike completely shattered the defensive stance of the vanguard beast, breaking its heavy armor apart. He continued his relentless assault, moving like a phantom through the chaotic crossfire. The sheer shockwave of his movements created a vacuum, drawing in everything around him into a vortex of absolute destruction. The massive entity let out a deafening, agonizing shriek as it was completely overwhelmed by the explosive power of the hunt. With a final decisive downward slash, he sliced clean through the beast's ultimate defense, leaving absolutely no room for retaliation. The lingering energy of the strike erupted into a massive shockwave, completely purging the surrounding area of any remaining threat. The heavy, terrifying reminder of past failures flashes through his mind, the blood-stained memories of those who couldn't be saved. He reminds himself that the tragic history of that orphanage and the lost lives must never be repeated or forgotten. A vision of a legendary divine figure briefly crosses his thoughts, reminding him of a higher purpose and the monumental weight resting on his shoulders. He firmly reinforces his resolve, knowing that securing the ultimate objective and protecting the future is infinitely more valuable than just mindlessly chasing power. With a sharp pivot, he dashes back into the fray, his boots kicking up dust as he closes the distance to the next target. The accompanying association member watches on, sweating profusely as he struggles to comprehend the sheer scale of the power unfolding right before his eyes. The official profile confirms the high standing of the secondary officer, a level 90 B-rank player who is completely outclassed by the anomaly before him. The beastly attackers charge down the narrow road, completely desperate to reclaim the advantage against the lone human intruder. The lead monster lets out a furious roar, swinging its massive weapon in a frantic attempt to crush the hunter. But with a flawless parry, the protagonist deflects the incoming heavy blow, sparks flying violently as steel clashes against brute force. The association members quickly realize they need to coordinate and take down the outlying targets before they get completely surrounded. They brace themselves, drawing their specialized weapons to support the absolute monster leading the vanguard. The protagonist calmly analyzes the incoming group, realizing his wide-range area of effect skills will easily clear out the weaker front line. The secondary beastly squad moves in unison, their eyes glowing with a feral predatory hunger as they try to find a weakness. He notes that his high luck attribute significantly expands his critical hit rate, guaranteeing that almost every strike will deal maximum fatal damage. Sensing the overwhelming shift in the battlefield, a massive alpha beast steps forward, roaring aggressively to rally its fading forces. The heavy support vehicle of the association watches from a safe distance as the entire street becomes a war zone. The protagonist stands perfectly still amidst the chaos, completely unbothered by the giant monster looming directly over him. Reflecting on his timeline, he remembers that 10 minutes ago, he was walking through a completely peaceful subway station, completely hidden among normal citizens. He had calmly navigated through the mundane crowd at Bupyeong Station, seamlessly blending in while executing his master plan. He knew exactly when and where the disaster would strike, calculating the precise seconds left before the world would change. Stepping out of the quiet exit, he observed the distortion in the atmosphere, knowing that his intervention would completely alter destiny. The moment he arrived, he immediately initiated an ambush, dropping from above like a celestial executioner to catch the monsters off guard. The devastating impact shattered the concrete pavement, sending the frontline monsters flying in every direction. He rolled through the impact zone effortlessly, using the momentum to position himself perfectly for the next sequence of strikes. An explosive burst of pure magical energy erupted outward, completely vaporizing the immediate wave of attackers. The chaotic shockwave tore through the street, leaving a massive crater where a formidable horde once stood just a few seconds ago. Turning back to the stunned association players, he flashes a bright, casual smile, completely contradicting the absolute carnage behind him. The remaining high-level beastly attackers growl in unison, realizing they are no longer the apex predators in this area. The association members stand completely frozen in shock, paralyzed by his absurdly casual attitude after obliterating an entire army. The protagonist tells them to stand back and stay clear, fully intending to handle the remaining heavy elites completely on his own. A massive surge of golden electric energy begins to crackle around his head as he prepares to activate his most powerful offensive buff. The alpha monster swings its massive club downward with terrifying speed, trying to crush the arrogant human beneath its immense weight. With a swift evasion, he slips right through the beast's blind spot, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in his wake. He unleashes a powerful upward slash, his sword cutting deep into the monster's defenses with surgical precision. He completely embraces the thrill of the battle, eager to test the absolute limits of his newly enhanced physical capabilities. The massive vanguard beast steps into his immediate striking zone, its red eyes locked onto the glowing blade. The beast lets out a final, desperate growl, sensing that the impending strike carries an unbearable amount of condensed mana. A swirling vortex of bright blue spiritual energy begins to materialize around his left hand, ready to be unleashed. The condensed magical energy expands rapidly, forming a massive rotating shield of pure kinetic force that distorts the air. With an explosive release, he drives the localized kinetic storm directly into the chest of the giant opponent. The resulting impact creates a deafening shockwave, completely blowing away the concrete debris and shattering the beast's balance. The official hidden skill notification manifests in his vision, confirming the successful activation of the ultimate knockback burst. The sheer physical force sends the colossal monster flying backward across the entire length of the avenue. The secondary shockwaves ripple outward, creating deep fissures in the pavement as the beast struggles to stop its forced momentum. The absolute mastery over his status ailments allows him to completely dominate the positioning of every single enemy on the field. As the massive dust clouds slowly begin to settle, the true terrifying extent of his calculated devastation is finally revealed to the onlookers. He stands completely victorious amidst the ruined street, his blade resting loosely on his shoulder as he prepares for the next phase of his grand plan. With the first major anomaly successfully suppressed, he looks toward the shifting horizon, knowing that this is only the true beginning of his absolute reign. 30 minutes ago, at the Bupyeong Station fissure entrance, the raid group prepares to step inside a dungeon overflowing with a strangely tense atmosphere. They know the risks, but the sheer gravity of what lies ahead is enough to make any experienced player hesitate. During his life as a player, health and endurance were always things he felt incredibly confident about. But looking back at his most recent battles, even he has to admit that the sheer pressure was becoming incredibly hard to handle. Suddenly, a thick, disgusting aura begins to seep out from the gateway, signaling that the real challenge has finally arrived. His eyes lock onto the ominous crimson energy pooling in the center, realization hitting him like a physical blow. A system notification flashes before him, revealing a newly unlocked C-rank title, Clever Hunter. The title grants him a powerful passive effect, restoring his stamina every single time he defeats a monster regardless of its size. He feels the immediate benefits of this new power, watching his health bar completely fill back up right before his eyes. With his condition fully restored, he realizes that taking down the previous monster herd wasn't just a victory. It was the ultimate setup for what comes next. Glancing back at the teammates he brought along, he realizes they are handling themselves far better than he initially anticipated. He confidently smiles, calculating that the loot from this raid, including silver and gold ranks, will easily net them over 150 million. A dark, unsettling laugh escapes him as he realizes that with this kind of wealth and power, he could completely abandon his original goals and retire in luxury. But the moment of greed passes quickly, replaced by a deep sense of humility as he looks around at the path they've cleared. The battlefield falls into a temporary, uneasy silence, with remnants of their brutal struggle scattered across the stone floor. The team steps forward into the grand hall, fully aware that they have just crossed into a much more dangerous territory. Suddenly, the shadows move, revealing a pack of bloodthirsty monsters waiting in ambush. Before the team can even process the threat, a volley of deadly arrows comes raining down from the higher platform. The heavy footsteps of a massive beast echo through the chamber, bringing an overwhelming pressure with. The terrifying creatures roar in unison, cornering the raid group with nowhere left to run. They realize the monsters aren't just attacking blindly, they actively lured the players into this exact spot. Without losing his composure, our protagonist steps up, a cold grin forming on his face as he prepares to turn the table. He swings his massive blade with terrifying precision, cleanly cleaving through the front lines of the enemy beast. The beast is sent crashing heavily to the ground, completely unable to withstand the sheer force of his counterattack. Standing amidst the fallen monsters, he calmly observes the remaining enemies, fully understanding the rhythm of the battle now. But just as they let their guard down, another monstrous roar echoes from the darkness, shattering the brief moment of relief. The team watches in absolute awe, completely mesmerized by the overwhelming presence and tactical dominance he displays on the battlefield. They quickly realize they have successfully made it to the second floor, but the air here feels significantly heavier. Before they can even take a breath, a massive shadow looms over them, unleashing a deafening, blood-curdling scream. An explosive strike comes crashing down out of nowhere, forcing him to block the devastating impact with everything he has. The sheer force of the collision sends a massive shockwave tearing through the entire chamber, shattering the stone floor beneath them. He manages to barely slide back, grit teeth, and stabilize his posture, feeling the immense weight of the attack. He cold sweats, realizing that if his reaction time had been even a fraction of a second slower, he would have been torn to pieces. Standing before them is a kobold champion, elite boss monster that absolutely shouldn't be guarding a standard second floor. The armored beast glares down at him, its eyes glowing with a sinister, murderous intent. He realizes the enemy managed to perfectly dodge his counterattack at such a close range, confirming this monster possesses an elite combat sense. The monster lunges forward with terrifying speed, forcing him to immediately think on his feet to survive the onslaught. The clash becomes a desperate struggle for dominance as their weapons collide in a blinding flash of sparks. The enemy's weapon glows with a destructive energy, threatening to break through his defenses entirely. A massive explosion rocks the room, completely obscuring the battlefield in a thick cloud of smoke and debris. The devastating force of the blast obliterates the surrounding structure, proving that a single direct hit will mean instant death. As the smoke clears, a shocking true form reveals itself. The Emperor Kobold King, the true final boss of this area. The monstrous king commands the battlefield with an ancient, terrifying rifle in hand, ready to execute anyone who dares challenge his domain. Our protagonist lunges forward in a desperate bid to close the distance before the king can fire another destructive shot. The Kobold King shifts its gaze, its jaws tightening as it prepares to unleash an unstoppable point-blank attack. A blinding light erupts from the barrel of the weapon, signaling a shot that could easily end the entire raid right here. But our protagonist cuts through the light with an impossibly fast, vertical slash defying all logic. The sheer speed of his movement leaves the remaining teammates watching from the stairs completely frozen in shock. The shockwave of his blade cuts deep into the monster's flank, drawing first blood in this high-stakes duel. The blade slices clean through, unleashing a devastating wave of energy that completely shifts the momentum of the fight. Behind them, the other players struggle to keep up with the breakneck pace of the battle, completely winded just trying to stay alive. One of the teammates pants heavily, completely astounded by the protagonist's monstrous endurance and flawless battle sense. They look at his health bar in absolute disbelief, unable to comprehend how he still has so much stamina left after such a brutal sequence. Realizing the danger his allies are in, our protagonist commands everyone to fall back and take cover behind him. He aggressively drags a fallen monster's heavy corpse into the path of an incoming barrage, using it as an improvised meat shield. The enemy archers don't hesitate, immediately letting loose another deadly volley of glowing magical arrows. The purple projectiles rain down with lethal precision, filling the air with a terrifying, piercing whistle. The arrows strike the heavy shield with immense force, but our protagonist uses the momentum to completely absorb the damage. Even with the makeshift defense, the sheer impact forces a painful grunt from his lips as he holds the line. He realizes that simply blocking isn't going to be enough to stop the sheer kinetic force behind the Emperor's attack. Gathering every ounce of his strength, he prepares to unleash a desperate, full-power counterstrike to break the stalemate. With a fierce battle cry, he drives his fist straight into his own weapon, channeling his explosive inner energy. The strike shatters the enemy's unbreakable guard, completely bypassing the defensive stats they were relying on. The impact sends the massive boss monster flying backward, completely stunned by the sudden, overwhelming display of raw power. He watches the beast fall, momentarily surprised that his gamble actually paid off so perfectly. The heavy armor of the kobold champion crumbles to pieces, unable to withstand the sheer destructive force of his blade. He realizes that not only did he break the shield, but he managed to completely defeat a high defense champion in a single tactical sequence. As the dust settles, a shining artifact drops from the defeated foe, catching his eye amidst the carnage. A system screen materializes, revealing the legendary platinum artifact, Shoes of Rapid Movement. The item description reveals an incredible trait, granting the user triple movement speed on unworked ground and double speed anywhere else. He looks down at his current stats, knowing he hasn't naturally reached the level required for this kind of speed yet. He chuckles at the absolute perfect timing of this drop, knowing exactly how much this will change the dynamic of the race. He happily slides the newly acquired boots onto his feet, feeling the immediate surge of a divine wind elemental blessing. To his delight, they fit absolutely perfectly, as if they were custom-made for him all along. With a confident smirk, he jokes to himself about the strange origins of the gear, completely unfazed by the horrors he just faced. Standing tall with his new gear fully equipped, he realizes that the rest of this dungeon raid is about to become a total walk in the park. He looks back at his stunned companions, ready to lead them deeper into the fissure with an unstoppable momentum. The remaining players can only look at the absolute devastation around them, completely speechless at the monstrous genius of the player leading them. With the first major threat neutralized and legendary gear in hand, our protagonist sets his sights on the deeper chamber. He knows the true master of this dungeon is still waiting, and the real hunt is only just beginning. The path ahead is dark and filled with unknown terrors, but fear is the last thing on his mind right now. Every step he takes now feels lighter, faster, and infinitely more lethal than before. The team follows closely in his shadow, their initial doubt completely replaced by an unshakable faith in his absolute strength. As they approach the final threshold, the air begins to vibrate with a sinister energy, welcoming them to the true heart of the dungeon. With his sword gripped tightly and his eyes locked onto the darkness ahead, he takes the final step forward, ready to devour whatever artifact waits for him next. He realizes that relying on standard tactics won't be enough against an opponent, this cunning, forcing him to think outside the box. He unleashes a swift counteroffensive, scattering the surrounding treasure as he forces his way through the onslaught. The impact reverberates through the chamber, shattering the enemy's defensive rhythm and creating a brief opening. The beast growls in frustration, realizing its target is far more resilient than initially anticipated. Its eyes lock back onto the threat, radiating pure malice as it prepares to escalate the violence. He smirks, mocking the beast's desperate attempts to regain control of the battlefield. A massive surge of energy erupts, completely nullifying the incoming damage and instantly restoring his vitality to full strength. The sheer shockwave of the blast tears through the arena, altering the terrain in an instant. The heavy crossfires light up the dark chamber, revealing the intense scale of the ongoing clash. An onlooker watches in absolute disbelief, stunned by the sheer absurdity of the power unfolding right before his eyes. Suddenly, a sharp realization strikes him, a chilling sense of dread washing over his face as he looks at the battlefield. He notices a subtle, terrifying pattern in the trajectory of the attacks raining down from above. The ground is littered with projectiles, each precisely placed to restrict his movements and force him into a desperate corner. He blames himself for not seeing the obvious signs of the trap much sooner. Desperate to prevent a disaster, he screams out a warning, hoping his voice can breach the chaotic noise of battle. Standing amidst the golden sea, he raises his blade high, completely unfazed by the ranged pressure. He takes a calculated step forward, refusing to let the enemy dictate the pace of this encounter. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunges forward, completely catching the opponent off guard. The momentum shifts instantly as a powerful shockwave ripples across the golden floor. The beast glares back with feral rage, its predatory instincts screaming that this human is a genuine threat. The monster unleashes a massive sweeping shockwave of its own, desperate to force some breathing room. He is forced onto the defensive, bracing himself against the overwhelming force of the kinetic blast. The shockwave tears through the chamber, obliterating anything in its path with explosive power. The sheer energy of the collision lights up the entire room, blinding anyone trying to look directly at the blast. The beast's brutal attack lands with full force, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. Despite the monster's incredible skill resistance, he manages to hold his ground and keep his composure. He quickly reassesses the enemy's true threat level, realizing this isn't just another mindless creature. Even two seasoned level 100 players find themselves completely overwhelmed by the crushing pressure radiating from the boss. The beast closes the distance with terrifying speed, its massive silhouette looming over its prey. He clicks his tongue in annoyance, realizing that securing a clean victory here will require pushing past his limit. The monster prepares another devastating assault, tightly gripping its weapon as the tension reaches a boiling point. He acknowledges that dealing with this relentless aggression is becoming incredibly tedious. The boss prepares its heavy crossbow, locking its sights onto the target for another lethal shot. The high-tier players realize the boss has already initiated its most dangerous phase before they could even assist. He deflects the incoming projectile with perfect precision, his blade ringing out against the metal. Their weapons clash in a brilliant flash of sparks, neither side willing to yield an inch of ground. The beast lets out another furious roar, its massive muscles tensing as it prepares to overwhelm him with pure brute strength. He narrowly evades a devastating swipe, the wind from the attack brushing past his face. The monster stands tall, bathed in an aura of pure destruction, looking down at the defiance of humanity. A dark, confident smile spreads across his face, knowing the real fun is about to begin. He readies his massive blade, fully prepared to take this life-or-death struggle all the way to its bitter conclusion. The beast roars in absolute fury, completely losing itself to its violent impulses. He spins through the chaotic wind currents, utilizing the force of the enemy's own attack to reposition himself. With a powerful leap, he launches himself high into the air, aiming straight for the monster's blind spot. A bright crimson light flashes as a critical hit connects, tearing through the boss's fierce defenses. He activates his recovery skill, a brilliant blue light enveloping his body as his wounds instantly knit back together. The monster charges forward blindly, completely consumed by its desire to rip him apart. He delivers a devastating, sweeping slash that cleaves clean through the darkness. The precise strike hits its mark perfectly, completely disrupting the beast's aggressive momentum. With a final shattering blow, the massive boss is torn apart, its reign of terror brought to a violent end. The massive creature collapses heavily into the pile of gold coins as its life force completely fades away. He lowers his massive sword, breathing a sigh of relief as the intense adrenaline begins to cool down. A system notification flashes before him, officially confirming his hard-fought victory over the legendary king. The late arrivals finally burst into the chamber, only to find the battle already concluded. They stop, dead in their tracks, looking around the devastated room in absolute shock and awe. A massive, ominous shadow suddenly looms over the entire area, signaling that the danger is far from over. The remaining high-level players brace themselves, staring up at a new terrifying manifestation of power. They gasp in utter disbelief, completely frozen by the crushing pressure descending upon them. Their eyes widen in pure horror as they realize the true scale of the entity they are facing. A massive blade plunges deep into the sea of gold, anchoring itself as the dust begins to settle. He activates his psychedelic skill, a surge of raw power flowing through his veins as his physical capabilities soar to new heights. With renewed strength, he grips his weapon tightly, ready to face whatever nightmare comes next. He triggers a massive knockback burst, sending a violent shockwave radiating outwards from his position. The explosive force sends the surrounding treasure flying, completely scattering the horde across the floor. The shockwave slams heavily into the surrounding environment, proving the absurd amount of power behind the skill. The sheer magnitude of the impact leaves a lingering sense of destruction in the air. He ponders his tactical options, realizing that having a reliable long-range option would make these encounters much more manageable. Standing amidst the glitter and gold, he takes a moment to compose himself and evaluate his current condition. A sudden realization sparks in his mind, a brilliant grin forming as he figures out a perfect solution to his problem. The veteran players take a moment to rest, recovering from the intense psychological strain of the status conditions. The boss shifts its tactics, preparing a completely different style of assault from a distance. A volley of heavy projectiles rains down, forcing him to react instantly to the changing battlefield. The beast glares with intense animosity, refusing to let its prey escape the lethal trap. He senses the incoming danger just in the nick of time, his instincts screaming at him to move immediately. A massive explosion rocks the chamber as the projectiles detonate with terrifying force. The boss reloads its heavy weapon, completely relentless in its desire to keep the pressure mounting. He is forced to use every bit of his mobility to dodge the devastating explosions tearing up the floor. He dashes through the crossfire, maneuvering through the falling debris with absolute precision. The boss continues to rain down an endless barrage of projectiles, trying to turn the fight into a grueling war of attrition. He realizes that this opponent is fundamentally different from any monster he has fought before, possessing a terrifying level of tactical intelligence. The system displays the staggering status of the boss, showing just how much resources will be required to bring it down. He launches himself into the air once more, determined to close the distance and shut down the ranged threat. He narrowly avoids a lethal projectile, the sheer speed of the attack leaving a visible trail in the air. The monster fires another massive volley, completely filling the air with deadly projectiles. He focuses his gaze, refusing to let the overwhelming volume of attacks break his concentration. A massive wall of projectiles cuts through the air, creating a nearly unavoidable grid of destruction. He uses his blade to deflect the incoming strikes, the metal ringing out in a rapid, rhythmic cadence. He channels his energy into his sword, the blade glowing with an intense, destructive aura. The boss lets out a deafening roar as it is struck, gold coins scattering everywhere from the sheer force of the impact. The high-level spectators can only watch in absolute silence, completely mesmerized by the masterclass of combat display. The veteran player openly admits that he has never witnessed anyone with such an absurdly high level of combat sense. A mysterious figure emerges from the smoke, their glowing eyes radiating an undeniable aura of absolute dominance. He calm steps forward through the scattered gold, each footstep echoing with immense weight and purpose. The atmosphere grows incredibly heavy as the final confrontation approaches its absolute climax. They stand face to face in the ruined chamber, silent and motionless, waiting for the single spark that will ignite the final explosive clash. They were already refusing entry, having secured permission on their last visit, and weren't going to let any paparazzi through. Outside, an exasperated voice insisted everyone get lost, tired of having to repeat themselves constantly. All this chaos in front of his house left him confused, wondering what everyone was doing down there. He was desperate for some fresh air to clear his head, but all this noise only made him more nauseous. The thought of trying to step outside was completely nauseating. There was no way he could handle all this. The overwhelming reality of the situation had clearly hit his limits, forcing him to reconsider everything. Reluctantly, he accepted that there were no other plans. Staying home and resting was his only option. He could always just stay home, which was starting to seem like the best idea he had all day. He decided that a good night's rest in the safety of his own home was exactly what he needed. He thought he had found it at last, a wave of overwhelm hitting him that he couldn't push aside. Inside the artifact's essence, a powerful overwhelm special effect waited to unleash its force on enemies. He held the talisman of despair, knowing its power lay in the sealed screams that would soon break an enemy's will. The sealed screams of the Icatasis kobold tribe were ready to consume any foe exposed to their sound. Then, he considered the boots of evasion, which were designed specifically for one powerful sudden move. The boots of evasion granted him the specialized ability to execute a perfect backstep in any situation. The design specifically targeted quick evasion, a movement focused purely on dangerous retreats. He then took up the gold artifact, ready to utilize its special searching properties. The necklace of searching was crafted for the Kobold King, allowing him to determine all opposition with precision. It would mark every enemy within a massive 100-meter radius, turning hidden threats into glowing targets. Already he was calculating how useful these artifacts would be in his future battle. Taking all of these valuable items with him, he knew their time to be useful would arrive very soon. He was interrupted by a sudden realization, sensing that something was terribly wrong. A desperate warning screamed out, demanding everyone get out of there immediately. The old paradigm where warriors only prioritized strength was a stereotype too hard for them to break. This singular focus had become their downfall, trapping them in an outdated approach to combat. The approach of new, more powerful monsters only intensified their path to self-destruction. All hope seemed lost, as strength alone could no longer save these once mighty warriors. Just when despair was about to win, the battlefield changed forever. Then, the legendary Sword Demon appeared, a single warrior ready to completely rewrite the rules of war. Ditching his heavy armor for maximum dexterity, he sacrificed defense for absolute speed and skill. His high evasion became his greatest shield, dodging every strike while delivering his own. Utility skills were prioritized over simple brute power, making him adaptable to every single threat. He was now an unstoppable force capable of handling any crisis that faced humanity. With these powerful skills absorbed, he felt his own strength already beginning to surge. He had to admit that every single skill was incredibly useful to him and his future growth. His high luck statistics seemed to be paying off, providing a critical boost to his progress. He resolved to keep this intense pace up, determined to never stop getting stronger. This was the exact strategy that would guarantee he always remained the strongest. The true age of players had finally arrived, a period when everyone's limits were being redefined. A standard image of players focused only on power was still deeply ingrained. The terrifying news that the portal had started to close spread throughout the crowd, sparking mass panic. But the realization hit that this panic was completely unnecessary, as every cleared rift naturally shuts down. There was absolutely no reason to panic. The entire process was logical and automatic. He was genuinely confused as to why everyone was reacting so strongly to such an obvious outcome. They weren't moving away, seemingly stuck to their spots despite the danger being long over. All this chaos outside his house left him confused as to why they were all down there. He continued to question what was wrong with all of them, completely dumbfounded. Then, a voice from Player magazine arrived, ready to interview the hero of Bupyeong Station. The reporter was frantic, desperate for just one word from the hero who saved everyone. He was now an all-rounder warrior, the path that Do Gyeong-soo had originally forged. His past stubbornness had always stopped him from following this versatile path, but not this time. This time, everything was different. He had a new future to write. He was absolutely committed to doing whatever it took to achieve the best possible result. All his powerful new artifacts were now ready to be absorbed into his being. They was desperate to know his secret, demanding all of this knowledge. He just did what had to be done. There was nothing special about it in his eyes. Everyone was completely amazed by his humble nature, a refreshing sight from such a powerful player. He was still finding it hard to believe that this was truly the legendary sword demon. The association confirmed his opponent was level 150, making his victory almost unbelievable. How was he even able to defeat such a high-level enemy alone while so underleveled? The interviewer continued to press, wanting all the details on this miraculous solo kill. He just handled what had to be done, never considering it a choice or a miracle. His opponent's high level was indeed dangerous, but he didn't view it as an automatic sentence. Stats, he believed, were never the final metric for determining the winner. The entire battlefield was now completely his to command. His deep understanding of his own capabilities was now undeniable. Despite everything, there was still a noticeable sense of maturity radiating from him. He could sense a deep maturity, a sign of true combat wisdom. Meanwhile, he couldn't shake the feeling that he still had a very long way to go himself. Reluctantly, he knew he had to pass on this incredible offer. His plans were already set. Desperately, they offered to at least hand over the Silent Ground dungeon priority card instead. His request for the Silent Ground dungeon had clearly been received with great shock. He was absolutely thrilled that his dungeon priority card had finally been approved. All the powerful effects of the Silent Ground dungeon were now ready for him to utilize. He was staring at his sister's picture, the same one he always looked at after every dangerous fight. 10 years had passed since his younger sister had been tragically lost in a dungeon. The sensations he felt from training in mock battles were always temporary, never truly preparing him for the real thing. He was extremely grateful for everything they had done to help him prepare. He wanted this feeling to last, desperately needing to avoid forgetting the sensation of true combat. His determination to fight alongside him again was burning brighter than ever. He regretted not asking for his contact information, which seemed like a huge mistake. Breaking news had just spread across the screens, confirming a terrifying rift had opened at Bupyeong Station. A sudden breakthrough, a nearby player had single-handedly cleared the dangerous rift in record time. At the scene, a lucky news crew had secured a chance to interview the mysterious hero who saved everyone. They were training in the Player Town building's Rank 1 training room, pushing their limits as usual. Wait, a sudden summons and a high-level B+ mage summoner prepared for something. The summoned golems were already fully formed, ready for the upcoming mock battle. The Korea Player Association identified Cho Lee-yun as a formidable B+ rank summoner player. The mock battle was officially authorized to begin immediately. This unique constellation title, all about cutting down enemies before his drink went cold, was a complete first for him. He has never seen such a fascinating, rare constellation title like this before. Ji-hye of player management greeted Sang-hyun, reminding him of their recent meeting outside the quest area. Yes, he naturally remembered meeting Ji-hye just earlier that very day. She revealed that the association wanted to present him with a plaque in honor of clearing the rift. He was completely dumbfounded, first a hero, and now they wanted to give him a plaque. Honestly, all of this public adoration was still a bit too much for him to handle. He was now completely focused on the bigger picture of the impending danger. The impending disaster that will threaten every player was now closer than anyone realized. He knew that the terrifying rift he just stopped was only the tiny visible tip of a massive iceberg. He couldn't help but be impressed. The Kobold King clearly valued quality food more than he prioritized efficiency. He was genuinely confused as to why there were only 2 dishes prepared. He just realized the portal had closed, signaling a crucial step towards safety. This unique seasoned orange larva from the fresh kobold swamp was certainly an exotic option. He quickly retracted everything he said. This monstrous dish had absolutely no place at his table. The question remained, what was the last dungeon his sister had entered? Silent Ground. That was the dangerous dungeon where his younger sister's life was taken. Her tragic dependency on pure skills made her particularly vulnerable in a place of complete silence. And she never stood a chance, silenced before she could even activate a single ability. He could always rely on pure strength, but his regrets over the past were still heavy in his heart. Oh well, dwelling on the past was completely pointless. He just wished he could go back. He desperately wished he could reverse time and change that fateful moment. Then, a realization hit that maybe his strength came from a contract with a god, much like hers. A horrifying screech echoes through the darkness as a grotesque ghoul plummets straight down from the ceiling, aiming directly for its prey. Sang-hyun barely reacts in time, leaning back to narrowly dodge the lethal ambush. He lands gracefully on his feet, his mind already calculating his immediate counterattack. But a sudden system prompt brings grim news. Just a graze from the undead beast has completely silenced his skills. Drawing his massive sword, he realizes he's trapped in a brutal situation where his magical abilities are entirely useless. With his skills forcibly locked, he has absolutely no choice but to rely on his raw, unadulterated physical strength. He brings his heavy blade down with crushing force, effortlessly splitting the monster in two. The eerie atmosphere of the Silent Ground dungeon settles around him, heavily reeking of rotten decay. Unfazed by the creeping danger, he marches forward into the abyss, fully prepared for the grueling trial ahead. The overwhelming stench of the undead immediately assaults his senses, confirming he just stepped into an absolute nightmare. He steels himself, planting his feet firmly against the unforgiving stone terrain. Knowing he can't afford to get hit even once, he realizes this raid will be the ultimate test of his combat fundamental. With an explosive burst of speed, he shatters the ground beneath him and launches directly into the fray. The earth trembles violently as a massive horde of skeletal abominations claws its way up to greet him. Surrounded by an army of the dead, Sang-hyun readies his combat stance, looking completely unshaken. A deafening, blood-curdling roar tears through the silence as the monsters blindly charge forward. He dances through the chaotic battlefield, his heavy blade carving a merciless path of pure destruction. Dozens of corrupted hands reach out from the shadows, desperately trying to drag him down into the darkness. But instead of showing an ounce of fear, a wickedly confident smirk spreads across his face. Meanwhile, back in the bustling city, a massive blue rift stands peacefully in the center of an intersection. A massive crowd of screaming fans and eager reporters has completely surrounded the area, cameras flashing relentlessly. A news anchor excitedly broadcasts live, hyping up the arrival of a truly legendary figure. The top-tier player Do Young-soo finally makes his grand appearance, radiating a genuinely overwhelming aura. Watching from his car just a few feet away, Sang-hyun immediately realizes he made a terrible parking choice. The media continues to shower Young-soo with praise, calling him an absolute god among human swordsmen. They aggressively question him about a rising rookie who recently cleared a rift solo, eager to point out their remarkably similar fighting style. Young-soo remains stoic and unbothered, effortlessly ignoring the blatant attempts to stir up drama. Sang-hyun sighs heavily in his driver's seat, mentally kicking himself for wandering right into a massive media circus. Just a week ago, he was completely isolated in a destroyed wasteland, pushing his body to its absolute limits. Now sitting comfortably in his new ride, he eagerly hums to himself, heavily itching to test out his newly acquired combat skill. Unfortunately, he is completely stuck in bumper-to-bumper gridlock traffic, ruining his perfectly planned schedule. Even after deliberately avoiding rush hour, an event security guard firmly directs him to halt his luxury SUV. Mild panic sets in as Song-hyun realizes his fully decked-out vehicle is making him stick out like a sore thumb. The massive crowd gathered around the glowing portal makes a quiet, unnoticed escape entirely impossible. Suddenly, the legendary Do Gyung-soo shifts his piercing gaze directly toward the idling car. Song-hyun freezes in place, realizing the top-ranked veteran is staring right at him through the windshield. He desperately avoids eye contact, silently praying that Young-soo will just ignore him and keep walking. But Young-soo actually begins approaching the vehicle, bringing the entire tidal wave of media reporters right to Sang-hyun's doorstep. Every single step the veteran takes heavily amplifies the incredibly awkward tension in the air. Sang-hyun forces a painfully stiff smile, mentally preparing himself for the absolute worst-case scenario. For another player standing nearby, today is no celebration. It's the tragic anniversary of her little sister's death in the silent ground. Fueled by raw emotion, the fiery red-haired girl screams at the top of her lungs, demanding immediate attention. Song-hyun just stares at her blankly, completely thrown off by the sudden explosive hostility directed his way. She marches right up into his personal space, absolutely furious at his totally unbothered attitude. Sang-hyun mentally sighs, noting exactly how much patience he'll need to climb the ranks and deal with these eccentric top-tier players. Young-soo, having silently observed the brief exchange, finally turns his back to enter the dungeon. But internally, the veteran is deeply intrigued. He's met countless ambitious rookies, but this one feels entirely different. Instead of showing starstruck admiration, Sang-hyun had looked at him with the cold, calculating eyes of a true hunter. Young-soo realizes this kid doesn't see him as an idol, but as an obstacle that urgently needs to be crushed. A rare, genuinely thrilled smile crosses the legend's face as he permanently burns the name Shin Sung-yoon into his memory. Without another word, Young-soo steps into the swirling vortex, leaving the chaotic outside world behind. The massive portal pulses with dark energy, silently waiting to swallow its next challengers. Finally free from the suffocating spotlight, Sang-hyun casually steps out of his luxury vehicle. He admits the ride is incredibly smooth, though a part of him wishes he had spent that cash on high-tier artifacts instead. The white SUV quickly speeds off down the street, leaving him standing confidently at the drop-off point. A massive wave of relief washes over him as he prepares to finally get back to what he does best. He distinctly recalls the absolute nightmare of taking a crowded subway with his giant broadsword, swearing to never humiliate himself like that again. Suddenly, his phone heavily buzzes in the car mount with an entirely unexpected call from the Hunters Association. He answers smoothly, assuming it's just a routine schedule confirmation for his upcoming dungeon raid. But as he turns around, he comes face to face with the infuriated red-haired girl yet again. She aggressively blocks his path, radiating an incredibly hostile and stubbornly confrontational energy. Her eyes burn with rage as she demands to know why a random rookie is stealing her scheduled raid time. Entirely uninterested in her dramatic outburst, Sang-hyun tries to walk away, bluntly stating he's just following the association's official orders. The girl throws an absolute fit, screaming at the top of her lungs for him to stop ignoring her. But Sang-hyun just flashes a wickedly competitive grin, daring her to try and catch up to his terrifying clearing speed. He watches in mild confusion as her party members frantically rush over to de-escalate the explosive situation. Her teammates desperately hold her back as she violently thrashes around, completely blinded by sheer frustration. Sang-hyun quietly stands his ground, utterly bewildered by how unhinged these supposedly professional players are acting. She continues to hurl insults from a distance, fiercely swearing she won't let his blatant disrespect slide. Her party members bow deeply and apologize, incredibly embarrassed by her total lack of basic player decency. Meanwhile, back at the media frenzy, a brave reporter tries to squeeze one last statement out of Young-soo's party. The veteran's companion gives a cold, completely dismissive reply, making the atmosphere incredibly heavy. The anchor nervously laughs it off, entirely intimidated by their overwhelming and unapproachable presence. Despite the frosty treatment, the camera crew captures their grand exit with absolute awe and unabashed admiration. Even from a distance, the sheer weight of Gyeong-soo's reputation leaves the normal citizens completely breathless. However, Gyeong-soo's mind is still entirely focused on that brief, incredibly tense encounter with the rookie in the car. He vividly remembers the sheer unfiltered annoyance on Sang-hyun's face when the flashing cameras pointed his way. For Sang-hyun, the true gravity of that silent exchange is finally starting to click firmly into place. He realizes the legendary player wasn't just casually passing by, he was directly sizing him up as a very real potential threat. And instead of feeling pressured, a massive thrill-seeking smile spreads across Sang-hyun's face as he excitedly welcomes the challenge. Sang-yeon suddenly realized a glaring mistake he had been making all along. Clapping a hand over his face, he cursed his own forgetfulness, realizing he had a specific skill he should have been using from the very beginning. His eye flared with a brilliant golden light as he activated the Eyes of Detection. The system immediately responded, expanding his senses to mark every single monster within a massive 500-meter radius. But as the visual data flooded his mind, he looked up at the towering fortress before him, his blood running cold at the sheer number of red signatures swarming the structure. Before he could even process the overwhelming odds, the battle resumed with brutal intensity. His party members watched in absolute awe as Sang-yeon seamlessly ducked and weaved through the chaotic melee. To them, it looked as if he possessed a terrifying level of foresight, perfectly predicting exactly what his grotesque opponents were going to do next. A monstrous ghoul lunged for his throat, its jaws snapping wildly. But Sang-hyun was already 2 steps ahead, instantly repositioning himself as the beast completely missed its mark. Suddenly, a volatile creature dive-bombed him from above. With split-second reflexes, he threw his hand back, narrowly escaping the blast radius of a suicide fly. Gritting his teeth against the searing heat of the minor burns, he knew that a direct hit would have easily blown his entire arm off. The presence of these explosive insects only meant one thing: a highly dangerous magician-type monster was hiding somewhere on this battlefield. He knew he had to keep moving, desperately trying to put distance between himself and the relentless swarm. To the veteran hunters fighting alongside him, Sang-hyun's movements didn't look like those of a rookie, but rather a hardened combat veteran with decades of bloody experience. He vaulted through the air, effortlessly evading another deadly strike. His blade danced in a deadly arc, carving through the monstrous horde with terrifying precision. His eyes glowed with an unnatural, calculating light, missing absolutely nothing in the chaos around him. This incomprehensible talent was exactly what had caught the attention of some very powerful people. Far away from the blood-soaked dungeon, a high-stakes meeting was taking place at the Korea Player Association. The Scout Team 4 strategy room was tense as they prepared to discuss a highly unusual anomaly. The scout, Lee Ga-hee, stepped up to the projector, bringing up the profile of the player who had been turning the entire industry upside down, Shin Sang-hyun. The veteran scouters leaned in, immediately recognizing the infamous rookie who had recently been making headlines. Disbelief colored their voices as they reviewed his file, struggling to comprehend how a former baggage porter had awakened such terrifying abilities in just a single month. Deep inside the dungeon, Sang-hyun was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted by the endless waves of enemies. Just when he thought he had finally cleared the area, a faint buzzing caught his attention. Another suicide fly darted toward him, glowing with volatile energy. Without a second thought, he flicked his wrist, intercepting the tiny explosive threat midair. A massive explosion violently rocked the cavern, proving just how lethal those tiny insects truly were. The blast radius scorched the earth, leaving behind a thick cloud of suffocating smoke. Back in the strategy room, Ga-hee continued her presentation, projecting the title Artifact-Devouring Player onto the screen for the entire executive board to see. She explained that her team had been exhaustively collecting every scrap of combat data on Sang-hyun over the past few days. The room fell dead silent as she pulled up a standard growth chart for an ordinary awakened player. She then overlaid Sang-hyun's projected growth, assuming he had already hit level 50, and the resulting spike was absolutely staggering. She tapped her remote, switching the slide to showcase his combat footage. On the battlefield, a grotesque, muscular monstrosity hurled itself at Sang-hyun. With bone-crushing speed, it slashed its massive claws through the air, aiming to tear the young hunter to shreds. But Sang-hyun practically danced around the lethal blows, moving with a delicate, almost artistic sense of combat. His blade met the monster's fangs in a shower of sparks, proving that his battle instincts were perfectly honed for survival. Ga-hee emphasized that no matter how dire or unpredictable the situation became in the dungeon, Sang-hyun never panicked, perfectly countering every single monstrosity that crossed his path. Even veteran players would eventually show a moment of weakness or leave an opening when exhausted. But Sang-hyun was different. He moved fluidly, striking with brutal efficiency as he decimated the horde. He gripped his greatsword tightly, his eyes constantly scanning for the next immediate threat. Dodging a lethal strike, his glowing blue aura flared as he perfectly positioned himself for a counterattack. He dashed forward with blinding speed, leaving a trail of blue energy in his wake. With a massive, earth-shattering swing, he cleaved through the enemy's defenses. Ga-hee stated firmly that what truly set this rookie apart was an instinct that bordered on actual foresight. His body simply moved on its own, dodging lethal blows before his conscious mind even registered the danger. He flawlessly evaded a devastating overhead slam that would have crushed a normal hunter into paste. His physical foundation and basic training were so incredibly refined that it defied logic. The other scouters murmured in agreement, captivated by the sheer brilliance of his combat footage. They couldn't deny that watching him fight was like watching a masterclass in survival. Even the most skeptical executives had to admit that his raw talent was completely absurd compared to anyone else at his level. However, the deputy team leader leaned back, a cynical smirk crossing his face as he questioned if this was just a case of simple, well-trained reflexes. He arrogantly dismissed the hype, claiming that if good reflexes were his only trait, they wouldn't be having this meeting at all. He argued that there had to be something else, something far more anomalous about this kid. Ga-hee firmly stood her ground, refusing to let her detailed analysis be swept under the rug. The deputy leader rubbed his chin, admitting that he had personally reviewed Sunghyun's past dungeon records and found too many inexplicable variables. Annoyed by the constant interruptions, Gahi politely requested that they focus strictly on his undeniable combat presence and skill usage. She passionately highlighted how he utilized his abilities in completely unorthodox ways, pulling off combinations no one had ever seen before. Bringing up his actual status board, she revealed the true, terrifying anomaly of Sunghyun. The room collectively gasped as the numbers flashed onto the screen. For a player of his level, possessing 11 distinct skills and 7 unique titles was mathematically impossible. At this monstrous rate of growth, he was already rivaling the most legendary figures in the entire country. Returning to the bloodbath, Sanghyun was pushed to his absolute limits, forced to activate his defensive sword skill. A brilliant, translucent barrier of mana erupted from his blade just in time to intercept a devastating attack. A magical shield violently clashed against the oncoming force, perfectly protecting him from the lethal blow. The sheer impact shattered the ground beneath his feet, but his defensive barrier held strong. The magical barrier deflected the brutal strike, sending a shockwave of raw energy rippling through the air. He pulled up the skill interface, noting the heavy mana drain, but acknowledging that it had just saved his life. Back at the association, the team leader slammed his hand on the desk, officially assigning Gahi to be Sunghyun's exclusive observer. She beamed with pride, determined to uncover every secret this anomalous player was hiding. Far away from the association's politics, Sanghyun stood completely alone amidst the smoking ruins of the dungeon, his chest heaving with exhaustion. He pinched his nose in disgust, violently complaining about the putrid, rotting stench of ghoul blood soaking into his brand new clothes. The scouters continued their debate, acknowledging that those who had fought alongside him couldn't stop singing his praises. The deputy team leader Shin Min-jae remained a harsh skeptic, pulling up reports of how Sunghyun had single-handedly cleared a recent dimensional rift. While the public was completely enamored with the rookie's unparalleled growth rate, Min-jae argued that putting him on the same pedestal as the country's elite S-rank players was a massive overstatement. Gahi's eyes narrowed, fiercely disagreeing with her superior's conservative assessment. On the battlefield, Sanghyun launched himself into the air, bringing his greatsword down with apocalyptic force. His blade carved a massive trench into the earth, obliterating everything in its path. Wiping the monster blood from his face, he cursed the sheer endless volume of enemies flooding the zone. But he didn't stop moving, his golden eyes scanning the ruined castle for his next target. Min-jae stubbornly insisted that Sanghyun might just be a master manipulator, using media play to inflate his actual worth. The tension in the meeting room skyrocketed as Gahi coldly cut him off, refusing to accept his baseless slander. She apologized for her bluntness, but refused to back down, stating that she had been tracking this player meticulously. Her voice echoed with absolute certainty as she officially declared that Shin Sanghyun possessed all the necessary grounds to be classified as an S-rank threat. Min-jae practically growled, furious that a junior scout was openly defying him in front of the entire board. Gahi maintained her professional composure, well aware of the heavy implications of handing out an S-rank evaluation. Min-jae scoffed loudly, mockingly asking if she actually believed the ridiculous rumors that Sunghyun possessed foresight or could see the future. He sarcastically suggested that they might as well claim the kid was a regressor who had traveled back in time. The team leader immediately silenced the bickering, rubbing his temples in sheer exasperation at his team's constant infighting. Back in the horrific depths of the dungeon, a massive explosion of hellfire erupted from the castle gates. From the flames emerged the true masterminds of this horrific swarm, a terrifying cabal of dark magicians and skeletal liches. Their empty sockets glowed with malicious intent, and Sanghyun realized this nightmare was only just beginning. He stared down the towering figure before him, the very aura it emitted sending chills down his spine. A deep, unwavering hatred burned in her eyes, a memory forever etched into his mind. He knew exactly who this monster was. It was the very creature that had mercilessly killed his sister. Without warning, the armored giant leaped into the air, moving with terrifying speed. But he wasn't going to just stand there and be a victim. He readied his blade knowing that mere basic attacks wouldn't cut it. Acquiring passive skills was simple enough, usually just requiring repetitive, mindless training against dummies. But earning a powerful active skill required a completely different, much more brutal approach. Top players guarded their training secrets with their lives, making it nearly impossible for anyone else to replicate their success. Suddenly, the entire battlefield was cleared as a massive shockwave ripped through the air, wiping out the lesser monsters. Thankfully, he had years of harsh, blood-soaked experience under his belt to help him navigate this deadly situation. But his confidence wavered for a split second as he realized the area had gone completely quiet. A dark, imposing energy began to materialize from the shadows. A heavy metallic footstep echoed through the silent ruins. A sickening realization hit him. Something was standing right behind him, and it was too late to react. Memories of his past failures flashed before his eyes, and he screamed out in defiance, refusing to let history repeat itself. The air distorted violently as a lethal strike closed in on him. He spun around with everything he had, clashing his blade against the massive weapon. The sheer force of the impact sent shockwaves through the air, shattering the debris around them. He gritted his teeth, his muscles screaming in agony as he struggled against the overwhelming pressure. The monster's strength was completely insane, and he frantically tried to predict where the next fatal strike would come from. The undead knight leaped impossibly high into the air, blotting out the light above. It came crashing down like a meteor aimed straight for his head. A massive surge of purple magic erupted from the point of impact, tearing through the stone floor. The destructive dark energy scattered in all directions, turning the ground into a crater. He barely managed to dive backward out of the blast radius, his heart pounding out of his chest. The residual magic pulsed aggressively, a grim reminder of the enemy's overwhelming power. Panting heavily, he stabilized his stance, knowing one wrong move meant instant death. Exhaustion was already creeping in, but he couldn't afford a single moment of self-doubt. He locked his eyes onto the looming shadow of the undead warrior, bracing himself. He had to trust his instincts now, muttering a quick prayer that his next decision would be the right one. Suddenly, a barrage of toxic green flames hurled toward him from the flanks. A horde of hidden undead mages had launched a surprise volley to catch him off guard. He twisted his body mid-air, narrowly dodging the searing magical heat. But the spells were too fast, and panic briefly set in as he realized he couldn't evade all of them. Acting purely on reflex, he triggered a powerful wind-based counter skill. A fierce gale erupted around him, violently blowing the dark magic away. The turbulent winds sliced right through the fragile skeletons, instantly turning them to dust. As the smoke settled, he noticed the battlefield had left him a little gift amid the chaos. He reached down and picked up a high-grade magic stone, an incredibly rare drop worth millions. The gem pulsed with dense magical energy, a tiny victory in this hellish dungeon. But his momentary relief was cut short as a strange, chilling sensation washed over him. His detection skill instantly flared to life, warning him of a singular massive threat nearby. It wasn't just a mindless monster, it was an undead housing the soul of a highly trained knight. The tragic image of his bloodied sister flashed in his mind, fueling a fiery rage bubbling deep inside him. He cursed under his breath, his grip tightening on his sword until his knuckles turned white. High above, the Death Knight plummeted from the sky once more, radiating a terrifying blue light. It slammed into the earth with the force of a bomb, sending a blinding shockwave outward. But instead of running, a fearless, confident smirk spread across his face. A massive fiery explosion engulfed the exact spot where he stood. The roaring flames shot into the sky, threatening to incinerate everything in their path. The thick smoke was violently blown away as the shockwave expanded further. Deadly streaks of concentrated magical energy pierced through the haze. Yet he emerged completely unharmed, a brilliant hexagonal barrier shimmering from his blade. The surviving undead mages reeled back in sheer shock, unable to comprehend his survival. Before they could even react, a swift, brutal strike severed a skeleton clean in half. He narrowed his eyes, his focus razor-sharp as he analyzed the battlefield. This was the true power of the active skill he had sacrificed so much to earn. Defensive sword. Enraged, the remaining skeletal mages pooled their dark mana together for one final attack. They desperately cast a massive inferno spell, intending to burn him to ashes. He stood his ground and readied his weapon, preparing to clash head-on with the explosive magic. A heavy metallic tread instantly broke the tension in the air. He remembered the agonizing screams of players who had been caught off guard by this beast in the past. The Death Knight emerged slowly from the lingering smoke, an unstoppable force of nature. He thought back to those who had fallen easily, overwhelmed by the dungeon's brutal and unforgiving conditions. The armored behemoth paused, its glowing eyes locking onto him with pure murderous intent. A dark, corrupted aura oozed from beneath its heavy boots, rapidly infecting the ground. Ghoulish faces twisted in agony within the swamp-like terrain that formed beneath them. The Hunters Association had severely miscalculated the difficulty of this zone, mistakenly categorizing it as manageable. They foolishly believed the Swamp of Silence was its deadliest weapon, leading countless parties to their graves. But as the imposing figure loomed over him in the shadows, he knew the terrifying truth. The Death Knight's true power wasn't its silencing aura at all. It was an absolute nightmare of a monster, demanding everything he had just to survive. The charred remains of the mages crumbled away, leaving him entirely alone with the main threat. He channeled the energy of the rare purple gem, letting its power flow through his weapon. Just 3 days ago, he was completely isolated in an underground training room. He pushed his body to the absolute limit, facing an endless barrage of automated high-speed arrows. Every single projectile that struck his blade honed his reaction time to perfection. He deflected the relentless assault without taking a single step backward, his movements becoming a blur. Sweeping strikes knocked dozens of arrows out of the air simultaneously, in a flawless display of skill. It had been 3 agonizing days of non-stop grinding to prepare for this exact moment, and it was all to master the defensive sword, a skill that restricted his forward movement but granted an impenetrable defense. Back in the present, a rogue shadow mage tried to blindside him from above. The foul creature cackled menacingly, thinking it had finally found an opening. A dense sphere of concentrated dark energy was hurled straight toward his blind spot, but he didn't even flinch or look back. With a fluid, practiced motion, his blade casually deflected the dense magic away. The purple energy violently dispersed into the air, rendered completely harmless. His eyes widened as the warm-up ended, and the real fight finally began. The Death Knight stepped forward, fully committing its immense presence to the battle. The overwhelming pressure of the undead warlord pressed down on the entire arena, suffocating the air. The monstrous knight lunged forward with explosive, blinding speed. Its massive greatsword came crashing down in a devastating, world-shattering arc. He raised his weapon to block, but the sheer raw weight of the strike was astronomical. Sparks flew furiously as he was forced backward, his boots skidding violently across the broken stone. The monster's strength was absolutely insane, every swing feeling like a falling mountain trying to crush him. It stood tall within its corrupted swamp, commanding the very domain of death itself. Bleeding and exhausted, a defiant, almost psychotic smile crept onto his face as he looked the monster dead in the eye and dared it to bring it on. The Death Knight responded with a chilling, dead silent stare. The glowing blue slits of its helmet flared intensely, signaling the start of a true bloody fight to the death. The deafening sound of clashing metal echoed as a devastating strike landed on the battlefield. He pushed against the overwhelming force, sparks flying from his violently trembling blade. A desperate roar escaped his lungs as he forced his body far beyond its absolute limits. He needed to land a critical blow, relying entirely on his rapidly fluctuating luck stat to survive. But the immense pressure finally shattered his defense, sending him crashing backward through the air. He brutally skidded across the broken stone ground. The system confirmed a massive 600% critical hit, but it still wasn't enough. Sang-hyun, a weak, hauntingly familiar voice whispered, instantly freezing him in place. His eyes widened in absolute horror as the deeply repressed, traumatic memories clawed their way back. He saw his dying comrade bleeding out on the cold floor, entirely defenseless. "Yeah, so stay awake and," he had pleaded back then, his voice cracking with raw desperation. But harsh reality violently ripped him away from the nightmare as a new, lethal threat emerged. Without a second of hesitation, he activated the psychedelic skill to push his broken body further. His eyes instantly glowed with an eerie blue light, fueled entirely by sheer, unbreakable willpower. He charged back into the blood-stained ruins, absolutely refusing to lose anyone else today. He propelled himself forward at blinding speeds, leaving a terrifying trail of dark energy behind. He simply couldn't ignore the innocent people he still had the remaining power to protect. Another brutal clash violently shook the crumbling ruins as he barely deflected a lethal strike. He poured every single ounce of his remaining mana into his weapon, his face twisted in pure rage. His torn muscles screamed in utter agony as he forcefully broke through the enemy's iron guard. But the agonizing echo of his dying friend aggressively returned to torment his fractured mind. "Please, bury me next to my younger sister," the broken, bleeding man begged softly. Sang-hyun, his fallen comrade, choked out, his fragile life slipping away by the dreaded second. He desperately held his bleeding friend close, deeply terrified of the cruel and inevitable end. "The breakdown is almost over. The rescue team will be here soon," he lied, desperately trying to spark hope. "Really? That's good." The dying man smiled weakly, completely accepting his tragic fate. "Just one favor," he whispered, his remaining strength finally and completely failing him. "Don't say that. You're not gonna die," he screamed, his heavy heart shattering into a million pieces. The traumatizing flashback shattered instantly as a monstrous roar violently brought him back to the deadly present. The hulking Death Knight loomed menacingly over him, its cursed, jagged armor radiating pure malice. The undead monstrosity locked its glowing eyes directly onto him, preparing its next devastating move. Sharp spikes of dark, lethal energy erupted from the knight's body like a terrifying layer of armor. He narrowly dodged a catastrophic downward swing that aggressively tore the very air apart. The knight refused to give him a single second to breathe, unleashing a ferocious, ear-piercing roar. A massive shockwave brutally blasted him through the air, completely shattering his defensive stance. He hit the ground hard, warm blood aggressively dripping down his heavily bruised face. To make matters far worse, his skills were instantly nullified by the terrifying swamp of silence. He quickly scrambled to his feet as the towering Death Knight rapidly closed the lethal distance. A blinding flash of highly volatile dark magic violently erupted right in front of his eyes. The sheer, unadulterated force of the magical shockwave mercilessly threw him backward once again. He violently tumbled across the cold stone floor, fiercely struggling to maintain his fading consciousness. The relentless Death Knight charged heavily forward, its massive boots violently cracking the ancient ground. He barely managed to parry the massive greatsword, blinding sparks exploding right in his face. The enemy's relentless and heavy barrage forced him to rely purely on his raw, desperate agility. The knight swung wildly and indiscriminately, violently tearing huge chunks of stone out of the pillars. He deflected another heavy downward slash, the devastating impact violently rattling his very bones. Taking a deep, ragged breath, he desperately tried to calm his violently racing heart in the absolute chaos. His clever hunter title suddenly activated, instantly restoring a crucial point of his depleted stamina. He smirked confidently through the immense pain, his eyes fiercely burning with renewed determination. "Nice," he muttered to himself, as a blue, intensely flaming skull suddenly manifested from the shadows. But the hellish battle was far from over as the Death Knight's armor began to glow violently. "Begun?" he realized with a start, his sharp instincts screaming at him to fall back immediately. The monster was aggressively using the very flames of its own life as a final, highly desperate sacrifice. He gritted his teeth extremely hard, fully knowing that one wrong move now meant an instant, brutal death. The system violently flashed a terrifying warning. The boss would violently self-destruct in exactly 10 seconds. A terrifying aura of erratic blue lightning and dark fire violently erupted directly from the monster's core. The Death Knight unleashed a deafening, incredibly monstrous roar that violently shook the entire dungeon. Its cursed armor violently expanded, heavily surging with an unstable, incredibly lethal amount of magical energy. The absolute beast stomped heavily forward, moving surprisingly faster than anything that Massive had the right to. Its massive, deadly blade ignited heavily with dark flames, fully ready to obliterate absolutely everything in its path. He quickly tightened his desperate grip on his weapon, dark blood aggressively pouring from his previous deep wounds. He rapidly dashed to the side just as the terrifying shockwave aggressively ripped through the stone floorboards. The sheer, unbelievable destructive power instantly turned the surrounding courtyard into a smoking crater of ash. Wrong, he sharply muttered to himself, his mind violently racing to find a desperate counterattack. The Death Knight menacingly turned its brightly glowing visor toward him, instantly locking onto its wounded prey. He quickly realized it was his own stupid fault for trying to save his precious endurance for the final boss. Yeah, I was wrong, he admitted openly, fully embracing the extremely lethal life-or-death stakes before him. He completely refused to keep making the exact same stupid mistakes that repeatedly got his best friends killed. The Death Knight aggressively leaped high into the air, forcefully bringing its glowing sword down with terrifying speed. He narrowly slipped gracefully past the extremely heavy strike at the very last possible breathless millisecond. The monster's heavy blade violently slammed into the earth, instantly sending jagged shadows aggressively exploding outward. Dark, highly lethal energy aggressively ruptured the ground right beneath him, violently threatening to swallow him whole. A violent, ground-shattering explosion of cursed magic heavily devastated the entire combat zone in seconds. He was already rapidly moving, aggressively closing the massive gap while the boss heavily recovered from its wild swing. He quickly twisted his injured body and launched a fierce, desperate counterslash directly at the monster's exposed flank. The towering beast heavily staggered back as the aggressively glowing blue flame of his attack fiercely seared its armor. He stood tall and defiant amidst the thick smoke, panting extremely heavily as he quickly analyzed the beast's movements. He aggressively wiped the dripping sweat from his brow, his fiercely glowing blue eyes piercing deeply through the dark. A spectral, violently flaming skull rapidly crawled across the ruined ground, greedily feeding off the ambient dark energy. The Death Knight recovered surprisingly faster than expected, throwing an incredibly vicious and wide horizontal slash. The massive blade aggressively grazed him, violently throwing him off balance as he heavily coughed up fresh blood. The excruciating, blinding pain instantly sent another terrifying flash of his traumatizing past directly into his mind. He vividly saw the pale faces of the fallen, the desperate screams of the dying aggressively echoing once more. The horrible memory threatened to completely paralyze him, but he forcefully forced himself to stay awake and fight. His expression quickly hardened into pure, unadulterated fury as he fiercely stared down the towering monster. The Death Knight aggressively lunged again, instantly unleashing a terrifying flurry of chaotic high-speed strikes. He parried incredibly frantically, absolutely every single clash violently sending shockwaves of pain up his tired arms. "This bastard," he cursed loudly, realizing the monster's incredible speed was completely overwhelming his defenses. He very narrowly evaded a dark energy blast that violently tore through the air right beside his head. The battlefield quickly became a terrifying blur of desperate dodging, heavy striking, and surviving by mere inches. The monstrous knight forcefully leaped back, rapidly charging up another devastating massive area of effect attack. Its greatsword violently radiated a blinding purple light as it aggressively prepared to bring it crashing down. He didn't hesitate for a second, immediately sprinting furiously away from the highly lethal epicenter of the attack. The ancient ground violently and completely shattered directly behind him as he aggressively leaped away to safety. He knew he had to quickly retreat and head directly into the deepest, darkest part of the dungeon to survive. A highly confident smirk instantly crossed his face. He had finally figured out exactly how to win this impossible fight. He quickly realized all the smaller monsters had cowardly moved to the center to completely avoid the fierce fight. He violently kicked open a massive iron gate, aggressively sprinting down the dark, twisting, and terrifying corridors. Shadowy, lethal tentacles aggressively lashed out from the walls, desperately trying to ensnare him in the absolute dark. He gracefully and quickly flipped over the deadly traps, his incredible speed heavily boosted by his newest artifact. Suddenly, a terrifying ghoul aggressively dropped from the dark ceiling, completely blocking his only path forward. The horrific creature screeched deafeningly, its incredibly jagged jaws opening wide to violently tear him apart. He quickly and brutally sliced through it without breaking stride, instantly splattering dark blood across the stone walls. "Shit!" he cursed aggressively, noticing that the deadly horde was actually far larger than he had originally anticipated. He rapidly slid across the dirty floor, gracefully dodging a heavy barrage of dark spikes violently shooting from the ground. He realized the Death Knight had brutally and mercilessly killed all of its own allies just to greedily survive. The towering boss aggressively smashed through the thick stone walls directly behind him in a relentless, terrifying pursuit. He quickly raised his sturdy blade just in time to block a terrifying, immense wave of dark, crushing pressure. The system violently warned him that the desperate monster was actively preparing its devastating knockback burst skill. He aggressively threw himself behind a massive stone pillar just as the lethal shockwave violently ripped outward. He quickly peeked around the crumbling corner, his bright eyes sharp as he precisely calculated his absolute final move. The dark corridor was completely and utterly infested with dozens of lesser monsters violently blocking his escape route. He furiously sprinted right into the massive horde, desperately using the chaotic swarm as a highly effective living shield. The Death Knight violently and mindlessly followed him, immediately triggering massive, highly lethal explosions in its wake. A massive, devastating blast heavily engulfed the entire hallway, completely obliterating the lesser monsters in mere seconds. He aggressively skidded to a complete halt, quickly turning back to face the heavy carnage with a breathless, exhausted smirk. His incredibly brilliant plan had flawlessly worked. The mindless boss had just unwittingly cleared the path forward for him. His detection skill quickly went completely wild, instantly registering the rapidly dropping number of dead enemies around him. With a highly wicked grin, he aggressively pushed his exhausted body to the absolute brink, charging fiercely forward. He bolted furiously and directly into the deepest, darkest abyss of the dungeon, completely ready to finish this once and for all. Pushed to his absolute limits, he realized a terrifying truth about his own condition. Health and stamina were two completely different resources, and right now his tank was completely empty. The heavy agonizing penalty from his psychedelic state was crushing his body from the inside out. He knew perfectly well that trying to push through the raid in this crippled state was suicide. The Death Knight standing before him was far too powerful to face while handicapped. Moving forward like this would only lead to a brutal, merciless death. With his back against the wall, there was only one desperate option left to take. He had to make a massive, life-threatening gamble just to survive the next few seconds. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully deactivated the psychedelic state. Instantly, the terrifying boss lunged forward, launching a devastating assault. A massive, suffocating wave of dark energy crashed toward his fragile body. He barely had a fraction of a second to brace himself against the overwhelming power. The sheer force of the monster's strike instantly shattered the ground beneath him. A blinding flash of destructive blue light erupted from the impact zone. He desperately tried to hold his ground, but the difference in sheer strength was astronomical. The accumulated damage from his broken penalty finally caught up to him all at once. He was violently launched backward through the air like a broken ragdoll. His battered body slammed brutally into the cold, unforgiving stone wall. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his vision violently blurred. Just as he collapsed, a terrifying Crimson System warning flashed before his eyes. The Death Knight was initiating its final desperate annihilation sequence. A ruthless 10-second countdown for self-destruction had officially begun. Dark, crackling energy began to violently swirl around the undead monster's armor. The boss unleashed an ear-piercing, unearthly roar that shook the entire dungeon. The suffocating pressure of the gathering explosion locked him completely in place. He gritted his teeth, his entire nervous system screaming in pure agony. He was trapped dead center in the blast radius with absolutely nowhere to run. The massive skull of the Death Knight glowed with an eerie, destructive blue light. The timer ruthlessly ticked down to 3, bringing death right to his doorstep. Then 2. Annihilation was staring him directly in the face. He frantically searched for any possible skill to escape the blast zone, but his mana reserves were completely and utterly dried up. He had burned his absolute last drop of energy on a simple backstep. He was out of hidden cards, out of tricks, and entirely out of time. Suddenly, a distant memory flashed through his mind in what he thought were his final moments. He remembered a time when the world felt just as hopeless as it did right now. A time when he believed regression was his only possible escape from failure. But just as the fiery impact was about to vaporize him, a miracle shattered the tension. The world around him seemed to freeze for a split second as the system intervened. A massive surge of pure, unadulterated power suddenly coursed through his broken veins. The overwhelming force of the deadly explosion was instantly swallowed by a blinding, restorative light. He slowly opened his eyes, completely stunned by the golden notification floating in front of him. The impossible had just happened right at the very last millisecond. He had somehow successfully defeated the monstrous Death Knight. The towering, terrifying boss began to quietly crumble into glowing ash. A massive level-up notification bathed his battered body in a warm, healing aura. The sweet, unbelievable sound of victory echoed through the silent ruins. The system announced a massive, unprecedented influx of experience points. His completely drained stamina bar was instantly and fully recovered to maximum. He gasped for air, his burning lungs finally expanding without agonizing pain. Blood still dripped from his face, but his fatal wounds were rapidly sealing shut. He stared down at the crumbling, peaceful remains of his monstrous enemy. A heavy, disbelieving silence fell over the completely ruined boss room. He looked down at his trembling, blood-stained hands in absolute shock. The reality of his miraculous survival was still struggling to set in. Was the nightmare actually over? Had he really just survived the impossible? The sheer, bone-deep exhaustion of the brutal battle still weighed heavily on his mind. He let out a breathless, exhausted chuckle as the adrenaline finally faded. His trembling legs gave out entirely, and he collapsed backward onto the rubble. He stared up at the dark, cracked ceiling, feeling completely drained of all emotion. He genuinely believed that the explosive blast was going to be the absolute end of his journey, but his fleeting moment of relief was violently ripped away without warning. A sinister, violently purple aura suddenly flared to life from the scattered ashes. The nightmare wasn't over at all. it was simply evolving into something worse. The shattered pieces of the Death Knight began to aggressively pull themselves back together. He watched in sheer paralyzing horror as the dark magic aggressively swirled. His mind frantically flashed back to a harsh, mocking lesson from his past. He clearly remembered the smug, smiling face of a high-ranked guildmate lecturing him. She had ruthlessly told him to use his powerful artifacts with actual intelligence. She explained that even with a 2-hour cooldown, one perfect strike could change an entire raid. She had expected him to clear terrifying dungeons with absolute, flawless perfection. He remembered violently snapping back at her impossible, arrogant standards. He had screamed that if surviving these death traps was that easy, everyone would be a top ranker. He had been completely furious at her complete lack of empathy for his struggles. But now, staring down the resurrecting boss, her harsh words brutally mocked him. The Death Knight's heavy armor completely reformed, blazing with an even more terrifying blue flame. The ambient air grew freezing cold as the undead warrior locked its hollow sights directly onto him, slowly raised its massive crackling blade, preparing to unleash absolute hell. The stone ground violently ruptured beneath the sheer, suffocating force of its aura. He grit his teeth hard, the bitter memory of his past failures fueling a new wave of anger. The boss instantly charged forward, leaving a massive trail of destruction in its wake. A blood-red system warning blared, announcing the Death Knight's final, sacrificial attack phase. The monster was literally burning its very soul for one final guaranteed attempt to annihilate him. He tightened his desperate grip on his weapon, his glowing eyes burning with renewed resolve. He remembered his past, weaker self, loudly complaining about the unfairness of the dungeon ghouls. He had constantly whined about their frustrating silence spells completely ruining his combat flow. His old teammate had just smiled brightly, completely and utterly unfazed by his struggles. She had effortlessly brushed off the very same enemies that had nearly butchered him alive. He remembered her casually asking why he hadn't just used the standard status potions to survive. He had stubbornly refused her advice, angrily calling the long cooldown artifacts entirely useless. He realized now that his own blinding arrogance had always been his absolute worst enemy. He was forced to watch as she easily and beautifully dismantled the entire undead horde. Her calm, effortless laughter had infuriated his younger, inexperienced self to no end. But now, standing face to face with an infinitely more dangerous, soul-burning threat, he finally understood exactly what her infuriating lesson had meant all those years ago. He absolutely couldn't rely on brute force or complain about unfair, broken mechanics anymore. If he wanted to walk out of this room alive, he had to fight smarter, not just harder. The memory completely faded, leaving him entirely alone in the freezing, crumbling boss room. He fearlessly stared down the monstrous Death Knight through the thick, settling dust. His grip on his sword tightened so aggressively that his knuckles turned completely white. He was completely done running away, and he was absolutely done making pathetic excuses. He let out a furious, deafening battle cry, charging straight into the heart of the danger. Meanwhile, outside the terrifying, swirling dungeon gate, a group of highly anxious hunters intensely watched the ominous purple portal. They nervously checked the time, realizing he should have cleared the raid a long time ago. A deep, settling panic began to rapidly spread through the gathered crowd. They nervously whispered among themselves, wondering if he had already been slaughtered inside. But back down in the dark abyss, giving up was absolutely not an option he would accept. The boss aggressively swung its massive blade with world-ending apocalyptic force. He instantly activated his only remaining mobility skill, a desperate split-second backstep. He moved just a fraction of an inch out of the giant sword's lethal glowing path. The sheer impact completely shattered the physical space where he had been standing a millisecond prior. The deadly glowing countdown for the boss's final explosion resumed its ruthless tick. Only 8 seconds left until absolute, inescapable annihilation swallowed the room. The undead knight relentlessly pursued him, unleashing a chaotic flurry of devastating strikes. Every single clash sent violent shockwaves that threatened to completely tear his body apart. He barely managed to deflect a massive downward cleave, sending sparks flying into the dark air. The deadly timer mercilessly dropped down to 5 terrifying seconds. He desperately twisted his battered body, evading another fatal, crushing blow by a hair's breadth. The sheer, blinding speed of the boss was completely overwhelming his terrified senses. 4 seconds remained as he frantically scrambled to put any distance between them. But the Death Knight was right on his heels, acting as a relentless, unstoppable force of nature. He knew perfectly well that taking even a single direct hit meant instant, brutal death. Trying to trade physical blows with this glowing monster was nothing short of absolute suicide. He was completely trapped in a terrifying, high-stakes game of cat and mouse. In this dark, suffocating room, he felt like he was nothing more than helpless prey. But a fierce, unyielding fire suddenly burned deep within his glowing blue eyes. He absolutely refused to just roll over and let himself be eaten by the darkness. He parried another blindingly fast strike, the violent impact vibrating through his cracking bones. He cursed his arrogant past self for completely misjudging the enemy's true terrifying strength. His foolish arrogance early in the brutal fight had cost him a ridiculous amount of health. He realized with dread that he had repeated the exact same foolish mistakes he always made. The terrifying floating countdown relentlessly dropped down to 6 seconds. The crushing pressure of the impending magical explosion was literally caving in his chest. His damaged lungs screamed for oxygen as his body went into critical, fatal overdrive. Every single torn muscle fiber in his body begged him to just lay down and finally quit. But he dug incredibly deep, finding a hidden reserve of willpower he didn't know he possessed. He angrily cursed his own stupidity, realizing exactly how much precious time he had wasted. But regret wouldn't save him now. Only immediate, desperate action would keep him alive. Just 6 seconds left until the entire dungeon room was permanently erased from existence. He focused absolutely all his remaining physical strength entirely into his trembling legs. His rapidly failing heart pounded like a massive war drum directly in his ears. He pleaded with his heavily battered body to just hold on for a little bit longer. He fearlessly launched himself forward, diving straight back into the absolute heart of the attack. The dark, crackling energy violently spiraled around him, aggressively threatening to rip his skin off. With gritted teeth and glowing eyes, he braced himself for the absolute final clash. He forced his exhausted muscles to move faster than they ever had before. The blinding light of the boss's impending explosion, with his life hanging by a single thread, he pushed himself past his absolute breaking point. He desperately pleaded with his shattered body to hold on for just a few more seconds as the deadly countdown continued. The deadly silence of the dungeon was finally shattered. Deep within the audience chamber of silence, a terrifying presence lingered vividly in his memories. The final boss, the weary King Archlick, had been an absolute nightmare given form. Its dark, suffocating magic had stained the very air, threatening to consume everything in its path. It was a true monster, a walking disaster that completely surpassed all limits of a normal mage. Having mastered all 4 elemental magics, it was a being of pure, unadulterated destruction. Only one man in history had ever managed to hold back such an S-class catastrophe all on his own. The United Kingdom's first high-rank archmage had once staked his life against a beast of this caliber. Just remembering that legendary, earth-shattering battle sent a sharp chill down Song-Hyun's spine. But for now, the deafening roar of combat had thankfully faded into the background. The warm, crackling flames of the campfire offered a much-needed reprieve from the surrounding chaos. Sang-Hyun sat bathed in the gentle firelight, letting out a long, deeply exhausted sigh. It had been far too long since he could just sit back and relax inside a deadly dungeon. The goddess of luck floated down beside him, her ethereal presence a stark contrast to the grim cavern. She immediately started nagging, demanding to know if he planned on just sitting there forever. The distant guttural echoes of monsters served as a grim reminder that they were far from safe. She sharply rebuked him, asking if this tiny campfire was truly the limit of his ambition. Divine energy flared up, urging him to shake off his fatigue and get back on his feet. She absolutely refused to let her chosen champion act like a helpless crybaby. With a weary but confident smile, Sang-Hyun pushed himself up, promising to make quick work of the remaining enemies. He was more than ready to finally be done with this incredibly annoying place. The memories of the brutal, blood-soaked fight were still fresh, but he had survived against all odds. The goddess crossed her arms, still utterly dumbfounded by his completely laid-back attitude. Suddenly, a familiar system prompt chimed brightly in the darkness. The silent ring had been completely absorbed into his body. The goddess watched in absolute awe, deeply curious about the nature of his unique power. Every single player awakened an innate ability, but his was something entirely different from the rest. It was an exceedingly rare skill, completely freed from any normal restraints on physical or magical growth. Sang-Hyun just chuckled softly, confidently acknowledging that he was indeed a very lucky guy. He had faced down certain death, staring into the abyss of a monster's lair, and somehow walked away stronger. He casually remarked that he wasn't aware of other players' individual traits anyway. The goddess puffed out her chest, incredibly proud of her own divine eye for talent. Even the towering ancient bosses of this dungeon hadn't expected a terrifying anomaly like him. Sang-Hyun smirked, realizing his constellation was actually much softer than she let on. He genuinely thanked her. Without her constant support, he would have never fully recovered his strength. She glowed with a warm light, resolving to work even harder to support him in the battles to come. Their fates were now firmly intertwined, bound together in this ruthless, unforgiving world. Slowly opening his eyes, Sang-Hyun realized the lingering remnants of his muscle aches had completely vanished. He stood tall, the heavy, suffocating burden of the previous battle finally lifting from his weary shoulders. The goddess playfully reminded him that luck only favored those who took the time to enjoy the little things in life. He knew she was right, but his blazing ambitions were far larger than just surviving another day. It was finally time to grasp his own destiny with his own 2 hands. The synchronization process with the absorbed ring began to flood his veins with raw, unbridled energy. A brilliant blue light surrounded him as his internal mana reserves rapidly expanded. The goddess beamed with immense pride, ecstatic that she had chosen him as her absolute best avatar. Suddenly, a sharp, violent pain flared through his entire body, forcing him to his knees. His muscles screamed in absolute agony as the massive influx of power threatened to tear him apart from the inside. But just before he collapsed, a warm, comforting light enveloped him, a divine embrace from his constellation. The excruciating pain vanished instantly, replaced by an overwhelming surge of boundless stamina. A glowing golden system window shattered the darkness, revealing a massive, unbelievable influx of experience points. He had earned more EXP in one single moment than he ever thought mathematically possible. His eyes widened in absolute shock as he read the glowing blue numbers floating before him. He had skyrocketed all the way to level 83 in a single explosive burst. The goddess smirked, noting that meeting a limitless growth-type player like him was her own stroke of incredible luck. She proudly declared that becoming his constellation was the greatest decision she had ever made. In his past life, facing such overwhelming apocalyptic odds would have undoubtedly ended in a fiery death. The devastating magical attacks of the dungeon bosses were usually an inescapable death sentence. He remembered the countless fallen players, their tragic shadows permanently burned into the scorched earth. He had once fought tooth and nail, bleeding for every inch, only to be rewarded with nothing but despair. The horrifying beasts of the past had nearly torn him apart time and time again. The grotesque monsters were still a lingering threat, but he was no longer the weak, helpless player he once was. Defeating the final boss had granted him an unprecedented, game-breaking leap in pure power. He stood victorious over the silent battlefield, breathing heavily but completely unbroken. A highly confident smile crept across his face as he realized just how exponentially his strength was growing. The goddess floated right beside him, happily sharing in his hard-earned, glorious triumph. He moved forward with purpose, his sharp eyes scanning the cavern floor for his rightful loot. A soft, mesmerizing blue glow suddenly caught his attention in the heavy gloom. It was the silent ring, the sole highly anticipated artifact dropped from the grueling boss battle. He picked it up, expecting an incredibly overpowered item worthy of the absolute hell he had just endured. The goddess leaned in close, equally curious about the true power of the glowing treasure. He sat back down, taking a quiet moment to carefully inspect his brand new prize. As he read the item's detailed description, his expression quickly shifted from intense excitement to pure disbelief. His eyes twitched violently with rapidly rising frustration. The ring increased mana recovery by a massive 4 times, but strictly only at night. During the day, it actually decreased his recovery speed by 2 times. He gripped the ring tightly, thoroughly annoyed by such a highly conditional and deeply flawed artifact. After all that intense, life-threatening fighting, this bizarre piece of jewelry was his only equipment drop. Even with the massive 25-level jump, the physical loot felt like a cruel, insulting joke. He cursed loudly under his breath, wondering if he was being punished for rushing the dungeon. He closely analyzed the ring once again, desperately trying to find some hidden redeeming value. It was crafted by a vengeful spirit, which perfectly explained its incredibly frustrating double-edged mechanics. He held it up to the cavern light, letting out a heavy, dramatic sigh of pure disappointment. It didn't even grant him the silence skill he had originally hoped for. He glared at the rocky ceiling, feeling completely cheated by the dungeon's ridiculous reward system. But just as he was about to throw a tantrum, another golden notification pinged loudly. The system congratulated him once more, acknowledging his absolute dominance over the boss. Hidden, final reward suddenly revealed itself, projecting a wall of green text. It was a legendary consumable item, the bone marrow garnished with the quiet greens of the forest. A perfectly cooked, vividly glowing piece of meat materialized out of thin air, radiating an absolutely mouth-watering aroma. Having only ever drooled over this insanely rare delicacy on YouTube in his past life, Sang-hyun eagerly grabbed a spoon and dug in, finally tasting the incredibly sweet, savory flavor of absolute victory.